Steve, do you want to test your microphone? Yep. Sounds like you need to rejoin.
Can you test mine, Lindsay?
This is Lena.
Your sounds good, Sue. Supervisor Valier sounds good as well.
Okay. I don't think I can do my camera today, so just so you all know, it's really slow. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, Steve, your microphone is off.
I'm starting to think that must be his real voice because we hear it all the time.
Looks like we are just missing Vice Chair Vasquez, and I see him trying to join the other one. Hold on.
Okay, Lindsay, can you hear me now?
Yes, that's much better.
Thanks. Hey, Lindsay.
Yes.
I see Dora Harrison's hand is up. Did you want to see if she needed to do a check or something?
Yes, I'm just trying to promote. Dora, if you can accept the promotion, that will bring you over to the panelists. There you go.
Unmute and start video, I guess.
Yep, we can hear you, Dora.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oops. What happened?
Oh, all right, it's Dora. What should we
Well,
fix today, Dora? What do you want to
You
work?
just went away for some reason, so.
Okay, we can hear and see you though.
Okay, good.
You're loud and clear. So we'll be getting to the public participation moment side of the agenda in a couple minutes, and you will be on with all of us. So thank you.
And I do not see Vice Chair.
He's here.
Is he there?
Yep.
So-
All the supervisors are here now.
All right, and so County Manager, do we have everyone we need from the county for us to proceed with our board meeting?
Let's see, Sue. Hang on one second. Let me just double check something real quick. I see, Lindsay, Dora did drop again.
She's back in attendees.
Okay. Let's pull her back over and then we're ready to start, Madam Chair.
All right.
There we go.
We're ready.
All right, thank you. And good morning, board members, staff, and members in our community. We are here Tuesday, September 27th. Tuesday, September 27th, 2022, for our regularly scheduled board meeting. So good morning all. And our first item of business is, of course, our call to order. And I'm Patrice Horseman. I'm the chair of the Board of Supervisors and also the supervisor for District 1. District 2.
Good morning, everyone. Geronimo Vasquez, Supervisor, District 2, and current Vice Chair. Good morning.
District 3.
Well, good morning, everybody. Matt Ryan, District 3. Beautiful fall day out there. So our new season begins, right? All right, good to see everybody.
District 4.
Good morning, everyone. It's nice to be here and it's nice and cool out there. And so I just want to say thank you, and I'm glad to be here to be part of this agenda and look forward to the meeting. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Supervisor Brigay. District 5.
Good morning, Hiate. I have no camera today. Internet's a little weak. And you know, I bought Starlink and it's not working. So I'm back to my slow internet here. Trying to anyway with hotspot and stuff. So anyway, just you'll have to excuse me in that department. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler, and we're glad you're with us, even if the camera's not working. So it's good to hear your voice. Members of the board, our next item of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. And so for all of us who can we please stand? Our clerk will put on the flag and the Pledge of Allegiance, and let's say the Pledge of Allegiance to our country. I pledge allegiance
To the flag
of the United States of America and
and
to
to the republic for which it stands,
stands,
one
one
nation,
one nation,
under God, indivisible,
indivisible,
with
with
liberty
liberty
and justice for all.
for all.
All right. Members of the board, members of the public, and of course our staff, now is the time for what's called call to the public. This is the time where you, members of the public, are able to address the governing board for items that are not on the agenda. Obviously, because these are items that are not on the agenda, Arizona law requires that we do not involve in a discussion of these items at this time. We can refer them to our administration, or we can put them on a follow-up agenda for follow-up discussion. For members of the public who would like to join our meeting and address the board, I'm going to turn this over to our clerk to have her explain how you can join us today. I know it looks like we do have someone already on board. Dora, good to see you. And but before we go there, let's go ahead and have Lindsay Daly explain to members of the public how they can join us, the board, in our call to the public. So Lindsay, please.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. At this time, if there's anybody from the public that would like to provide a comment, if you hover towards the bottom of your screen, there's a raise hand icon that looks like a hand that will appear. And if you click on that, that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. And I do have County Manager Peru that would like to provide a comment.
Yes, County Manager.
Thank you, Chair Horseman and members of the board. It's my honor today to have with us Dora Harrison, our former county manager. I wanted, Dora has been basically stayed in the community after retiring a few years ago. And we wanted to have the opportunity to have Dora with us today because she will be relocating off the mountain. And so we in Northern Arizona, we're really blessed to have a lot of great leaders next in our list after we have a conversation or some time with Dora. I want to read a note from Colleen Smith, president of Coconino Community College, and she too has left the community. And so, but again, I wanted to call attention to Dora. I've had the privilege and the honor to work with several county managers, and each manager brings a message and a skill set that the organization needs, and then I learn from. And so one of the things that I will always remember from Dora is the fact that she said, if you don't have your basics down, you're not going to be a good organization. And really the basics are in terms of our HR function, our IT function, our finance function. All those are basics. And what I always learned and I picked up from Dora's leadership is that an organization needs to have its basics down right. Otherwise, it's going to be always going to be weak in those areas. And the great things that we want to do as an organization will always be that weak because the basics were not done just right. And so for me and others that learned under Dora's leadership, that was a takeaway from me. The other thing that I will always remember on Dora's desk was her coffee cup. And it was hell on high heels. And that's exactly what it was. And so we had a great opportunity to work together. She imparted great leadership skills on all of us. And so I'm gonna miss all of that sage advice and really looking forward, of course, to continue our relationship, even though it's going to be a little further out down the road. But again, Dora, I just want to thank you, asked you to be here today to appreciate the impact that you've made here at Coconino County. The other thing that was happening under Dora's leadership was all the building, all the construction. So the courthouse renovation, the 110 building, you name it, all of that was done under Dora's leadership. And I'm going to segue that over to Sue Brown, who was with facilities management at that time. So Sue, if I could, Madam Chair, to Sue Brown.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Steve. Dora, my first days were with you in my truck, going from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. My first year at Coconino County back in 1998 was following in your very, very amazing footsteps. We went to Williams, we went to Page, we went to Fredonia, we went to Forest Lakes. I don't think there was a community that we missed in that first year. Sometimes we would take Supervisor Ryan and go on jaunts of Bill Williams Mountain. We met everybody. We talked a lot about the history of the county. We took agreements that heretofore had been handshakes and we put them on paper and did IGAs in every corner of this county. And as I followed you, I understood grace under pressure. I understood that what you had on your whiteboard, and I think actually the office I occupy now was part of your office at that time. And on your whiteboard, you had a saying, and I cannot remember the exact words, but the basic theme of it was the right thing said at the wrong time is useless. And I tried to remember that. I don't think Steve has a very diplomatic smile on his face because I don't think I took it to heart as well as I should have. But you made such an incredible impression on me, and I know on our other colleagues. And if I can, Dora, I'd like to read a few things from Andy Bertelson. Andy couldn't be here today. He had a family matter, but if you don't mind, Madam Chair, I'd like to read a few things from Andy. Andy writes that his favorite memories of Dora are your unwavering professionalism mixed with down-home common sense. He remembers, Dora, you taking him to his first CSA meeting, managers meeting, to discuss waste tire disposal fees. He said he had the briefing and all the materials ready for you to use in the presentation, and he realized you didn't need any of it, that you knew it all by heart and that you were already going to lead that discussion. He also remembers you taking him to La Bella Via and sponsoring his membership in ICMA. And you gave him the form and encouraged him to sign and join. And she says, then you shipped him off and encouraged him to take a position with the city of Sedona with, in your words, a great young manager who wears an earring and shorts to work, who is Mike Letcher. Many, many lessons. And he says, because of you, Dora, he's here today as a deputy county manager for Coconino County. And I think across the county manager's office, we all owe you a huge debt. Just showing us how it's done in incredibly difficult circumstances. At the time, I don't know what the dollars are today in 2022 dollars, but I can tell you at the time we were doing a almost $30 million capital plan. We had not done anything since the 70s previous to that. We remodeled and added to the historic courthouse. We did the 110 building. We remodeled admin back in the day. We did do that. We built the Williams Justice Court. We built the juvenile facility. We built LEAF. And that was all under your incredible guidance to get it done. And we did get it done. Many's the day that we sat in your office and talked about how to make those cost overruns work. and how to do it. And you taught each of us at that table good government, how to be good public servants. Thank you.
Great. Madam Chair, back to you, and there are board members that worked with her as well.
Thank you. And any other comments from board members? I know this is called to the public, but I think that's totally appropriate. So if there are other board members who would like to make some comments at this time.
Well, absolutely. And I'm just discovering you're leaving, Dora, and you've been so much to this county. As I'm listening, it's like, oh, Steve's telling that story. Well, Sue's telling that story. But the Andy piece, Paul and I brought Andy in as an intern, but Dora was the first to hire Andy and bring him on in here, and he's just grown up in this organization as well as others, and has come back. But the other building piece, the big one out there, was the jail, and working through putting the jail together and working with the compromises, etc., with the justice system, and how do we put it together, and what do we in the courthouse itself, very difficult things. And the one that used to drive me crazy, Dora, was no good deed goes unpunished. And I don't like that. But I've used that over and over again. And every time I use it, I think of you. But you're trying to do the right thing. And not everybody understands it. And that was the inner message associated with that. But you participated with the community after leaving and retiring, and every time I go to the dentist and I drive by your townhouses, I always think of you over there. So to have you not there will be different, but really have appreciated so much, and and I know you and Liz developed a very special bond. Liz would be here just expressing kudos and complimenting you and everything that you have done for the organization. So really, you still remain here, Dora, as noted. And I enjoyed working with you. You helped me learn a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I say a couple of things?
Absolutely. Any other, just real quickly, any other board members, or we'll turn this over to Dora?
This is Lena Fowler.
Yes, Lena, why don't you? And then Dora, will turn this over to you. So just one moment. Yes, Lena.
Hi, Dora. I have not had the pleasure to meet you, but I've heard a lot about you. So all your work and all of this, just what you had, basically laying the foundation and people picking up from there, and left the county secure. Just want to appreciate your work, and because I've heard a lot of stories on how you worked on certain projects. Just want to thank you for it, and thank you for grooming the staff that we have right now. And we're in a really we're a great county because of a lot of your work. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Any other comments? Otherwise, we'll turn this over to Dora. So Dora, go ahead. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you. I don't have a long speech, you'll be glad to hear. And I just want to thank you for remembering me. It's been 20 years since I retired, if you can believe that. And I wonder sometimes where the time goes. But the 5 years that I was at the county were the 5 best years, really. Yes, we worked hard. We got a lot done. And I'm very proud of what we did in Coconino County while I was there, and then since then. So to all of you, best of luck. The hurricane is right now right over where I'm moving to. So we're watching that. And if I were there, I'd be working in the Operations Management Center for hurricanes. So I'm looking forward to going back to the county that I worked at for 13 years. However, we're all getting old and there's a lot of new people. But I still go back occasionally. And last time I went back, we had 16 people show up for a little party, and that had all worked together back in the 80s when I was there. So hopefully you'll remember me, and I'll remember you the same way. And I'll come back here one of these days and have a little get together. Thank you so much. I thank Coconino County for the opportunity to work at Coconino. Matt and Liz, I guess, are the two people that are still here as supervisors, and Steve was here, and Sue was here, and Andy came in sometime during that time. And so I think we made a good team. And that's how we get things done. I don't do it. I just sort of set the direction and the expectation. And so I really appreciate you remembering me. It's been 20 years. I really do. And so good luck to all of you. And I will wave to you from Florida if it hasn't washed away.
Okay. Thank you. Take care.
All right, well, thank you, Dora.
Thank you.
For your service, and happy trails.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, one other, just to note, another leader, of course, has left the community. Colleen Smith and her husband, Billy, have been, of course, important partners of Coconino County for many years. And so Billy and Colleen have relocated back to Texas. And so they left a card just quickly. Those who give of their time are truly generous. Just saying thank you doesn't seem, I hope you know how much you really, how appreciated you are. And so a card from Dr. Smith, and so I'll put it in your boxes so that you can read them again. Those are, again, we're blessed with great leadership in our community, and especially those that stay, such as Dora and Colleen and others. But again, thank you for the time this morning, Madam Chair.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, Colleen and her husband, Banjo Billy, will be greatly missed in our community. And again, another example of what makes our community so great and so strong is these wonderful people who come out and do their best and help each other. And that's really what Coconino County is about. So thank you. And we look forward to the cards. So with that, we're still on call to the public. And I know you've heard on how you can join us. So I'm going to ask our clerk of the board, Lindsay, have we gotten anyone who would like to make some comments to the board this morning?
Chair Horseman, as of now, I do not have any other hands raised. Again, if you would like to make a comment, you can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand at the bottom of your screen. Or if you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9 to raise your hand.
Thank you. One more time, members of the public, now is the time for the call to the public. And Lindsay Daly has once again given you the instructions on how you can join us this morning.
And at this time, we have no hands raised, Chair Horseman.
Very good. Thank you so much, members of the public. Didn't hear from you this morning, but hopefully you're listening in, and there will be future calls to the public. So at this point, we're going to move along, and we do have our consent agenda. Members of the public, our consent agenda are those items that are more routine in nature, more administrative in nature. They're issues that can be dealt with through one motion and one vote from the Board of Supervisors. However, occasionally we do ask as supervisors to remove an item so that we can engage in some discussion, in which case the item will be removed and we will handle that item separately and will be voted on separately. So before us is the consent agenda. I understand, County Manager, that you are asking that we remove item 29 from the consent agenda. So item 29 will be removed. And I am also going to ask that we remove items 5 and 6 from the consent agenda so that those can be discussed and will be voted on individually. Members of the board, are there any other items that you would like to remove from the consent agenda at this time?
Madam Chair, if I may, item 4.
And item 4, we will remove item 4 from the consent agenda. Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Any others to remove? Seeing none, members of the board, we do have before us our consent agenda. It's a long one. It's items 1 through 36 with the removal of 29 and to remove for individual discussion items 4, 5, and 6. With that,
Madam Chair, can I pause for a second? I want to just double check something real quick before we take that.
no problem, Supervisor Ryan, take your time.
It was the Toho and Talani piece, or is that, yeah, that where I'm looking for the number for that line. Oh gosh, sorry about that.
Number 4 is Highlands Fire.
Yeah.
And there's
Should be under finance and can you help me out, Lindsay?
Madam Chair and Supervisor Ryan, I believe that item was removed from the agenda. I don't think
Oh,
it's included on here.
that's why I'm not seeing it anymore. Okay, okay, that's what I wanted to double check. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for the pause.
No
Okay.
problem. So members of the board, with the exception of removing number 29 and the removal of 4, 5, and 6 for individual discussion, do I have a motion to accept the consent agenda?
So moved.
A motion by Supervisor Ryan. Do I have a second?
Second,
Second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Our consent agenda, in fact, has passed. And now we're going to go to the individual item. Item number 4 is consideration of possible action to approve a funding agreement providing community initiative funds in the amount of $25,000 from District 3 to the Highlands Fire Department for the purchase of 2 LED outdoor signs to be installed at the entrance of Mountain Air and Coconino Village communities. And I'm going to turn this over to our District 3 Supervisor, Matt Ryan.
Okay, my mute is off. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm double checking. And do we have a Highlands Fire Chief Todd Miller here?
Yes.
Yes.
With us.
Okay, fantastic. Double checking. And I'll go ahead and kick it off and provide an opportunity for the chief to comment also. Just a note, I was approached actually by the board chair probably 6 years ago or so. Pete, oh gosh, Pete's name's escaping me for the moment. He'll have to banish me at some point here for forgetting. I've known him for so many years, but and his thought was, wouldn't it be, we have all these emergencies, we're on the windward side of the community. Wouldn't it be a good idea to see if we can work together to create the opportunity for a public service type of information board using LEDs? And between that time and now, I've had discussions back and forth with past chief Dirk Foreman and now current chief Todd Miller. And as they started to explore, I thought, oh gosh, the cost is going up, and what we talked about was a lot less associated with it. And it's like, but if we had that opportunity to provide that, where we've done evacuations with these communities, maybe we can help develop a potential pilot for the future. That maybe we can, coordinate grants, however we go about it, but continue to work with our emergency management as well as our local fire districts, which we have a good relationship with. Highlands being a great example, and see if we can develop an improved information system for our communities. Those people that are driving it, a lot of people don't pay attention. There's so much static with so many information sources. But when they drive in their community, they can see it. So working together, Highlands came back with, more refined figures associated with it. there's a desire to pursue a grant, so it's not just funding it with community initiatives together with the fire department. So this is kind of the baking of the process of how can we get to this point. And I hope I'm not stealing your thunder, Chief. I probably did, but I wanted to give an example of why we're approaching with this recommendation to the board for the use of the community initiatives in this way. I'll turn it over to the Chief.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Vice Chair, and distinguished members of the board. Thanks, Supervisor Ryan, for that intro, and thank you all for giving me a moment here to speak with you. And we're really excited about this opportunity. As Supervisor Ryan mentioned, it's been a long time coming, and different a couple different ways we tried to go about it. And just this last version, it's been a 9 to 12 month endeavor trying to figure out how we can make it most cost effective, but also end up with an effective sign that would benefit the communities. So some of the benefits, as was mentioned, certainly the evacuations from fire, but I think it could also really benefit the communities of Mountain Air and Coconino Village in both emergent and non-emergent, situations, and for informing and educating. Fires, obviously, potential flooding issues of weather events, red flag days, even COVID information or things like that could benefit the community. Just another source for us to inform the members that we serve, the citizens that we serve. So we're really excited. Like I said, I just wanted to again thank Supervisor Ryan for all his work on this, and Tammy. A lot of hard work was put in by them. Some of my staff, Battalion Chief Mitch Lopez and Captain Brandon Blue, did a brunt of the work in trying to get quotes and researching and getting the best prices that we could, and exploring different options that we might be able to come up with to have an effective end product, as cost effective as possible. And I just want to also finish, unless there's any questions for me, in saying we really appreciate our relationship with the county on many levels. Supervisor Ryan, of course, the team at Emergency Management and Public Works, and I'm going to forget, it'd be impossible to list everyone at the county, but we sure do appreciate our partnerships and relationships with everyone at the county. And so thank you very much for the opportunity and for a minute to be able to speak to you this morning. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Supervisor Ryan, thank you very much for your bringing this forward and putting some CI monies for something that looks like it's going to be a wonderful contribution to the Mountain Air and Coconino Village communities. So,
Madam Chair, Supervisor Ryan's computer's having some issues, so he's on my cell phone. So Supervisor Ryan, can you hear us?
I sure can. Can you hear me?
Yes, if you can go your comments, please.
Okay. And I want to thank the Chief for all his comments. I didn't hear one of them. I went off just at that time. However, you can see we have a great working relationship. It's a great opportunity in mutual coordination, but also potential benefit. Hopefully, we can roll with this idea and over time incrementally see if we can enhance our communication to our communities this way. So, Madam Chair, if I'm prepared to make a motion unless you want to pause otherwise.
Well, you're welcome to make that motion. I was saying nice things about you, but then you interrupted me. So, I'll just withdraw every nice thing. I said, no, this is really wonderful for the community in Coconino and also Mountain Air. So thank you, Supervisor Ryan, for bringing this forward and for your generous contribution of CI monies for this, and also to Highlands Fire Department and Todd Miller. Thank you so much for being here and for all you do for our community. I really appreciate it. So with that, unless there's other comments, Supervisor Ryan, go ahead and make your motion.
Since I'm doing it with cryptic electronics, I'll go ahead and keep it simple. Madam Chair, I move that we approve item number 4.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve funding agreement providing community initiative funds, the amount of $25,000 from District 3 to the Highlands Fire Department for the purchase of 2 LED outdoor signs to be installed at the entrance of Mountaineer and Conchina Village communities. Motion and second has been made. Do we have a vote? All those in favor say aye. Aye. It is unanimous. So again, Chief Miller, thank you for being with us, and thank you and your team for what you do for our communities. Really appreciate this.
Thank you. And
Madam Chair, thank you. Thank you to all the supervisors. Appreciate it. Have a good rest of your meeting.
All right, thank you so much.
Madam Chair, we'll take a moment for Supervisor Ryan to reboot and see if he can get
All right, so let's take a couple of minutes if we can, and we'll be hopefully Supervisor Ryan will be with us shortly.
Thank you. And Lindsay?
Yes.
Okay, I was gonna make sure we could drop Matt if he didn't drop it automatically. Thank you. Madam Chair,
Yes, I'm here.
just spoke to Supervisor Ryan. He said to go ahead and proceed with the agenda. He'll join us shortly. His computer decided to update on him, so. But he's looked at the consent agenda and he has no other comments on that. So Madam Chair, you can proceed. As
All right, well, we'll go ahead and proceed. And it looks like we have all the rest of the board members, and hopefully Supervisor Ryan will join us here in a minute. The next is number 5. It's a consideration of possible action to approve the funding agreement with the Flagstaff Festival of Science to use community initiative funds in the amount of $500 from District 1 and equal amounts, $500 from District 2, District 3, and District 4, in the total of $2,000 to the Flagstaff Festival of Science for the cost and operation of audiovisual equipment to engage existing and new audiences for the Flagstaff Festival of Science free education event open to the public. And I did ask for this to be removed. I just want to note and thank all those for bringing back again for the 16th year in a row, the Flagstaff Festival of Science. It is a wonderful opportunity for everyone in our community, especially the youth in our community, to really get engaged and excited and enthusiastic about science with a number of the wonderful events that are put on. This is amazingly the longest continuously running, entirely free science festival, not just in the country, but in the world. And, it's wonderful that we have hosts that here in Flagstaff. This year's, it's called the Pyramids to the Peaks. And they have an Egyptologist, Dr. Wanis. There was a wonderful article in the paper this morning about his presentation that he's making to the Flagstaff community, and a world-renowned scientist such as him coming forward and offering his views and offering his input to our community is just wonderful. And we want to again thank everyone from the Flagstaff Festival of Science, and I'm really glad myself and many of my colleagues are taking part in helping to make sure that our Festival of Science continues to be a very, very successful event to our community. So those are my comments. Any other comments? Or if not, I would entertain a motion to approve the CI monies for $500 from District 1, 2, 3, and 4 for the Flagstaff Festival of Science.
I approve. I motion that we approve the funding for the Festival of Science at $500 each.
Thank you, Vice Chair Geronimo Vasquez. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. Thank you. And again, thanks to the Festival of Science. I hope our community really goes out and brings their kids and really takes part in that. So thank you. And number 6, and this one is consideration of possible action to approve a funding agreement to provide community initiative funds in the amount of $5,000 from Supervisor in District 5, Lena Fowler, to the Glen Canyon Conservancy for expenses to hold the Navajo Bridge Star Party educational event. And this is the Arizona Strip Regional Planning Meetings and Regional First Responders / law enforcement meetings. And I know this is one of the best parties in town, and I'm going to turn this over for Supervisor Fowler's comments and to make the motion on this. Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for pulling it so that we could highlight it. Really appreciate that. Now I'm trying to remember, I was trying to remember when we started this. It was just an idea, and we decided to try, have a party right over the Navajo Bridge, over the, which is right over the Colorado River. And it's a great party. We partner with the Glen Canyon Conservancy and other partners, Navajo Nation and the Grand Canyon and Glen Canyon National Parks. ADOT, our Public Works, got to really thank our Public Works and our County Manager, Steve. We all started this, and it's just been a wonderful event. And we haven't had it in a while, and we're bringing it back. And now that things have opened up, and we're really excited to have these. We have on Saturday morning, we do have a guided tour of the Lonely Dale Ranch. And then we have speakers in the evening, which we always have. We have Dr. Henry Fowler, who will be speaking about the Navajo constellation and the Navajo teachings about the stars. We always, in this particular star party, we always include the Navajo teachings and the Western. So we have Dr. Reed, that is from the University of Nevada, that is going to be doing a presentation as well at 8 o'clock. So I encourage you all and the public to come and to join us on the bridge. And it's the only star party that is held over the Colorado River. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
And I forgot, Madam Chair, I forgot to say what day
yes.
it is. It is this Friday and Saturday. And we have the last time we had this, we had 15 telescopes over the bridge. And then we have other astronomers that come, and amateur astronomers and astronomers come, and they have green lights that will outline the constellation or just the, the universe, and just explain where some of the, just a lot of educational piece about our dark skies. And, we value dark sky in this region. And someday I hope that we have a dark sky sanctuary in this region. And that's what I look forward to. We're constantly working on that as well. So thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Like I said, I think it is the best party just outside of town here. So, and that bridge is such a special place to be able to do this and have the astronomers set up their scopes. So thank you for that information and for your contribution for the community. And Supervisor Fowler, would you like to make the motion?
Yes, I move that we approve the item number 6. I'm trying to find it here. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I was on this other one. Okay, here. Yes, if we could approve funding agreement to community initiative funds of $5,000 from District 5 to the Glen Canyon Conservancy for the Navajo Bridge Star Party, Arizona Strip regional planning meetings. Those are meetings that we have in that region now. And then also for the regional first responders law enforcement meetings, which we will be holding again. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Vice Chair. Thank you. We have a motion and a second for the 5,000 contribution from community funds from District 5 for the Star Party and for others. So motion and second. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Again, it's unanimous. And thank you so much, Supervisor Fowler. And we look forward to hearing an update from you on the party. So really appreciate it. So we have, at this time, we have finished our consent agenda, and we are moving on to our agenda on item 37. Before we get to item 37, we need to resolve as the Board of Equalization. So do I have a motion for us to resolve as the Board of Equalization? So move. Motion by Supervisor Begay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We are now the Board of Equalization. We have one item as the Board of Equalization, and that is consideration of possible action to approve the waiver of conflict for Rose Winkler from the Flagstaff Law Group so that she may serve as the Board of Equalization attorney for the Board of Equalization. I'm going to turn this over to County Manager County Manager Steve Peru. Do you have any comments you'd like to make on this before we bring this forward for a motion?
No, Madam Chair, no comments from staff at this time.
All right, very good. Members of the board, we are asked to be waiving a conflict of interest so that Rose Winkler, as private attorney, can serve as the Board of Equalization attorney. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
A motion by Vice Chair. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Supervisor Begay, are you with us?
Aye.
All right, it's unanimous. Thank you so much. Members of the board, we now can resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. I need a motion to do so. Do I have a motion? A motion by Supervisor Fowler. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We are now again the Board of Supervisors. However, not for very long. We now need to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Motion by Supervisor Begay. Do I have a second? Second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
It's again unanimous. Number 38 is.
Chair Horseman, sorry to interrupt. This is Lindsay. I do have Supervisor Ryan that is joined on the phone. So he was present for that last action to resolve.
Thank you so much, and we appreciate that confirmation for the record. So thanks for rejoining us, Supervisor Ryan. We are now Flood Control District Directors. We have one item that is the number 38, which is the consent agenda. It's consideration and possible action to approve the Third Amendment to renew the initial contract for another 1-year period and to adjust compensation rates as amended from the initial agreement with ATL Inc., doing business as CMT Engineering Laboratories and the County Flood Control District regarding RFQ number 2019-109 on-call geotechnical services, which beginning on June 1, 2022 through May 31st, 2023 for projects of up to $100,000. Members of the board, do I have a motion to accept this consent agenda item?
So moved.
Vice Chair Vasquez has moved this. Do I have a second?
If they don't, I'll put a second in, okay?
Do I have is that a second by Matt Ryan? I think we have a second by Matt Ryan. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We have passed the consent agenda. We must now resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion?
I'll move.
Resolve back. We do. It's Supervisor Begay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by the Vice Chair. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. It is unanimous. We are now the Board of Supervisors, but once again, not for long. We must now resolve as the Health District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Motion by Supervisor Begay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair. All those in favor of resolving as the Health District Board of Directors signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We are now the Health District Board of Directors, and we have 4 items under the consent agenda, members of the board, 39 through 42, and members of the public, as we indicated earlier, these consent agenda items are routine or administrative in nature, can be considered by one motion and can be passed through one motion. There is no discussion in these unless we remove them from the consent agenda. Members of the board, is there anyone that would like to remove any of these items from the consent agenda? If not, do I have a motion to accept the Public Health District consent agenda? Items 39 through 42.
So moved.
A motion by Vice Chair Geronimo Vasquez. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor of approving the consent agenda signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We have passed the Public Health District consent agenda. We must now resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion?
I'll move.
Motion by Supervisor Begay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
We are now
Wow.
the Board of.
Well, at least you discovered it. That's really good.
We are now the Board of Supervisors, but again, not for long. We need to resolve as the Jail District Board of Directors. All those in favor of resolving as the jail, or I'm sorry, I need a motion to resolve.
So move.
So moved by Supervisor Fowler. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We are now the Jail District Board of Directors, and we have the Jail District consent agenda. We have 3 matters, 43, 44, 45. As I indicated to the public, these are all routine, or administrative in nature. It can be decided through one motion. Does any member of the board want to remove these from any item for consideration or discussion from the consent agenda? If not, do I have a motion to accept the jail district consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Motion and second. All those in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
And for the record, the motion was made by Supervisor Begay, second by Supervisor Fowler. It was unanimous. Members of the board, we must now resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion to resolve as the Board of Supervisors?
So move.
A motion by Supervisor Fowler. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Once again, it's unanimous. We are now once again
Yay.
supervisors. And we may be the board for a while now, which I love to see that. So we do have discussion and possible action items. Number 46 is consideration and possible action to approve resolution 2022-52, requesting action at the state level on rural groundwater management policy. Members of the board, you have had and seen item number 46, which is the resolution. We are being asked to consider and to recommend approval on. And at this time, I believe County Manager, you would like to turn this over to Public Affairs Manager Greg Nelson to present on this item. Is that correct?
That is correct. Mr. Nelson and Todd Medeska are in the conference room here, and so they're presenting this item to the board. So
Thanks for joining us.
Oh, hi, Todd.
Mr. Medeska, it's great to see you. And,
good to be seen.
And as always, Greg. So thank you, and thank you for presenting on this item.
Go ahead,
Good
sir.
morning. Thank you, County Manager, Madam Chair, members of the board. Before you today is a resolution on groundwater management urging the Arizona governor and the Arizona State Legislature to take action to deliver water certainty to rural Arizona. And so Coconino County is engaged in collaboration and partnership with Mojave County and Yavapai County to elevate the issue of rural groundwater management to the state legislature and governor's office in the 2023 session. So the resolution before you today urges the governor, members of the Arizona House of Representatives, and members of the Arizona State Senate to provide water certainty to rural Arizona by passing legislation to enhance groundwater management and protection in the 2023 session. And so action on this resolution will form the basis of a joint submittal by Coconino, Yavapai, and Mojave counties to the County Supervisors Association to request action on rural groundwater management. And in discussion around this issue, La Paz County also intends to join. So with that, Madam Chair, I'll turn it over to you and the board in case there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And I know we have Todd Medeska with us as well. And Todd, would you like to say anything about this and what's going on down there in the state on this?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity. I think that really you all are well aware of what we're facing. I mean, water is a very important issue moving forward, obviously, right? Well, part of the issue we have right now is we don't know who we're dealing with because we haven't had the elections. So how I describe this resolution and what I think this resolution really provides is for you and your colleagues sort of a roadmap or a launching point. I think it's a value statement that says, here's what we value, here's what we think is important to the state. But really, as we move forward, we need to identify those champions who get elected to the legislature and then see who the governor is going to be moving forward. What I would also put to you all is that there's, it's important to remember that Governor Ducey did not get up to, the water did not become a priority in the Ducey administration until, really, he had a chance to ramp up his expertise on the ninth floor. So we need to be patient as a new governor comes in, regardless of which party it is. There's a certain amount of expertise in the state regarding water policy. Whether those parts are plugged in the right areas, we have to wait and see. And so as we move forward, we need to have a level of flexibility. But I think it's important that we set out, like, here are sort of the parameters of our sandbox. And so that's what this resolution provides. It's just something that we can work with our colleagues across the state to say, here's where counties are on this. We have in Coconino County a rather unique geographic constraints to where our water is and what it provides. Mojave County has a different geography. They have basins that are essentially buckets of water that they can pull from, and they can monitor and they can look at. We have a history coming up to this resolution that we are all, I hope we're all aware of, but there was the governor's water augmentation committee. Originally what they said is we want to study groundwater just for the purpose of knowing what we have. That didn't even go anyplace. And so that was what inspired Regina Cobb to introduce bills that said, okay, well, if you're in a groundwater basin that's at risk, we can start looking at it. And that really cut out a lot of the agricultural interests that were killing monitoring efforts. My point is this: water is a continuing evolution of a policy discussion. I think that this resolution outlines our values. I keep coming back to that word, but really it does. It outlines, shared values across the county. And I don't think there's an issue with you all approving it. I think it's a good starting point, and that's what it is moving forward for the next 8 years. It's going to be a starting point, and we're going to have to kind of build on what we've gained in the last 8 years, but understand that it might be a big boulder to roll up a hill. I'm happy to answer questions, but that's at least my initial take on it when Gregory and I were talking about it and getting up to speed in preparation for this meeting.
Thank you, Todd. And just a kind of an update to members of the board. I think I sit on a coalition for groundwater, rural groundwater with members of the boards from both Mojave and Yavapai. This is kind of where the brainchild of this resolution was basically born, if you will, and has been passed both in Mojave and Yavapai. It really is a very broad statement without really getting into the mud, if you will. It is basically making it clear that we in rural Arizona that are not part of an active management area really are in need of some legislation going forward, which allows us an opportunity to manage our groundwater. As many of us know, when we have zoning matters that come before us, when we look at any development or future development in Coconino County, we cannot look at water and the underlying wells or the water availability and making these kinds of decisions. And obviously this can create a tremendous hardship for communities and for Coconino County in particular. And with the future of continuing drought and global warming, water and water management is becoming increasingly important for us here in Coconino County and for our communities. So this is joining 2 other counties and possibly a 4th in making it clear that it is our intent and goal that we pursue something in the future with the legislation or legislature to allow us rural water management here in Coconino County and in our rural areas in northern Arizona. And I know this is something that's near and dear to your heart as well, Supervisor Ryan. So do you have any comments on this?
Yeah, if I could, Madam Chair, and thank you for the opportunity. And as noted by Todd, and as you're well aware, and everybody else is, when you get into water, there are protracted conversations. However, the intent of the resolution is good. It's more of a global approach to saying in the rural areas, we need to protect and enhance our opportunities associated with these discussions, which often, it's been limited to certain areas. So I think it's good that we go along with everybody on this. It puts emphasis on it for the sake of, expectations, Todd. We need to be in the conversation, but you know how it is. If we put these resolutions out, at least we can initiate the conversation. I think over time, if we continue in these conversations and the conversation goes further and in depth, we would need a little bit more support on the legal side for the sake of where we are, what we're doing, that kind of thing. But all in all, I think it's good that everybody wants to get to the table, talk about rural, and I see the resolution is it's a good one. It's an easy one for us to at least initiate a conversation for. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Any other comments from members of the board?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. This has been an ongoing discussion for some time, and this is the action that we're taking. Just understanding that right now, when there's a development that is taking place as a Board of Supervisors, we cannot question if there's enough water or any kind of water question. And I know our county residents and sometimes they ask why we don't have that authority, and they want to be assured that there's enough water, but we cannot ask those questions. The other is that, this is just an ongoing conversation about drought, about the changes, climate change that we see. And I see this as the first action for the Board of Supervisors. I've been talking to each of you about, making a statement on what we see is happening. Low water levels in Lake Powell. Some springs are drying up, and just the various, what we see in our county, and put that into a strong statement as just really an observation statement as to where our county is. So I see this resolution as just a first step to that. Even though it is a resolution to the state, it's to the public and where we stand. So I think it's a good resolution, knowing that, in Arizona and other parts of the country as well, tribes have not settled their water settlement agreements. And in the state of Arizona, really, they haven't moved on just any of them. So that's another situation that we're dealing with. So but this is, I think, a resolution that just addresses how we might be able to have this conversation start. So thank you.
Thank you. And Supervisor Fowler also chaired a panel on this discussion, quite frankly, back in our NACO conference in Denver. And I know this has been something that you've been taking a lead on as well, Supervisor Fowler. So thank you very much for that. Any other comments from other board members? Supervisor Begay.
Yes, I think it's about time we support others, in this with this resolution that has been brought before us. Certainly, in rural areas, there's a lack of water, and there are so many, I don't know what it is. It seems like there's so many barriers, to try to even get to where we would like to be regarding our groundwater. So, but ultimately, I do agree with the statements that my colleagues made. And I think it's about time that we give it a little push and a start, and then not let it just sit aside and idle again. We have to continue to do what we're doing, and if we want something to happen for our communities that are within our that will be using this water. So thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Any other comments?
Just that I agree.
All right, thanks, Vice Chair. With that, do I have a motion to accept the resolution as presented approve resolution 2022-52, requesting action at the state level on rural groundwater management policy.
Madam Chair, I'll go ahead and move the approval of resolution 2022-52.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Fowler. All in favor of passing this resolution, 2022-52, please signify by saying aye.
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 It is unanimous. Thank you very much. And then I know that Gregory, you'll take the responsibility of, besides getting this signed, we'll get it back to provide copies to both Mojave and Yavapai, so they'll know we've taken action on the resolution. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the time.
Thank you. And Todd, thanks for joining us this morning. It's great to see you.
Good to see you all. I'll see you this afternoon as well.
All right, good. Take care. All right, members of the board, now it's time for discussion and possible direction regarding the Board of Supervisors planning calendar. And for that, I'm going to turn this over to our county manager. The year is just quickly coming to a close. It's hard to believe, but here we are. So thank you, county manager.
So thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Lindsay's projecting the planning calendar. You'll see the items that we have on the agenda for today, of course, on the agenda that we're covering as we speak. On to October 4th. Actually, let me do, before we go on to next week, a couple of items this week. So we have two items where the board has been invited to attend. One is the installation of the NAU president, Dr. Cruz Rivera, and that is taking place Friday at 3 p.m. And at the same time, there's the investiture of Judge Brent Harris, who's going to be installed in Superior Court here. So we have two items here. So if you can just let us know which one, if any, you'll be attending. We just want to make sure that we don't have a quorum that we should be posting for in terms of attendance. So if you can just let Lindsay know for this week, that would be helpful. Okay. And then on to October 4th. The agenda, as you can see, we have a proclamation regarding Domestic Violence Awareness Month. That's on the 4th, and then we have regular items. We also have, if we do need additional time for CSA prep, we have that put down as an agenda item, but our plan is to cover a good majority of the prep this afternoon with Todd and Gregory. But again, we do have that spot, some time reserved on the 4th if we do need to do some work before the summit starts next week. At the same time, on the between the 5th and 7th, Chair Horseman will be attending the WIR meeting, and so she'll be covering that. At the same time, a lot of things happening at the same time. The CSA Legislative Summit is occurring in Tucson, and I do believe we have the balance of the board attending as well to that. And so with regard to any arrangements, registration, questions regarding that, if you can let us know. We just need to be aware of what your plans are. And I think Supervisor Vasquez popped up. Supervisor.
Oh, I'm good. I'm sorry.
Okay. I saw it pop up. So anyway, so again, if there are any arrangements related to the summit next week, please let staff know. From there, on the 11th, regular items, consent action. We also have the return of actually not a return, but the community development, the county plan update. That's taking place on the 11th at 4 p.m. And this is the discussion where staff will be presenting the list of the various small area and local area planning efforts. And so to receive feedback from the board on the prioritization of that list. And so that's happening on the 11th at 4 p.m. And then that evening is the return of the Windmill Ranch case. And you'll know that we attempted to have this heard a couple weeks ago, but because of technical difficulties and apologies to the applicant, we have moved this to the 11th. This is going to be virtual. And so this is a virtual hearing from that for that case. So any questions on the 11th? Okay. 17th, showing here. Update on flood. We also have the military information sustainability update. And Supervisor Ryan will not be in attendance. This actually is the joint meeting with the city and the county. So on the 17th at 4 p.m. is a joint meeting of the city and the council, board and the council. We'll be getting other items, I'm sure, between now and that time to round out the agenda, but at least we do know some of the big topics on for that evening. Following day on the 18th is a meeting of the flood control district. You'll recall that we've attempted to move the flood control district onto a separate agenda, separate from the Board of Supervisors, given the amount of activity that's occurring within the district. And so we're slated to present additional information at that time. And so the agenda is still being developed. Nothing finalized has been determined yet for that agenda. The 25th, regular items. We'll also be doing a broadband update from IT, and then also a community economic development assets for pursuing grant opportunities. This is the work that Chris Pastors has been doing with each of you, providing interview time for us to get your input related to economic development opportunities within each of your districts. We're also then going to be providing a preview of the elections function. And so with the election, of course, the general election occurring in November, there are a lot of moving parts and pieces that go into the successful conduct of the election. And so we'll be providing the opportunity for the elections director. We're also extending the invitation to the county recorder to provide the opportunity for both her office as well as the elections department to provide information to the board on some of the big process pieces that go into the election. Of course, with the recorder, her areas within early voting and voter registration as well. So again, that'll be on the 25th at this time, tentatively set at 2:45. The 29th, that is going to be a board retreat. So the 29th, we had a board retreat a few months ago, and we're wanting to do this on a periodic basis. Provides the opportunity for the board to be in person. We'll be doing this on a Saturday morning, and we're putting together the agenda for board retreat items. Again, that's on the October 29th from 8 to 1 p.m. And then November consent, and then also community development. Again, pretty early right now to be determining those items at this time. Election day is on the 8th of November. So we do not have a board meeting on election day, just given the fact that a lot of our staff is involved in the election. And then the 15th, you see from here, items of note, Kim Musselman will be providing a community health improvement plan update, as well as mental health update for the work that her and her team are doing in the area of mental health that has been funded through the ARPA program. And I think I'm going to stop at that time because we do have other things. On the 21st, we'll be holding time either on the 21st or the 28th to canvass the election. And I think I'll stop at that time to see if there are any questions or comments from the board manager. Back to you.
All right. Any questions, members of the board?
Just a comment, if I may, Madam Chair.
Sure.
As we take a look at obviously we have to canvass the elections, but we're also we're walking into the holiday, and usually a lot of staff will be traveling, so we probably want to be smart about creating a buffer associated with when the meetings are then.
And I think that has been done, Supervisor Ryan, and I don't know if County Manager, you were going to proceed on that. You stopped before the holidays, but maybe without going into too much detail, it might be important to highlight that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do, when we have a holiday or a board meeting that's going to be happening right after a holiday, we typically will plan ahead. Like in the case of Thanksgiving, actually Christmas, we're looking at alternate dates. So we do take into account that. Okay. So.
Yeah, and just along the line, similar idea. Usually, that's a typical holiday that half the people in the world take off to go visit their family and that kind of thing. So, you know, the day before or something like that, if you try and push too hard on that. Now, I'm not seeing the dates according to the calendar. And Tommy here fixing one of my electronic devices, and so I'm kind of. But anyway, just we have plenty of time to talk about it. Just want to put that placeholder out there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Right, and I think actually what we're looking at, and correct me if I'm wrong, County Manager, but what we're looking at for the winter break or Christmas break is Tuesday, December 20th. We're going to hold that as a possible Board of Supervisors meeting. At which point then the next meeting would not happen until January 10th, I believe.
Correct.
So there would be appropriate time off for our staff. And when they come back from their break, they aren't going to have to immediately, nor will we have to immediately go into a board meeting. So I think we're taking that into account and holding December 20th as a possible final board meeting, if you will, in 2022. Does that help, Supervisor Ryan, and probably others?
Yeah, I'll look at the details, but I'm glad we're at least initiating the conversation. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you. All right. Anything else, County Manager?
No, not at this time for calendaring.
All right. Any questions, members of the board? And I would just point out that we do have, as you know, our board retreat, our fall board retreat set. And on Saturday, October 29th, it's from 9 to 2. It's going to be at the mess hall again at Fort Tuthill. We kind of liked that. That was kind of a pretty cool room. And we look forward to gathering again as a board in person. And I would request that if there are specific items that board members would like to discuss at that board meeting or at that retreat, if you will, that those be forwarded on to Sue Brown, our Deputy County Manager, or to Steve Prue, our County Manager, who are helping to set the agenda. And we're looking forward to kind of an open open discussion, and also, as I say, a time for all of us as board members can get together and meet in person on this. So it's not often with changes, of course, because of COVID and changes that need to be made to the boardroom. So I look forward to meeting with my colleagues here soon in person.
Right.
All right. Any other comments, questions? If not, we're going to go ahead. And we have discussion and update from County Manager regarding possible community, regional, and/or administrative matters. Or have you covered that? So
no, I do have a couple items, and then I'm going to, with your permission, yield a portion of my time to County Attorney Bill Ring.
Yes. To
bring an issue of importance to your attention. So one other item that's kind of a scheduling item, but at the same time, the Pathways to Community opening is going to be held. The kind of the grand opening, or the open house rather, is going to be held next week at the same time that the board is going to be at the CSA as well as the WIR conference. And so I've spoken with Sheriff Driscoll as well as Kim Musselman at HHS, and we'll be scheduling a separate time for the board to do an in-person tour and briefing of the program. A lot of work has gone into the program, and certainly want to provide the opportunity for the board. So we'll be working with your offices to provide a couple of opportunities to receive in-person briefings at the facility on this important program. So stay tuned on that. And then, Madam Chair, with your permission, I'm going to yield my portion of my time to County Attorney Bill Ring to discuss a matter of importance that he wishes to bring to the board's attention.
very good. And Supervisor, I am so sorry, County Attorney Bill Ring, thank you for joining us this morning. And I know you have an important matter that you're needing our input and assistance on. So we look forward to hearing from you.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, County Manager Peru, for yielding some time. I'll try to put it to good benefit. I want to introduce the board. This is actually a subject matter that you've heard from the County Attorney's Office before upon, and that is our effort at the legislature to obtain a funding source to do diversion and deflection programming in Coconino County. It took 3 years, but in the third year, we were successful in having the legislature allocate $10 million to the rural counties. And by that, I mean to the exclusion of Maricopa and Pima counties, but to the rural counties to be creative in the space, in the criminal justice space that we know of as diversion and deflection. So what the legislature did was, again, allocate $10 million to the Arizona Criminal Justice Commission to administer a grant program to the 13 rural counties upon application of their county attorneys for programs of particular interest, right-sized or scaled to each of those rural counties. And I can tell you, we have worked diligently with Health and Human Services to prepare an application. The deadline is September the 30th. And the ask here is that there be a letter of support from the Board of Supervisors, signed by the supervisors, support for our application. So let me tell you a little bit about what we propose to do, and then I'll be available to answer any questions. And I will try to be brief because the scenario for diversion practices in Coconino County is rather complex. We have 6 different programs that our court system administers in the field of diversion. They're standalone programs, and they at times they overlap. But what we really lack is a fine grain of detail about the data and statistics in these programs that demonstrate success. In other words, what is the secret sauce for doing diversion work? And so I have got to give great compliment to our colleagues in Health and Human Services. We have taken in our grant application, it's a big word, epidemiological. But in other words, we have taken a public health perspective towards the study of criminal behavior, crime influencing factors that we want to study so that we can go by community and perhaps even area or neighborhood by neighborhood to see what types of community infrastructure improvements we might make that would actually reduce the incidence of crime and reduce the incidence of recidivism, which means repeat criminal behavior by the same individuals. For instance, our population that's on probation programs, what we really don't want to see is any individuals on probation reoffending. So what kind of community services can we develop that support people in their settings, in their backgrounds, in their areas or their neighborhoods? And this includes all the communities in Coconino. We're talking about Page, Williams, Flagstaff, and all parts in between. So we've applied for a grant to do statistical analysis, and for 2 purposes. One, to improve the diversion programs that we do have, and to do intervention strategies at what we call the zero intercept, which is before the first crime occurs, so that we can, in effect, shift our attention from criminal justice towards public health to the betterment of all our communities. So we've applied for this grant. We're building it out now, and we expect it to sustain more than 1 FTE. In fact, several FTEs, I suspect, in the health department, one in our office, to give us a recipe for success. In other words, so that we can define what the secret sauce is. And the last thing I would say is that this will be of great assistance to our CJCC, the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, because that's where our stakeholders and our partners are. This is not a project that the county attorney or the health department can do on its own. We need the stakeholders and the assistance of the CJCC. So this is to aid and benefit our partners, but most importantly, our communities, to improve public health, but improve public safety by improving public health. So I'll stop there. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. But again, Madam Chair, what we're looking for is authorization to sign a letter of support for our grant application.
Thank you, County Attorney Ring. And yes, I and I think the other board members received a copy of the letter that you're recommending. And I think it's a wonderful opportunity and consistent with what the board was trying to do with their emphasis for mental health and for the approach that we took on our ARPA funding. And I think this fits along very well with that, and also sitting on the CJCC board. I think it's absolutely part of what our philosophy of Coconino County is moving forward, and working on diversion strategies and diversion programs. And so this is a great opportunity for Coconino County. And speaking for myself, I think I want to thank you. I want to thank you very much for bringing this to our attention. And I certainly am in favor of doing what we can to further this proposal and hopefully being successful on obtaining this grant.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I could.
Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First and foremost, Bill, thank you. You worked hard to push for that money, and like most legislation, 3 times you're on a fast track, 3 years, but really pushing for it. And so it's basically following through on the desire to get this money out there so that this opportunity could be provided. And so and it's a legislative component, or as we handle usually during our items like that. So the ask is, are we willing to put our name, put the board behind it, and put our signature on that? And I think it makes sense. It's continuing with this effort for that. And there are 2 different ways to do it. Madam Chair, as signature for the board, as chair, writing and saying the we, so you're acknowledging that, and or we put all the board signatures on it. I think it can work either way for that, but if we could get this, it would be wonderful. Thanks, Madam Chair. Thanks, Bill.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair, I have to take advantage of the moment because it's just so funny. Bill and I keep getting misidentified out in public. And so when I was in Williams, a fisherman came by and started calling me Bill, and we kind of tease each other because sometimes he gets asked about public works stuff. But then I said, Bill, a text, hey, did it happen again, Bill? And then the day after, when I was out at the Arboretum, I had somebody from like Parks and Rec do the same thing. Did you know that Bill Ring and you have similar features there? And so I my twins out there, Madam Chair, we have to go ahead and sign this. Thanks, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, Bill, if you think that's defamation, you know what you need to do. So,
well, I always promise a constituent something that Matt can't deliver.
I guess paybacks. So, any other questions or comments from other members of the board?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Judy Begay.
Okay. I just want to thank Bill Ring and Kim Musselman and others that have worked on this resolution. I think we really need to start looking at prevention within this, to help others that have some type of that has this, would like to have these mental services, mental health services, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And it's very important because at this day and age, we are really faced with a lot of issues, that's ailing our community, some of our community members, and we have to think for them and help them in some way. So prevention is very important, intervention, All this is something that the board has always talked about. And I think we're all in agreement that, this will really need, we will have to work with other partnerships. And then also this will really help us to better allow the betterment of all our communities that we serve within Coconino County. So I am fully support of it, and that's what I'm trying to say. And then also, thank you so much again, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. Any other comments or questions?
Yeah, I'd like to say something. I'd just like to commend the team, both County Attorney Ring as well as everybody else on the team that have helped put together this programming for diversion, because it's so crucial to our community. Because if we don't get these programmings, we get a lot of recidivism and people ending up back in the system. And so this is crucial work, and definitely support the efforts that the team has been putting forward, and look forward to seeing programming put in once funding is received. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Any other comments?
Yes.
Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your work on this matter, County Attorney. You really had to, in a way, you put yourself out there, and you did a lot of education on this, and from the local all the way to the state. And we've, where we could, we've been helping out and trying to advocate for this particular item. And I just want to appreciate you continuing to move this forward. And I fully support signing the letter, and either we all sign it or the board chair signs it, either way. So I appreciate you bringing this to our attention again. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And I know this is not scheduled as an action item, but I think we've got certainly comments from the board, which would indicate authority for me to sign on behalf of the board's behalf is to move this forward. So.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, members of the supervisors. It's a wonderful collaboration if we can bring it to be. So let's continue to work hard to make it happen.
Absolutely. Again, thank you and the team for your leadership on this. It's very beneficial for Coconino County.
That's great.
Thanks.
Madam Chair, at this point in time, I don't have any other updates. So the board's opportunity at this point in time is to provide a roundtable discussion within your districts. And so back to you, Madam Chair.
All right, members of the board, we are now on item 49, and it is 11:35. We're going to take a lunch break, and we did not take a morning break. Hopefully that's okay for us to proceed. And at this point, I'm going to hold off. I will go last, but I'm going to ask Supervisor Vasquez to please provide any comments he would like to make as part of our roundtable.
Thank you. How did I know that was coming? Well, it's been a very busy couple weeks. I think I'm really thinking about roundtable. We haven't done roundtable since mid-August, and a lot of things have happened since then. So I tried to write down a couple to kind of give a kind of summary. I was able to participate with the 10-year celebration for the Boys and Girls Club of Flagstaff at the end of August, and that was pretty exciting. Used to work with the Boys and Girls Club of Flagstaff at Killup several years ago, so have a good, strong working relationship with Mark Cox, CEO of Boys and Girls Club, and was really pleased to see the efforts that have gone into to make that space at the Boys and Girls Club what it has become. So if you haven't checked out the new space, please go check it out. They have an awesome new teen center there. Then let's see, the big thing that I've been working on and attended multiple corridor meetings for different corridors for the flooding to talk to the community. Most of them have been at East Valley Baptist with the one for Government Tank online and possibly one more online. I don't remember. There's been so many of them, but I've attended 4 in-person corridor meetings, and we have one more, I believe, coming up, if I'm not mistaken. Trying to find the information. Yeah, so there's a virtual meeting on Wednesday, September 28th for the Campbell Paintbrush Corridor. So if you haven't attended one, I recommend that you attend. These are focused to the particular corridor, but they do give you an overall picture of the work that needs to be done. I'm heading to Washington, D.C. tonight to do some lobbying. Tomorrow will be a day talking to our congressional representatives about transportation needs, and in particular the improvements of the drainage improvements on Highway 180 and 89. And then on Thursday and Friday, I'll be attending different sessions with ECHO, which is an organization, Hispanics Enjoying Camping, Hiking, and the Outdoors. They put together a lobbying trip to help support the Grand Canyon Protection Act, working to permanently ban uranium mining in the Grand Canyon. So that's exciting. Let's see, last 2 weeks ago, had the opportunity to attend the Rural Transportation Advisory Committee's Rural Transportation Summit. And again, had the opportunity to talk to various different officials, both federal and statewide officials, about our highway improvements. It's a key component to our flood mitigation. And so I've been taking advantage of the different committees that I'm on around transportation to constantly voice our need for that support and trying to get those meetings with the folks that hopefully will get us that funding that we need. Let's see. As well, I had an opportunity to attend the City of Flagstaff Community Development Open House. That was really cool. If you haven't had an opportunity to check out some of those materials that are available by the City of Flagstaff, I highly recommend it. I also had the opportunity last week to speak at the NAU President's installation to talk about NAU and the influence that NAU has had on my life in particular. Considering that's what brought my family to Flagstaff, it's a special place for me and my family. I also had the opportunity to present on the Mayan calendar as part of Hispanic Heritage Month, and I believe that presentation should be available online somewhere. So I believe if you look on the website, the county website, you can find it, I hope. And then I also had an opportunity to present to the Flagstaff Leadership Program about the difference between when you work for an institution and sometimes your values don't align up completely with the institution, your personal values versus the institutional values. So I had the opportunity to speak a little bit about how I deal with those kind of situations and give some examples, and that was very interesting. Also been attending the Summit Fire Board meetings, keeping up abreast of what's going on with the Summit Fire, and also working with the community to make sure that they're being informed with some of the different decisions that are being made. I've also had the opportunity to went out to Girls Ranch Road with Chair Horseman and meeting with some folks with the Forest Service that had some concerns on the OHVs over at Cinder Lake and the Cinder Hills and some of the abuses that people using their motorcycles going places where they're not supposed to. And then yesterday I had the opportunity to take a tour of the area and see some of the damage and see the signage and the improvements in signage that will be needed for that area, some of which we spoke with the Forest Service. And now it's time for some follow-up. And then finally, I guess the other big one is I'm working on with NACOG to restore a mural that we did 18 years ago on the Ponderosa Head Start building. We're going to be restoring the one part of it in the spring and the fall, and then repainting a different part in the spring. And so that project's up and running. And so I was also part of the CJCC director interviews, looking at our criminal justice system and trying to find the director for that group, or as the coordinator to bring all the different agencies together. And so that was an interesting process. And I look forward to continuing to have a voice in that process. So that's my report. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair. And District 3, Supervisor Ryan.
I'm going to have to parrot Supervisor Vasquez. I knew it was coming. Okay. It is hard. We're all running so much. It's like a pause to just keep track, and I'm not going to do that. I'll keep it pretty quick. Just a quick summary. Bouncing around the communities, done a heck of a lot more, but than what I'm going to talk about. But stand down in Williams went really well. More and more vets are coming out. Good sign that we're, it takes a while as they're building momentum associated with it. Really great support from multiple agencies, including ourselves there. A thank you back to the board, to our various departments that participated in the stand down. Patriot Day parade, again, the resolution that we put forward, we were able to read it at each event, pause the parade to read the resolution, and a pretty decent turnout and an appreciation there from community, from vets, and very important. More recently, I've been in Belmont, I've been in Kachina Village for the introductory comments during the regional plan, just reminding folks out there it's going to be a couple-year process that we go through, but they're launching into the visioning component, which is one of the best ones. It's where you can dream and throw your ideas up on a map or whatever, so that it could capture where we are today and as we step into this process. One that we'll have to keep in mind, there will be an advisory committee associated with that, and we'll be needing to think about that as that comes as a next phase on that. The also out in Williams, presenting on current events with the county, where we are, what we're doing, what's going on with the impact of flood and our priorities. The whole mental health issue, how it's important, what we're doing with ARPA, how we're coordinating through the whole justice system, and an update on the jail tax renewal for folks to hear about, and have been repeating that in different communities as I've been going through. Last night, yesterday afternoon through coming back last night, I was down in Sedona. It actually was listening to the testimony on the housing study committee for the joint legislative committee that they put together. I have to, put a warning sign up there, and Todd, if you're still out there, if not, he's probably already aware. But there are some members on that board that last night there was a lot of testimony on short-term rentals, and I'm hearing it everywhere. It's just it's changed our residential zoning, and it's not really being accepted well. But they're not really listening to that. Some of these members, and some are contemplating even going further in limiting what zoning can do. And so we're going to be on a pretty heavy defensive associated with what our communities expect. They buy into a zoning, they expect to have that zoning. And yet our legislature, according to some of these folks, they want to go further with this. So just a warning shot out there on a lot of the testimony. I did go out with one of our ranchers, Becky Ross, to see the impacts of off-highway vehicles. They own a ranch and have permits associated with them adjacent from Rogers Lake all the way down into the Verde Valley. And they have different dairy operations down in Maricopa County. But the impact of off-highway vehicles, as Geronimo had been noting, is another big one that we all run into as we go out to our communities. It's not an easy solution. It's quite similar to, we're moving into a snowplay piece. I'm probably stealing some of your thunder, Madam Chair, but important that we work together with the broader group on how do we address these issues, what can we put forward, and how do we handle this huge surge of impact. Wonderful impact. A lot of people having a great time, but it's at a metro level, and we were a lot smaller than having the capacity to address it as a single organization, let alone regionally. So how do we wrestle with these? And then another piece associated with not as the County Supervisors Association, but as the assessors. I've been able to go down with Assessor Ruiz, with Armando on talking to the assessors, all of them that for each county throughout the state at ACO, to look at what they can do, their approach both from an administrative side, but also a potential legislative side, considering fairness and taxation and parity associated with that. And so they're kind of sidebar highlights. I thought it was going to be quick, and I'm thinking longer than I meant to. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. And next we'll hear from Supervisor District 4, Supervisor Begay.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone, colleagues, and for District 4, still a lot of road issues that we have. Nothing, really hardly anything has been really addressed out there in our communities within District 4, as far as bus routes, and also a lot of these routes are being used by the people that have to get to the hospital to work, and then to put kids on the bus and get going and other stuff. So, and it's still a big problem, and there's meetings that are being set up left and right with the transportation department, and as far as NDOT is concerned, and then also with the BIA. We have another one that's coming up here within my district. So they want more involvement from the county as far as how much more can they do, to help to upgrade and to help with the roads out in those areas, which is Loop, Tamani Lake, Third Springs area, and even coal mine area, and also Tonalea, and also Monkopi was has been flooded twice so far, and it's affected a lot of homes, and so they're trying to get back, and get back on the road as to where they were prior to the floods that have been happening. But there's just a lot of floods out there that we are faced also on the reservation. Not to mention the one that's happening here. That's about the same thing that's happening out in certain areas of the reservation, and we're glad that we get all the rain. We got all the rain. At least we have grass out there now, which is a blessing to all of us. But that's the main issue that I see right now. And I also what has each one of the chapters pretty much has some issues. Right now, there's an organization called the Net Power that's trying to undertake the uranium site over in Cameron, which is east of the bridge there in Cameron as you come into Flagstaff. And so they're pretty much talking about putting solar panels, and so that's a big heated discussion that's been happening. I attended one of their meetings again last night. And so and the boundary between coal mine and Cameron hasn't really been identified, or it's not concrete. So there's that territorial boundary issue that they have. And then, and so there's a lot of issues going on with each of the communities. Like I said, still a lot of people without internet. Kids cannot get their homework done because of internet. Some of them are back in school, some of them are because of floods and other things. They can't make it to class, and they're just missing out on class. The other thing that they're really talking about is that just recently there's talk about affordable housing in Flagstaff, and I think that really affects our Native Americans and others even within the community of Flagstaff. Where I know some students that are taking a full-time job, a part-time job, just to pay for their rent. and their studying time, they don't have enough time to even study anymore. And so really affects, there's a barrier there, to, on our students and, and it's overall, whoever's going to school, they're in the same boat. So they're asking the county, what can you guys do? But I told them what, where it lies and where it rests, and these are, but then, on the Navajo Nation side, they're questioning why the Navajo Nation has not bought anything like a camp, Gray Mountain. There's some apartments that are there, and they could, fix that, for people that work, and then have them housed there and open that restaurant for economic development. So there's a lot of talk about this and that, and I know some of the students had dropped out of school because they couldn't afford the rent, and so that really, when the students go to school, they get scholarships through their chapters, and they're not eligible for that anymore. And then also at the Navajo Nation level. So otherwise, club meetings are happening. As you know, I work with 5 chapters, and each one of those chapters, they have a club meeting, community planning that they do, and then there's chapter meetings. So we usually have 10 meetings right there each month, aside from all the meetings that we have here and people functions that we go to. So I'm really glad that I do have Linda Curley that's helping in that area. Sometimes it's a conflict, so that means that I have to cover those, and when I can make it, but otherwise I'm stuck with other issues here. So anyway, a lot of meetings left and right each and every month. It's like that, and they have it on weekends most of the time. So our weekends are pretty much shot. Also met with NAU Dr. Cora Evans. We had a Zoom meeting. We had long talk and some of the issues that we have, that has been shared, and how we could make things better, and just she's someone that I felt really comfortable in having come over and just, talk over the phone and Zoom call it was, and so she's got some real good ideas. So I was really happy to see her. And then also there's like the library meetings I've attended. A lot of that is that there's planning that's going on in the library department, and then also just like Mountain Lion too. So there's a lot of new things that are coming up, and a lot of new areas that they're looking at to improve also, like we always talk about. But there's a lot of issues around ARPA funds with the Navajo Nation and the ARPA funding. I was in a meeting in Twin Arrows the other day, and each of the 5 areas that is under my district, they're getting $80 million, and they have to divide that into 5 districts, 5 chapters. So with that, the plannings are going on, and a lot of it's kind of like road improvements and stuff like that. I did attend, I did talk to Eliza Teller and the Ordishi regarding the funds that are out there. There is a lot of funds out there that Navajo can use, but how do we partner? How do we step in as a county, to help them to devise something that can be presented to the Navajo Nation? And I think it's doable because we do have, with my understanding, there's a lot of funds out there for the bridges. And as you all know, I'm pretty sure that, as you go north of here, there's a turnoff at Wapaki. And that Wapaki Road, as you go along, there's a river that comes off of from Loop area or Black Falls and Grand Falls. Anyway, that road, there's the water that kind of comes down that way and to going north north. And so what's happening is that people have put concrete cement on the ground of the riverbed. And a lot of times, when it starts flooding, the road is all covered and they can't be going over that. So I know that's a big area. And one time I did mention another area that had cables that were sticking out of the road, and that even hasn't been touched by the Navajo Nation or the BIA. So there's laws that needs to get done, but and they're asking, where is the county? And I just have to tell them this where we're at, as far as the county's concerned, that we're really here just to really advocate for them. And then that's all I've been doing is advocating, on behalf of the communities that I'm serving. So there's a law that's going on within our reservation, and I just feel that, sometimes you feel helpless because, you don't have the authority, you don't have the money to help and things like that. So I also attended the CSA board meeting. I believe it was September 15th. And that was, a very good meeting that filled me in on that. So I'm not going to go there. And so I think that's the only thing. But again, just continue with everyday issues that come up and administrative things that need to happen. And so that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. And District 5, Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It has been busy, hasn't it?
That it has.
It's really nice to have things open back up. We can have in-person meetings again, and we're able to get out and about, and that is so important to our communities. What I've noticed is that we've been missed out there, and Zoom meetings just do not, that person-to-person meeting is just so refreshing to have. So anyway, we're continuing to, and I want to congratulate our sheriff with his agreement with CCC. CCC's always there to work with us. He started the training academy with CCC. I think that's a really great idea. And we also have our new sheriff, our deputy sheriff in Tuba City, which has really been a long time coming and is finally here. So I'm really happy that we do have a deputy sheriff here. We continue to work on the Arizona DES PUA. The PUA is, as you all, I've reported on this before, federal government, issuing or allocating dollars to the states for unemployment for people who are self-employed and others that don't fall within the regular state employment eligibility. Now people are still getting letters saying that they have committed fraud. So we saw these cases come into my office, and then met with Senator Teresa Hatatli, and now we're really working together on this issue with her and her team, and our congressional delegations, Congressman O'Halloran and Senator Kelly. So now we're going to be meeting with the President Nez, and trying to see if we might be able to have a town hall meeting, which we're working on scheduling right now. We have the Department of Labor involved from the Washington level now too. So there's a lot of questions around those letters and with the actions of DES. We're starting to put together our tax services, which we do every year. And we're going to, and want to thank Steve and his team for always working with us on that. It's a service that we provide for free taxes to our communities across the county and really across the northern Arizona. Anybody that walks in, we help them with their taxes. So we're starting to put that together. And then we have our Flagstaff Justice Court and Flagstaff Municipal Court that is scheduled for October 21st in Tuba City, and we hold this about on a quarterly basis. So that's what we're going to be sending that information out to let people know. And those that need to resolve their issues, they register with our office, and then we have it all set up where the judges come out and they're able to work with the individuals. We can continue to work on broadband across the 4 states: Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, and Colorado. And we haven't had a meeting lately because a lot of things need to happen behind the scene, but we are now about ready to have another meeting so that it can be a productive meeting. As you all know, Arizona broadband director Jeff Sabaki, I always have a hard time saying his name. He has gone on to, or he's moved on from his job. So look forward to seeing who will be the next director there. We continue to work with Navajo Nation broadband staff directly, and right-of-ways are still a big issue, and we're still trying to address that, which is something that is lengthy in all areas, I found out. And then we continue to work with our IT staff on broadband and Starlink, so we're moving forward with that. We're starting to schedule regional meetings again, and regional events like the Start Party, which will happen this Friday and Saturday over the Navajo Bridge at Marble Canyon. So we'll be doing that. So that's where we're at. We just had a meeting with the Navajo Nation BIA roads, and Navajo Nation roads wasn't able to make it because of flooding in the eastern Navajo, but we are now starting meetings so that we can work our way towards our renewal of our agreement with the BIA and Navajo Nation. We go through this process. When this renewal comes back up, we go through a series of process of meetings and trying to see if the roads that we're working on are the same roads that we should be working on. Are there others that need to be added, or where are our operators? There's a lot of details that go into it. So that's what we have just started those meetings. So I want to just thank all our staff for always working with us. Because all of these things that we're doing, all these events, just cannot do it without them. So we're continuing to work on economic development on various capacity and vocational education out in the on NGS site, and bringing together the Northern Arizona College Connection, reviving that, and then Tuba City revitalization project. So there's quite a bit that's on our table right now. So and we can always use your help, Madam Chair.
Wait, it sounds very busy. Everybody sounds like they're going bit crazily busy. So,
but it's all fun. It's always fun. That's the neat thing about it. You don't know what's coming in your door, and it's just a lot of fun addressing them. I really enjoy it. So thank you.
absolutely, it is wonderful to be able to serve our community. And boy, I tell you, listening to all of my colleagues, I know that that's in fact happening by every single one of you, and so appreciate what we all do and what you all have been doing for Coconino County. I'm gonna just do chair's report in District 1 just together, and as public can tell, and as we can all tell, it has been a very busy time, not just for us, but for our staff, and it's so important that we acknowledge that and thank our staff for their very, very good work in this very busy time. And much like Vice Chair, I've been working very diligently in the last couple of months, really addressing the whole flood mitigation needs. And as we all know from our last flood control district meeting, certainly the mitigation that needs to be done in our various communities far exceed the capacity of Coconino County. And so what we've been working on very diligently is with our wonderful partners there, our Congressman Tom O'Halloran and our Senators Mark Kelly and Kirsten Sinema, to get funding, whatever funding we can from the federal government to really assist us and in partnership with us to do the mitigation that needs to be done. And I think most of you know from our flood district meeting, but just to remind folks, due to the advocacy of our staff and from my colleagues here on the Board of Supervisors, there was a letter done by Congressman O'Halloran and our senators to the Senate Appropriation Committee, specifically for asking for flood relief monies for Coconino County, a 41.2 million to fund EWPP, Emergency Watershed Protection Program for Coconino County, an additional 34.4 million to do on-forest projects, flood mitigation projects. And this request was made as part of the appropriation budget for 2023. And if it will not be added to the appropriation budget, to do it as a piece of senators and congressmen to assist us in the work that needs to be done here in Coconino County for flood mitigation. And, you know, a twin sibling, if you will, to that is the need for us to continue on with forest restoration so that we don't continue on this vicious cycle of fires and floods and having to respond ongoing to these very, very expensive emergency response and due to the floods and to the fires. So we really need to look to forest restoration. And with that, we've also been working in partnership with the Forest Service. We have been meeting on a regular basis with both the Coconino and the Kaibab superintendents to discuss forest restoration projects, ongoing matters between Coconino County and Coconino and Kaibab. And we have also been meeting on a telephone basis and soon to be a personal meeting with Region 3 from the Forest Service to continue to talk about prioritizing our projects for forest restoration. And specifically, of course, it's like a broken record from us, prioritizing the west slopes of the San Francisco Peaks as an area for forest restoration and forest management. We're going to be having a follow-up meeting here in first part of October with Region 3, who's actually going to come and meet with us here in person. And I look forward to that. And I look forward to our continued meetings and partnerships with our supervisors from both the Coconino and Kaibab. And with that, we have a new interim supervisor from the Coconino and Leslie Yan. Some of you may know Leslie. She's originally worked here in the Coconino before she went to the Eno, and I may be mispronouncing that, National Forest as a forest supervisor there in the state of Washington, but she's back at least for 4 months, and hopefully they'll be considering her for a permanent position here. It's important that we get the right people in place and that they stay in place so that we can develop a real strategic strategy between Coconino County and the Forest Service. As you heard, we did meet with various individuals from Girls Ranch Road and Forest Service members about the reopening of the area there at Girls Ranch Road and some problems that they're having with the reopening of the forest in that area. And I think we had a very good discussion. I know it needs to be ongoing and continuing, but it was a very good discussion with the Forest Service on management and enforcement as they reopen the forests in those areas. And moving away a little bit to other matters, I was able to represent the Board of Supervisors in the Habitat for Humanity ribbon cutting of their last 4-bedroom home there in behind the skate park in the Sunnyside area. It was a beautiful home, a 4-bedroom home. Each of the kids got their own bedroom, and their little dog seemed very happy in their new home and their new digs, and it was very nice to be part of that. And also to discuss the new starter home concept by that Habitat for Humanity is going to these small homes or little homes, starter homes, to get people into home ownership. And great article in the paper today, by the way, if you hadn't seen it, very good article in the paper to read what Habitat is doing to assist us here in the city of Flag and also Coconino County on home affordability, a huge issue. It's going to be a huge issue for many, many years to come. I also was asked to present, and with the assistance of our wonderful staff, did present at the 16th Biennial Conference in Science and Management on the Colorado Plateau, and was able to discuss with an excellent group of scientists and managers about how Coconino County utilizes science in our decision-making, in our policies, also here in Coconino County, and really underscored how that applies to things such as forest restoration and, of course, flood mitigation. I was very pleased to be part of that group. As you may know, both Supervisor Ryan and myself will be working with the staff on snow play and looking at snow play options and alternatives, and to really discuss with our partners on snow play, both with ADOT, DPS, the City of Flagstaff, the Sheriff's Office, and others as we approach our winter season. So we're looking forward to continuing those discussions and continuing to look at options to really bring people up from the valley and from all over to enjoy our winter wonderland, but to do it safely and to do it in a manner that utilizes our resources in the best and highest use without interfering with neighborhoods and really causing problems on highways and with highway safety. So we'll continue that discussion. And of course, as was already pointed out by Supervisor Ryan, we're going to continue our discussions on short-term rentals, and as a board to look at a short-term rental ordinance that meets the state requirements and state law. It's limiting us on what we can do, but there are some options and there are some ways that we can proceed to do some management on our short-term rentals and help to protect the integrity of our neighborhood. So that's something that I know many of us on the board hold near and dear to our hearts, and we'll be working on that to present an ordinance back to the full board for consideration and review as we move forward on that. Got my newsletter out. That's always a big accomplishment. And I was able to get that out last week and keep the District 1 and folks informed on what's going on here in Coconino County. And as you can see, it's a lot. And also want to give a shout out and a congratulations to our NAU president. His investiture is going to be Friday. I'm unfortunately going to miss that. And I'm sure it's going to be a really grand event. And I hope the other board members are going to be able to go to that. And I'm really sorry to miss that, but certainly look forward to our continued work and collaboration with the NAU president. And also Judge Brent Harris. Congratulations to Judge Harris. And that's going to be an excellent also swearing in for him as our interim judge, and look forward to continuing to work with him here in Coconino County as we move forward and work with CJCC on many of the opportunities that we have within the criminal justice system. And let me see here. I know if there's anything else. I think it has been one busy couple months, and my calendar doesn't look less busy as we move forward. So Supervisor Ryan.
Yeah, and I apologize. And I should do this much in a better method, and I will on this side. But just to let everybody know, Tammy has gotten a new job with finance. She'll be ending working in supporting me as of September 30th, although a transition will be happening. Starting October 10th, Jennifer Hammond will be leaving the attorney's office and coming and joining me as my next district director. And Tammy and Jennifer have already started talking to each other and exchanging information. And for the sake of the office, for other assistants, for board members, haven't had a chance to catch up. We've been busy, and I'm doing this at last second in a roundtable, and should do it more appropriately, and I will, with each of them as they transition out and transition in on that. But you certainly need to be aware that we are making changes. And for anybody reaching out to contact our office, we're still here. But if there's a little bit of delay, be patient with us, and we'll work through it and try and help you out. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Absolutely, Supervisor Ryan. We want to thank Tammy for all the work that she did for all of us. We've been having District Director Russia, it's been moving. It's been playing in and out for a while, and Tammy has been a very big help for all of us, and we really want to thank her and wish her well as she moves forward here in Coconino County, and very glad she's going to continue as part of the Coconino County family. So
absolutely,
that update. Yeah. So we look forward to meeting your new district director. So thanks, Supervisor Ryan. And I'm losing my voice. So unless there's other comments, it's time for lunch, and I'm going to turn this over to the county manager.
I'm here. Sorry about that. So yes, we come back at 1:15. At that time, we'll have a presentation from staff on EPA grants available for a couple of projects here in Coconino County. That's at 1:15, 2:15, briefing from the Small Business Administration on the disaster loan program that was launched last week, which is very important for some of our residents. And then followed by 2:45, we're going to be having a discussion with Todd and Gregory again on the CSA Legislative Summit preparations for the proposals. And then finally, we are going to have a 3:45 about that time presentation discussion with Cynthia Namath and the Parks and Recreation staff on contract concessionaire issues. And so full meeting agenda for this afternoon. So 1:15 return time, madam.
Thank you, County Manager, and we'll see you all at 1:15.
Plus, the Democratic Party recognizes that this is good. This.
Melissa, are you there? Do you want to test your microphone?
Hi, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great, thanks.
It looks like we're just, we've got Dave Laney.
He's
So-
with me, actually.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Can I
Thank
go
you.
ahead and start sharing screen so I don't have to find it again? Would that be all right? Not yet. Okay, I'll wait.
Let's hold
Not
off just
quite
a
yet,
few
yeah.
minutes,
All right.
Melissa. It's the chair show for a bit.
Understood, thanks.
Chair Horseman, Sue Brown is going to provide the intro for the next topic.
Thanks, County Manager, and Sue will dial you up here in just a minute. All right, I see Judy, Supervisor Begay. I don't see anyone else from the board. I know that Supervisor Ryan is waiting for his computer, but he said he would appear by phone, so hopefully he'll be here in just a minute. And I don't see Supervisor Fowler or the Vice Chair.
Supervisor Fowler is on. She's joined now.
Oh, thank you. Good, good. All right.
Madam Chair, I am here.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. We have Supervisor Begay, Supervisor Fowler, and myself. We have a quorum. And I don't know if somebody can quickly text Supervisor Vice Chair and see if he's going to join us, and somebody ask him if Matt, if he can just call in while he's waiting for that computer.
I am texting Vice Chair right now.
Thank you.
He's here. Let me just promote him here.
Great.
Vice Chair Vasquez is here.
Very good. All right, well then we have the gang's all here. Like, sounds like the board is with us. We're back, and we've had our lunch break. And our next item of business is the presentation and discussion regarding an update on the United States Environmental Protection Agency, also known as EPA, grant opportunities. And this is the Route 66 Brownfield Site Revitalization Grant in the Coconino County Historic Jail Site. So I know that Melissa Shaw is going to be with us, but I'm going to turn this over to Sue Brown, our Deputy County Manager, to start us out.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it. We are here today to hear some really important information about a critical partnership that the county has in the region with the Route 66 Brownfield Group, which includes NACOG and other critical partners throughout the region, which administers a grant program for brownfield recovery. Melissa has been involved in this for several years, and we really appreciate her vision and her work on this. As part of this presentation, at some point, Melissa will turn it over to Facilities Management Director Tom Hanachek, and he will talk how work with this group and with the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality has turned into a wonderful project with our historic jail and our portions of our historic jail complex. So with that, Melissa, if you are ready to go, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair Horseman and supervisors. I am here with Dave Laney, who is with Stantec, and Stantec is the under contract with NACOG to administer the grant. And I do just want to mention, like Sue said, this will be a two-part presentation. Dave will speak first on the Brownfields, the Route 66 Brownfields Coalition Grant, and then Facilities Director Tom Hanchek will speak to the Historic County Jail. I just also would like to recognize Amanda Atchison and Elizabeth Richardson with the county. I don't see that they've joined us right now, but they've also been working with the coalition throughout this process. So with that, I'll go ahead and share screen, and then I will turn this over to Dave Laney to give you the presentation.
Madam Chair, Amanda has joined us as well, so.
Oh, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Did it share with you? No.
No, it has not yet.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Take your time. There you go.
Now is the presentation sharing? Not yet. Okay.
We have a picture of Raven on the
yes. Okay. There we go. Okay.
That's it. We got it now.
All right. Oops. So my name's Dave Laney, as Melissa said, and I am with Stantec as the consultant to NACOG for this grant. This is something that we call the Northern Arizona Property Revitalization Program, but you'll see that it is funded by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. Okay. The grant was awarded in June of 2019. It was fully funded October 1st of 2019. The coalition includes not only NACOG, but cities of Flagstaff, Winslow, town of Camp Verde, and Coconino and Yavapai counties. It's a 4-year grant. Typically, these are 3 years, but there's been a 1-year no-cost extension awarded recently. So the grant runs until September 2023. The nice thing about this grant is that it was 100% grant funded, so there were no matching funds required by any of the coalition members. The grant itself is $600,000 in value, and it's for properties that are impacted by petroleum and or hazardous substances. And one of the nice things about it is that the grant can be used both for publicly owned property and for privately owned property when eligible. And so, you know, the cities and the counties that have property have been using the grant, as well as private property owners. Another very important thing is that this is not an enforcement program. So even though US EPA is involved, once property owners get an assessment with this grant, there's not a knock on the door or a phone call or a letter in the mail that says they have to do anything else. It's entirely up to the property owner to take the information in the assessment and decide what they want to do with it. In general, the Northern Arizona Property Revitalization Program is an effort by NACOG and its coalition partners to identify, plan for, and provide funding and technical assistance to property owners who want to reuse, revitalize, or redevelop vacant, abandoned, blighted, underutilized, and sometimes contaminated property, with the goal being improvement of economic development, and to act as a catalyst for growth. These are the folks that are in the coalition that are representing the different coalition members. You can see that many of these individuals are pretty high up in their organization, which I think reflects the importance that all the coalition members assigned to this grant. What I'm going to do briefly is tell you what kind of properties this grant is typically used on, what the activities are that the grant will pay for, and then give you some specific information about what's been done so far with this grant on properties in northern Arizona, including some in Coconino County. So I mentioned that this is a brownfield grant. Brownfields are real property, the reuse, expansion, or redevelopment of which are complicated due to the presence or perceived presence of pollutants, contaminants, or hazardous substances. And the real key here is not the contamination, but the perceived presence or potential presence of contamination. That means that probably 70% of all the properties that get an assessment with this grant either don't have any contamination or have very low concentrations of contamination. What they do have in common is that they have uncertainty and a lot of undocumented history. And if you know developers and investors, you know that they hate that kind of thing. They really want to have a good idea of what the property's been used for historically and what kinds of costs might be involved if they take a used property and decide to redevelop it. So that's one of the main values of this grant. If you know brownfields, you're probably familiar with traditional facilities that are known as brownfields, like old gas stations, old dry cleaners, manufacturing facilities, auto repair facilities, things like that. But we also do a lot of work with this grant on old schools, sometimes old hospitals, churches, parking lots, closed strip malls, junkyards, and dump sites. There's really quite a variety of properties that get assessed with these types of grants. Obviously, if you have brownfields in your community, those properties are not going to be generating tax revenue. They're not going to be creating jobs. They don't attract investment or development, and they tend to diminish quality of life. On the other hand, EPA's information shows that if you develop a brownfield, for every $1 of grant money that is invested in a brownfield, on average, $23 of private investment is spent on that same property, and property values increase by 5 to 15%, not just on the brownfield itself, but as far away as 4 blocks in all directions from the brownfield. So let me spend just a minute telling you about what kinds of activities the grant can pay for. One of the first things that we always do is conduct a brownfield site inventory. And in 2020, within 6 months of this grant being funded, all the coalition members identified specific focus areas within their communities where they thought there might be brownfields. We looked at publicly available information that Arizona Department of Environmental Quality has, information that EPA has, all of it publicly available, to see where there may have been, say, underground storage tanks leaking and otherwise. Some of those facilities that I mentioned, like auto repair facilities, junkyards, landfills, what have you. And we also looked at county assessor records for those same properties and put together zoning, property size, land use, and ownership information to compile a list in the focus areas of potential brownfield sites. This is a total of 60 brownfield properties were identified in this inventory for the communities that are listed here. It actually was closer to 90 for Camp Verde, Coconino County, Cottonwood, Flagstaff, Prescott, and Sedona. This just shows you some of the types of properties that were identified in Prescott. I've got photos and information on properties in Coconino County as well. If anyone would like to see those or get more information, certainly can provide that. The second thing we do is community outreach and engagement. So NACOG has a website that provides information for all property owners about the grant, including what we call a site nomination form that I'll get to in a minute, which is what you need if you're going to enroll your property and get one of these assessments. There are also several success stories listed on the NACOG website about how these grant funds have been used elsewhere to improve economic development, create jobs, increase tax revenues. We also, as part of community outreach and engagement, formed a Brownfield Advisory Committee that meets 2 to 3 times a year. The Brownfield Advisory Committee helps the coalition decide which properties need to be funded for an assessment. And the Brownfield Advisory Committee consists of business owners, developers, real estate professionals, and longtime residents in each of the coalition communities. And the reason they're important is because if you think about it, if you have 2 properties, one is in the, say in a downtown area and one is 10 miles outside of town, and you have a limited amount of funding to do assessment and encourage redevelopment on those 2 properties, the 2 properties are not created equal in that, one is going to generate more jobs, more tax revenue, and help with future growth, much more so than the other. And that's where the Brownfield Advisory Committee comes in. They help the coalition by making some recommendations as to which properties should be prioritized for funding. We've also had several open houses. There were, but first there were a couple of public information meetings online, because if you notice, the money became available October of 2019, and within 6 months we had COVID. So in-person public meetings didn't happen for a while. That's why we had two online meetings in December 2020 and May 2021. But we also had live open house and public information meetings in Flagstaff and Prescott in September of 2021. And then there was a presentation to the NACOG Economic Development Council. There was a Facebook Live event in Prescott. And we just continued to try to get the word out there to all the coalition communities and the Chamber of Commerce's and city councils. In fact, after this, I'm going to talk to Flagstaff City Council about the grant, because that's a very important part of making this whole thing successful. Here's the site nomination form. The grant pays for us to develop this and put this out there. Property owners who want to use the grant fill out this 2-page form. Just ask for real basic information, the address of the site, the owner, what it's currently being used for, what they'd like to use the property for, and what their time frame is, which is really important if you're dealing with a bank or a developer or investor who has some serious time constraints. After the site nomination form has been submitted, then a form is filled out and sent to either EPA or ADEQ for approval. EPA reviews any sites that have hazardous substances like asbestos or lead-based paint. So all the old buildings that get nominated for an assessment are sent to EPA for review and approval. Arizona Department of Environmental Quality looks at all the petroleum sites, all the old gas stations and auto repair facilities. And basically what they're looking for is whether or not the current property owner may have contributed to any potential contamination that's on the site. For that reason, you won't see any of the major oil companies nominating their gas stations for an assessment with this grant, but you will see, say, a mom and pop business who perhaps have bought an old gas station, want to turn it into a coffee shop or a gift shop or something like that, because they absolutely are eligible to use this grant to help with that. Once we get EPA approval or approval from the state, we will do one of these three things. We'll either do a phase 1 environmental site assessment, which is look at the history of the property, interview the current property owner, look at all the historical aerial photographs and the Sanborn fire insurance maps. And what we're looking for is whether there's a recognized environmental condition, which means a release of either petroleum or hazardous substance to the environment. That normally takes about a month and costs between $3,000 and $5,000. If we find there is a recognized environmental condition, then we can do a phase 2 environmental site assessment where we collect samples and send them to the lab. The cost for something like that can be $10,000, $15,000 all the way up to $50,000, $80,000, or even $100,000. The nice thing about both the phase 1 and the phase 2 environmental site assessment is that if a property owner qualifies for this grant program, the cost to them to get either or both of those assessments is zero. It's 100% paid for by the grant. Then the third thing that we do is a hazardous building materials survey or a regulated building materials survey, where we go into a building, collect samples, and have it analyzed for asbestos and lead-based paint. And those can be pretty pricey as well, depending on the size of the building. But again, if the property owner qualifies, they pay nothing for that survey. Just to spend a minute talking about how successful this program's been so far. It's been running for about 2.5 years now. And there have been numerous properties that have been nominated, approved, and assessed with the grant. This just shows you some of the diversity of the properties that we're talking about. Everything from construction yards that construction companies want to sell, to old restaurants, old gas stations, and facilities that maybe have been used for a variety of different things over the years. Here's another set of properties that have been assessed with the grant. A Head Start school in Winslow, the Sunshine Rescue Mission here in Flagstaff, a mission in Cottonwood. The list goes on and on. Here's some other properties that have been assessed with this grant, including a high school, the City Hall in Prescott, a museum in Clarkdale, and so forth. To date, about 65% of the grant money has been spent. There have been a number of phase 1, phase 2 environmental site assessments and regulated building materials surveys completed. Every single coalition member has benefited from the grant, some a bit more than others, but the idea is that we've spread it out as much as we can, and everybody had a brownfield inventory, so everybody knows what the properties look like in their own community. Right now, I think there are a total of This is 20 properties that have been assessed. There's 21 actually that have been assessed to date. And we've met or exceeded about 90% of all the goals that were set before the grant was awarded, including having 7 inventories completed, having 6 public meetings, and 6 separate Brownfield Advisory Committee meetings, having a number of these properties that were redeveloped and are now being reused. In fact, more than 50% of them, by the latest count, have been reused, redeveloped, or in some cases sold. And the last thing, which is really important, is that this grant has been able to bring in funding from other sources. So think of this grant as just seed money for funding from private investors, funding from other public agencies and organizations other than EPA, because that's really one of the true values of the grant at the end of the day. Here's an example of a property that was in escrow at the time. The property owner, it's in Prescott, contacted us, needed an assessment. This woman lived in California. She was actually a real estate professional and realized that she had no idea whether there was any petroleum or hazardous substances on this property. We got her a phase 1 and a regulated building material survey in less than a month. And she saved her about $7,500, and she was able to close on time. Here's a property that's in Coconino County. It's a former pick and run gas station. It was actually closed by Arizona Department of Environmental Quality shortly after the gas station shut down. So ADQ went in and removed the tanks and said, there's nothing that needs to be cleaned up other than what we've already done. And they gave the owner some information and left the site. The only problem was that was 10 years ago, and the owner currently wants to sell it or redevelop it, and he's got no recent documentation of what's in the ground. And ADQ, as good as they are, they don't always tell you what they leave behind. They tell you what they take out more often than not. And they didn't do any testing on the building to see if there's asbestos or lead-based paint. So this property owner used the grant and got $38,000 worth of assessment on this property. And now he has something he can take to the bank to get a loan to redevelop the property, or he can sell the property because he's got a document that's dated 2020 or 2021, I think it was. And here's the last success story I want to talk about. That's right in downtown Flagstaff. There's a 4-acre property in downtown Flagstaff. 90 years ago, the railroad and a public utility that burned sawdust to create electricity dug a big creosote pit, a big pit. They fill it with creosote, and they use that to treat, railroad ties, and wooden electric utility poles. The problem was they put it right next to the Rio de Flag. So for years now, 1,500 properties have had to buy flood insurance because City of Flagstaff has been unable to channelize the Rio de Flag or do anything with this property. In 2010, the city was able to use some EPA brownfield grant funding to remove the creosote pit. And then just last year, they used some money from the most recent Brownfield Coalition grant that NACOG has to do a phase 1 on this. And because of that, they're now going to be able to get $152 million worth of funding from the federal government to put up a new bus center. It's going to be a multi-use facility, so there'll be, housing on the top, probably, and businesses on the bottom. Plus it'll be a terminal for buses to come in. And the city of Flagstaff is now working with Army Corps of Engineers to channelize the Rio de Flag. And in theory, no one will have to buy flood insurance in downtown Flagstaff ever again once they get that done. So, you know, they spent $155,000 of a grant, just like the one NACOG has, and they got $155 million from the federal government in return. So that shows you the value of leveraging that you can do with this grant. The last thing I want to mention is that these grants, as good as they are and as good as we are at doing inventories and identifying brownfield properties, never happen in a vacuum. We ask that everybody who hears about the grant talk to people that they know who might have property, or if they've got property that they think could use the grant, they think about perhaps filling out a site nomination form and getting an assessment, because we have found that it does take business owners, lenders, realtors, longtime residents, you know, members of community organizations like Chamber of Commerce and folks like that. It takes everyone to actually make these successful. About 2/3 of all the properties that get assessed with one of these grants don't come from our inventory. They come from word of mouth. So I would ask that if you all know of any properties or property owners that could use this, you talk to them about it, because you know, brownfields affect where we all live, work, and play, and you know, restoring them helps to protect the environment, protect public health, and at the same time, it provides a good return on investment and increased property values, increase tax revenue, and a way to create new jobs, all of which is very important in these communities. So, thank you all for your time. Do you have any questions for me before we move on to the county jail presentation?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Very informative. Well, there's a big echo. I think we're okay now. Thank you. It's very informative, and I appreciate the information. And questions from members of the board on this?
If I may, just one real quick one.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I should know, but I don't. What's the status of funding for brownfields at the federal level right now?
Great question. With the Brownfield or the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act, there are historically high levels of funding for the brownfield program at EPA. I believe that the level of funding now is 4 to 6 times greater than it's ever been, and that will happen. That will continue for the next 3 to 5 years. So any communities, any governments, any nonprofits, any tribes that need brownfield grant funding, now is a great time to get it, because there are more grants than there've ever been before, and they're at higher levels than they've ever been before.
And that's, yeah, because if anything, that had inhibited the process in the past. So that's now's the time. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes, and right now is you know, we're right in the middle of a grant cycle that's just open for fiscal year 23 grants. You know, those applications are due, I think, November 22nd of this year. So now's a good time to apply if anybody needs those kinds of funds.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? It looks like, please proceed. Let us know about the old jail.
Melissa, could you take down the presentation for us, please?
Yes, I will do that right now.
Thank you.
Well, good. That
So
was,
I'm gonna, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say that was a perfect segue. So Supervisor Ryan's question about EPA grants and hence my quick update this afternoon on the historic jail. So thank you very much for allowing me 5 to 10 minutes. I always go on err on the side of caution, but I end up talking for 15 to 20. So bear with me. Melissa does have a couple of photos here. She's going to show up to show everybody with the old jail. We did not put together a very robust presentation on this because it's going to be a brief update. As Dave mentioned, there's a lot of opportunities out there for brownfield assessments, and luckily we were able to actually complete one of the what I'm going to refer to as the historic jail and the old jail. So we're going to refer to them as two separate facilities, even though they're joined. And these are right across the street from your offices. Most of you look out there every day and probably have visions of what it could be over there. So these are the initial stages that started way back in 1998 with some assessments, with some underground storage work, all the way up to phase 1 environmental back in 2017. So prior to this coalition grant funding becoming available. Long story short, and fast forward to about 9 months ago, we had completed our phase 2 environmental for that entire facility. So the historic jail and the old jail. And that was actually done in partnership with ADQ and Region 9 of the EPA. So ADQ acted as the applicant for that due to the nature of the relationship with us being the building owner since back in the 1800s. There's some stipulations that made us ineligible for a couple of reasons. But through creativity, we were able to secure funding to pay for that assessment. Not going to go into too much detail because it's about a 200-page report, but ultimately, as expected, there was a fair amount of lead-based paint. And Melissa, can you go to the next slide? I'll just show you a couple of shots of the interior of the building. So we found. What's that, Melissa?
Did you see this, the pictures? Did they show up?
No, it's still on the introductory screen there.
Okay, let me go to the next one. There we go.
There you go.
Perfect. So here's a couple shots of the inside of the jail. That one on the right is actually the old rec yard, and that interestingly enough has nothing to do with this conversation. But that roof used to open and close to allow some natural light and natural air into that place. And if you get up on the third floor of admin, I believe you could see it. So go up and visit Siri and look out her window, and you can see that giant dome. But as expected, a large amount of lead-based paint, a large amount of asbestos-containing materials were found on the site, in addition to mold spores. Again, this is an unoccupied building, so it poses no hazards to any of our county employees or the public. And there is 3 recommendations by the subcontractor for the grant that was doing the assessment. One of them was no action. The other one was full abatement, which means removal and proper disposal. And then the third option was encapsulation. Ultimately, the decision that we're making moving forward due to the availability of grant funding is option 2, is full abatement. And I'll get into a little bit more of the process of the grant portion, specifically with the EPA, but I want to make mention that as we look at this facility, we don't have a clear idea as an organization exactly what we're going to do with it. That is something that hopefully the facilities master plan update is going to help us identify and be able to make a decision as an organization what our next steps are. Regardless of what we do, this cleanup process has to happen. With the availability of federal funding, as Dave just mentioned, the EPA MARC grants, which allows for brownfield cleanup, just opened a couple weeks ago and is due, as he mentioned, mid to end of November. So we assembled an internal team in the organization that includes Melissa, what I call getting the band back together, the people that help with the coalition, that helped with this original assessment. So Melissa Shaw, who's on this call. We have Elizabeth Richardson, who's already been named. Amanda Atchison, who's tuned in here. And we have a new member who's very well versed in not only writing grants, but also writing these specific grants. So Chris Newell, who Chair Horseman knows well, and every other board member knows, is nice enough to provide assistance in actually writing this grant. And about an hour and a half before this meeting, I actually got a phone call from Section 9, EPA Section 9, Jose Garcia, confirming our eligibility to apply for these brownfield cleanup grants in this grant cycle through the EPA. I'd also like to give a shout out to Travis Barnum from ADEQ. He has been invaluable in helping us navigate this. Been an amazing partner. It's fantastic every day just to get to work with people that are so excited about brownfield cleanups and have the best interests of either whether it's private property or government property. They just want to clean up brownfields and make these sites usable again and safe for people to occupy. So with that, I just kind of wanted to give everybody a brief update. Definitely available for questions. We have a couple more pictures there, Melissa. You can see some of the old cells. It's an interesting place, for sure. There's a lot of work that has to happen there. Initial estimates during the assessment came in just over $415,000. We believe that might be slightly low, so we currently are working with ADQ to have additional contractors come up and provide current estimates that will allow us to fine tune our numbers as we move forward with applying for the grant. So we're looking to save the organization a fair amount of money and leverage federal funding for these cleanup activities. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. And yeah, thanks for Chris Newell too. So that's good news to hear she's over there working on hopefully getting us some money to move forward on this project. And which is my question. I know that, have you applied for the grant? When we know whether we have, whether we're in consideration for the grant, what does the timeline look like?
Yeah, so the grant is due, I believe Dave mentioned November 22nd. They typically award them in the spring, according to ADEQ. So we should have some more information about that. And then the money is available October 1. So if we are awarded a grant, obviously we'll be back to the board to accept it. But October 1, we'd be able to start the work because the funding would be available for us to use. And the timing on this is great. And another thing that I didn't mention, that if we're unsuccessful with the EPA grant, we could fall back to the ADEQ grant. Unfortunately, with those are capped at $250,000. So it might be a multiple phase approach, or we take county funds to help subsidize the delta.
All right, so it sounds like, from what I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, is that it appears that for the, this is a best opportunity in a long time for monies available for these kinds of grants. And that we happen to have a project that fits right in line with what these grants can do and for our jail, which is fabulous. And it would be a complete abatement is what you're talking about, correct?
That is the direction, that is our recommendation. That's how we're going to move forward. It's the best solution for the site.
When it says complete abatement, can you explain what that means?
I was going to say define that, Madam Chair, because I have different ideas of what I think of abatement there.
I was leading the witness, Supervisor Ryan.
Well, sorry to take the bait. The complete abatement is removal of all lead-based paint and all asbestos-containing materials. Obviously, mold is another. Okay. You completely remove it, but we need to make sure that the building's sealed back up so it doesn't grow again. So there's a couple different things at play here. So complete abatement is not removal of the building, it's removal of those materials.
Will it be structures, like, for example, if there's a wall, will there be that?
So yeah, not to get too deep into the report, but a lot of it's finishes that they're seeing. So like the asbestos in tile, or it's in the mastic of where carpet used to be, some pipe insulation. Most of the lead-based paint is on the walls. The only area that we may have further discussion, and I don't have a ton of details on this right now, is there's some portions of the roofing system that actually have asbestos in it. So what that dictates is if that's removed, is there a replacement of the roof to then seal it back up, or what does it look for the interim? And again, those are a lot of the details that are going to come out once we dig a little bit deeper and have conversations with the contractor that ADQ has up here right now.
Thanks, Tom. Regardless, obviously we need to do the abatement on this.
Yeah.
Well, it really saves quite a bit of money for any future use for the building. So this is exciting news. Thank you. So any other questions or comments, Supervisor Ryan?
Thanks, Madam Chair. So my perception will be this is an incremental abatement where we remove the hazardous substances. But my definition of abatement would be, that it's time for that building to, be removed in the appropriate way. So my question actually is in terms of, but we have the NACOG application process that Mark was going through associated with it. What is the timing? And he may have answered this. I was trying to get my computer to work and all. So I didn't get, and I know I have part of it in the report, but the detail associated with that. Are we in a competitive component related to that? What's the timing and a little bit more detail?
Is this specific to the coalition, Supervisor Ryan?
The NACOG application process associated with the evaluation and recommendations of brownfield grants.
Yeah, and I'll kick that over to Dave on that.
Dave, I called Dave Mark. Sorry, Dave.
Yes, can you hear me?
Of course, you're labeled as Militia Shaw here on our screen.
Yeah,
So
okay, no worries. NACOG has to spend down 70% of the existing coalition grant before they can apply for another grant. And they're just short of that. So they're not going to be applying this grant cycle. I think they are seriously considering applying for a new next grant cycle. So a year from now.
So are we on two different cycles? Or are we on an EPA application? Again, this is, I came in late on, I apologize.
Yeah, go ahead.
And if I may, Supervisor Ryan, just to help clarify that these are two different grant pots of money, basically.
Right. Okay.
So the
Yeah.
coalition is looking for one, and then the competitive grant for the remediation is a different pot of money through EPA, but it is that competitive grant that Tom is looking at for the
Okay, and then the recommendation is go for this first, and if not, fall back on coalition. So as far as EPA, what's the time? You mentioned the date, the process, and you probably told us the match, which when you were given the figures, they didn't stay. So
yeah, absolutely. So due date is mid to end of November. We believe it's the 22nd. We need to verify that. They usually announce the awards in the spring, and then monies are available October 1. So that'd be 2023 if we were successful. From my conversations with Travis at ADQ, there is no match required for this. It's 100% covered by grant funding, just like the assessment was through the ADQ applied for us for the courthouse assessment through the EPA. So there is no county match on this.
okay, and then it's not a two-stage. It's application, see if you get awarded, and then the award on there. Okay, I see nodding heads.
In theory, yeah.
In theory, okay. Just like that. All right, 200 pages, etc.
First time with this big grant, so it'll take a little learning probably on this one.
And to be completely frank, the application window is very short.
We got to do it.
Yeah. So again, thanks to HHS for allowing Chris Newell to help out with this, because she's a pro grant writer and a lot of experience specifically with these types of brownfield grants too. So it's kind of the perfect team. It's a dream team.
I love it when the dream team's involved. So, and yes, thank Chris and everybody from HHS. But is there anything we can do? Because this sounds like a must. We must apply for this, and we need to go forward for this. It's a great opportunity. So let us know if we can do anything further. So, any other questions, Vice Chair Vasquez?
Yes, thank you. First off, thanks for the presentation. I appreciate seeing inside the jail because I've never actually done a tour on the inside, so that's kind of cool. And I was curious with the cleanup of the jail on the inside. Was it restitution? Was it called, or what was it called? Abatement. Abatement.
Yeah.
If you start October 23, how long will it take before the building is treated or done, or is that demolishing the building as well? Like, what's the plan there? And I'm sorry, I'm just curious. I don't know if I missed it in the conversation.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Supervisor Vasquez. At this point, I don't know what the timeline is specifically for the abatement. And again, during our facility master plan discussions with the Board of Supervisors, we're going to get into a lot of the details of the future of that site. So we have a couple things at play and not a lot of details at this point.
Yeah. And as I understand it, even if eventually we decide to demolish that building, the bottom line is the abatement is necessary anyway. So again, what this does is it saves us, boy, almost $500,000 on the abatement on it. So again, thank you for going forward with this. Any other questions, comments?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, about the Brownfield grant, is it, do you have, your programs are already secure, and do you have others that could be added on? Or you said that this is like the first grant, and how's the coalition approaching that? Because I'm looking around in my district, thinking that there may be areas of interest out there. And then how is it worded also? I'm just wondering how the word, what the grant or what regions it's for. Because you say Coconino County, but sometimes it's not all of Coconino County.
Melissa? Chair Horseman, yes, we can jump in here and answer that question. So the grant would apply to all of Coconino County, to eligible properties. So this would be for the coalition grant that can conduct the phase 1 or phase 2 environmental assessments. And we have been in touch with some properties up in Tuba City, and we do understand that Navajo Nation sites would be eligible to apply under the NACOG coalition grant that we currently have in place.
Okay, and then I was I was texting or text Jay, and I don't think he's in. But anyway, I was looking at maybe the Gray Mountain property also. So I don't know if you're Melissa. I think you're pretty familiar with that area. But I'm just, maybe we can talk offline, and just wondering how, because I hadn't heard about this. So this is really good. If there's anything that we can do as a board, I think that'd be really great. I'm just looking around in my district and even in the Fredonia area. So if there's any opportunity, I would like to know how. And then on the jail, really happy that we're back to the jail again. And that's been Sue, that's been your
My legacy, Madam Supervisor.
So I'm glad that maybe this time around we'll be able to do something with it and get it cleaned up and turn it into I don't know what it would be turning into. All kinds of conversation has happened. So I'm really happy we're back there again. But I'm really interested in what you're all doing. This environmental cleanup is so important. They're so expensive, and because of the situation, the property being contaminated in some way, you can't move forward at all. It just sits there. So I really appreciate everything that you're all doing. I appreciate the coalition. Tom, you and your crew just really staying focused. So thank you so much. Thanks, Melissa. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Yes. Excellent points, Supervisor Fowler. Any other comments or questions? Otherwise, obviously, proceed away. I think this is excellent, and we look forward to good news. We hope to hear from you by November 22nd and hear that it's been awarded. And so thank you so much for the information and also for the Brownfield Recovery Grant. So appreciate it very much.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Supervisor Begay, I apologize.
and you're cutting me off? Okay.
I didn't mean to. That's why I apologize. You're welcome, please.
I know. You start talking and at the same time I hit the button. But I just want to say I really so wholeheartedly approve of this grant and whatever is happening with the whole presentation that was done. You know, it sounds something that we could use, and all I ask is that, you know, we are, you know, focusing on the whole county overall, just like my other colleague is saying. And yeah, we want things out in various parts of the county, and we just want to make sure that, you know, it does cover those areas as well. And my other question was, I'm not sure if the chapters have to go through, how is there a partnership going with the Navajo Nation or the Hopi tribe or anything like that, where they're involved in the process, or are they aware of it? Or, you know, I'm just kind of wondering, or are we just going to be covering them? Or do we have them, you know, do a grant on their own? So that's the only question I had. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Melissa?
Thank you. So I do understand that I believe the Navajo Nation does have a separate grant. However, they would also, for the lands that are within Coconino County, areas on the nation would also be eligible for the Route 66 Brownfields Coalition grant. So it would cover properties on either the Navajo Nation or the Hopi lands as well. And the nomination form is fairly simple and straightforward, and we're more than happy to help anyone walk through that and get that property nominated. Yes. So please contact either me or Amanda or Elizabeth, and we can get that going for you.
Melissa, it may be beneficial, just send out the forms to the various supervisors so we have them, and then we appreciate your offer if there's questions to give you a call. So
absolutely, and we'll send the link to the NACOG website because it's an online form. It's pretty straightforward.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
Madam Chair, just if I may, you know, just to help others out, you know, I've worked together. A lot of times it's just putting the property in contact with our staff and or NACOG, and they go ahead. So it's not really a Board of Supervisors procedure so much as working through that. And if you know of properties, you connect the two, and then they can see if they qualify, put their application in, et cetera. And that's how they work together, coordinating. Our staff helps, but it's, you know, it is an ACOG process that the property owner will be working with those staff members. So just to help, I mean, I've been through it a couple of times with different properties just to help people understand that a little bit. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Yeah, good point, Supervisor Ryan.
Yeah, if I may, Madam Chair.
Sure.
Yeah, when we talk about Navajo Nation, I know they have their own EPA. They've taken that over. So I know that we have to always be conscientious of that and know what their process is too. So, but thank you, Melissa, for everything that you're doing and representing us on the coalition. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Thanks for the information and the input from my colleagues. I think we're ready to move forward at this point. I think that was informational only, and it doesn't look like there's an action item associated with that. So with that, we are moving forward to number 51. And this is a briefing of the Small Business Administration, SBA, Disaster Support Program. And I think Louise Porter is with us. Is that correct?
That is, Madam Chair, I'll just provide a couple comments.
Yes, yes, County Manager.
So very quickly, we are exactly on time. So excellent work. So, but again, the information that we will be receiving is coming through us from the staff work with emergency management. They've been working closely with DEMA to address one of the bigger issues related to post-fire flooding, and that is the debris flow that has occurred throughout the communities. And so I think when we drive through the neighborhoods and we look at the impacts of it, you'll see, of course, a lot of material, boulders, debris that has been, really impacting the citizens greatly. And I think, many citizens, residents look at that and they say, how do I even begin? What can I even do? Because the costs to even address that are huge. And so with that, with emergency management, the flood control district, and I think an important example of another federal partnership that we have with SBA through DEMA is going to be provided to you today. But I just want to make an observation that, looking at the item we just had with EPA through NACOG and the state, and then of course the same type of a partnership, our federal agency partnerships are incredibly important. And so the programs that are there are here, of course, to provide support to the residents, but to credit to the staff for helping us make that connection. And so I'm going to, with that introduction, with your permission, Chair, I'll turn it over to Wes Deason, our Emergency Management Director.
Very good. Thank you. And good afternoon, Wes. Good to see you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. How are you? Good to see you as well. Vice Chair, board members, thank you for your time. My comments will be pretty brief. Really, the meat and the important stuff will come from Louise Porter. She's an SBA public affairs official that's here on the ground with us in Flagstaff, and I'll introduce her shortly. So really, as all of you know, in the wake of all of the experiences we've had this summer through the fires and the flood season, we've looked at every option we could find to find assistance for our citizens, reimbursement for the county expenses, the whole gamut, right? Unfortunately, fortunately, in one regard, we did not qualify for a federal disaster declaration, the Stafford Declaration, which would not allow us to qualify for the FEMA Individual Assistance Program. The thresholds are just too high there. We looked to the SBA, the Small Business Administration, and again, that's deceiving. They do loans for homeowners, obviously, as well as businesses. And we made the ask through DEMA. Our touch point there is through DEMA to their region office. They were very responsive. They sent out a team of assessment staff that came out. We took them through windshield tours over a couple of days. And unfortunately, right off the bat, we were at first denied the declaration. And we won't go into the details on that now, but we had some further conversations through DEMA and through the region office and through the DC office for SBA. And they were very gracious and they came back out. They sent their assessors back out a second time. We went through the assessment process a second time and they very rapidly qualified us after that second assessment. So I want to shout out to the SBA. They were awesome in that respect. They were really willing to take a look at it. Once we received notice from them that that was in fact the case, we worked directly with DEMA to author a letter. This is just process so you understand. We authored a letter that went to the governor for his review and signature. And then the governor forwards that letter to the SBA administrator for consideration and potential issuing of an SBA declaration, which is exactly what happened. The governor received his letter from us and from DEMA. He reviewed that and he forwarded that to the SBA on September 15th. The SBA moves very quickly. We had and that was, I believe, a Friday, if I'm not mistaken. We very quickly had a response for them the following Monday. And the administrator signed the declaration on the 19th, so we were up and running. And again, they moved very quickly. They dispatched staff that Monday, that same day. They dispatched staff, one from California, one from Hawaii. And I'm sorry, I apologize, I don't know where Louise is from, but she can tell us later. But they dispatched staff from around the country to come in, be on the ground here. They are set up right next to the emergency management offices here in Flagstaff at the King Street location to assist citizens in the application qualification process. So they were here, open, ready to go on September 20th, a day later. Really pretty impressive from governor's letter on the 15th to open and operational on the 20th. Now, one thing that's really important to understand too about this is that the declaration, once obtained for Coconino County, also applies to all contiguous counties. That includes our counties, our neighboring counties in Colorado and Utah. And it also includes all nation lands within those counties. Really important because it opened up a lot more possibilities for a lot more citizens. We have had a fairly significant number of requests from Mojave County. I think I heard 12 yesterday. I'm not sure if that number has changed today. And then we have had some requests from Yavapai County. And those stats are actually a day old. They're working today, so I have not seen the statistics from today. Point being, we have opened up an opportunity for 6 counties and significant amount of nation lands that can take advantage of this. We do currently have several applications in process. We have several that have been submitted and a number that have been approved. Now, when I say approved, and Louise will talk about this, I'm sure a little bit, that does not mean that the homeowners have said they're going to take that loan. They've been approved. It's now for them to decide, is this something I want to do? Do I want to do the mitigation part where I can perhaps build a decorative protective flood wall or something like that with some engineering support? So we have applications. We have approved applications. I'm not sure where we're at yet with actual projects on the ground. I think that will take a little bit more time. I can tell you that last night I was out until quite late in the evening over off of Switchback and Heppel, and I was handing out paperwork to those individual citizens. We've all been there. They had very high impacts in that neighborhood off of the government tank flows. And there was a great deal of interest. There was a great deal of interest in the program. And I feel very confident a number of those residents will be coming in to ask questions. One of the, I won't say unique, but one of the big challenges they have is Switchback is a private road, and all those residents share that road for responsibility. So that's another big cash dish out that they're trying to figure out. So I think they were very interested in it. They're also looking to figure out how to do mitigation. And I've heard it, as I'm sure you all have many, many times. Do I sell? Or how do I protect my house because I want to stay here? Well, mitigation is a potential avenue to help them protect their house so they can stay. Selling their houses in these current conditions would be catastrophic, I think, in most cases. So I think they're very interested in the option. I know some of them will be coming in and may have come in today to find out some questions. So, Madam Chair, Vice Chair Vasquez, that's all I have for you directly. If you have any questions for me.
Thank you, Wes. We probably will hear when we're through, but at this point, it'd probably be good to hear from Louise Porter. And thank you for coming to Flagstaff and to Coconino County. And thank you for being here to provide information and help our residents. And Wes, as always, we appreciate everything you do for our residents here as well. So Louise, we look forward to hearing from you.
Well, thank you very much. And it's absolutely a pleasure to come here to your county. Your community has been so engaged, and as Wes was mentioning, we got here right away. I flew in from Buffalo, New York, and on the 20th, I was able to attend the council meeting and make some public comments. So we were able to get the ball rolling very, very quickly here in your community. But just to give you a brief overview of the program, and I have emailed all of the supervisors. So if you have any questions for me, you have my contact information, please feel free to reach out, because that is what I'm here for. But we want to let you know that, as Wes mentioned, the U.S. Small Business Administration, during declared disasters such as this one, does provide low interest rate loans for homeowners and renters, as well as most businesses, or businesses of all sizes, and most private nonprofits. And the most important thing to remember is the deadline for physical damage is November 18th. And I've mentioned a couple times that's a pretty hard deadline. We do have a process to request a late application, but I do not encourage anyone to do that. I encourage anyone that thinks that they may be benefited by this program, or that they've had damage, to investigate this program and see what it can do for them. The rates can be as low as 1.688. And on the fact sheet that I've sent to everybody, there is a chart that talks about the two different interest rates. It's not a slide. It's they call it credit available elsewhere and no credit available elsewhere. And that is a calculation that's done at the time of processing that takes into consideration not only an applicant's complete financial situation, but also their damages. So once a loss verification team member is able to connect with the applicant, it's their responsibility to determine how much of a loan someone could be eligible for based on their damages. Now, the agency knows that this is an estimate, because sometimes when people are going through the rebuilding process, things cost more than they anticipated, or sometimes people just need an increase. So people have up to 2 years on an approved loan to make a request for an increase. And if somebody's approved, they are not required to accept it. They do have up to 60 days to make that request. And even if the loan is canceled at that point, they will have up to 6 months to request a reinstatement of those funds, and they will get that in writing. So the number one reason people are declined is a lack of repayment ability and credit history. But if they are declined, they get that reason in writing, and then they also have an opportunity to request a reconsideration, so they can try to overcome that decline. And then if that is declined, they have a final appeal opportunity. So they call it 3 bites of the apple. So the agency is very much trying to help people to make these loans if at all possible. So the agency has 3 programs. There's a program for home loans for damage to personal property and or real estate. So even if the person didn't own the real estate, if they were renting, or even if they lost personal property in a storage unit, or a vehicle that happened to be in the wash of the flood, then that sort of equipment, or that sort of personal property, would also be eligible under the home loan. We also have business loans, which are damage to business property and also economic injury. The business loan, so there's economic injury as well as physical damage. Physical damage, whether it's business or home or personal property, the deadline is November 18th. Economic injury tends to take a while to show itself. So the deadline for that is June 19th of 2023. So that's a little bit out there a little bit. The most important thing at this time is to remember that November 18th. Now, I picked out a couple of things that I've noticed have been really important in this area. And one is that we have that center right now, that Disaster Loan Outreach Center that's at the Health and Human Services Building, 2625 North King Street. We encourage anybody that has had damage or would like to speak with a representative to go there Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. This is a limited time opportunity because that center is slated to close at the close of business on October 6th. So people can still put the application in online. And they can still call our 800 number, but we have found that it's really, really helpful for people to be able to meet with someone in person. So we encourage people to do that. So if you know of anybody, let them know. So let's see. A couple other important points that I wanted to point out. People don't need to wait for insurance to clear. The agency is not able under the Stafford Act, the agency is not able to lend for damages that are going to be compensated from another source. So if people are going to have insurance, then that the eligibility is reduced. However, sometimes insurance takes a long time to come through. And in order for people to be able to start their lives again, this program can go to, if insurance comes in later, the program can lend money to get people started. And then if and when insurance comes in, it can go to repay that debt, so it can reduce it. So they don't need to wait for insurance. Sometimes that's very stressful for people. And a lot of times people say they just want to wait and see what insurance is going to do. And again, we don't encourage anyone to do that because insurance may not be enough as they go through the building process. And the deadline is November 18th. Damages associated to land with primary residence or business operation is eligible. So I know I've had a lot of questions about that. Most important thing is, what does that mean for individual people? We do not know until they put that application in. So again, we encourage people that have had damage to land associated with their primary residences to put that application in. Also, access roads to the primary residence are eligible, as Wes was mentioning. That is definitely something that has been coming up here and is a very common phenomenon. When people live, when there's multiple houses on a road, that is a common thing to happen. Then it is possible to put those damages in under an association. But again, the first step is to get that application in. And also every single home along that road does need to put that application in. And again, we have that center open right now. So if people want to go on in there and talk to them about that, about those sort of specific concerns, that's a great idea. Also, there is the potential for an increase of up to 20% for a mitigation measure. Now, SBA is not allowed to make the suggestion of what that mitigation measure might be, but an example would be a flood wall or grading and contouring of the land, also elevating flood-prone structures or relocating utilities. So as people go through the rebuilding process, they may find that this is something that they need to do. Now, they can make that request for that increase at any time during the application process. But after that, they need to put a letter in that says why they didn't, why it was beyond their control. Now, maybe they didn't know, maybe they were going through the rebuilding process and they didn't know that they were going to need it. So that is something that would be beyond someone's control. Ultimately, there are funds available for mitigation measures, but it is on an approved loan. Also, an important thing to note along mitigation measures, that if there are code requirements for protected devices that did not exist prior to the disaster, then the full costs are eligible. And if protective devices are absolutely necessary, the full costs are eligible. And if there were protective devices that were in place that got destroyed during the declaration or during the disaster, then those are also eligible to be repaired and replaced. So the first step, again, and I sound like a broken record today, but the first step is to put the application in. Now, another question that has come up and that's been important in these counties is that Native Americans, that disaster declarations can include all or a portion of an Indian reservation, and individual Native Americans who own property located on a reservation are subject to certain eligibility requirements and restrictions. So essentially for home loan applicants, personal property losses, Native Americans who live on our reservations are eligible to apply for their personal property losses, and they are subject to the same eligibility requirements as any other disaster applicant. Now, for real property, generally eligibility for real property losses to a primary residence located on a reservation are limited to those structures or improvements associated with the primary home. There is no eligibility for the land or improvements owned by the tribe, since the agency considers the tribe to be a governmental entity. So on that note, I wanted to go back and say thank you, Wes, for mentioning about the contiguous counties, because that is a very strong differentiate. When there is a FEMA declaration, all those contiguous counties are only eligible for economic injury. But since this is an agency declaration done through SBA's agency authority, the physical damage as well as the economic injury extends to all of those counties that touch Coconino County. And yes, we've gotten a lot of inquiries, and we've received a couple applications, but I do believe there is some room for improvement on that. So we're going to keep pushing the ball and seeing if there's, if you know of anybody, or even in these other counties, because as Wes mentioned, we aren't local. This is a federal program, so we really depend on our local partners and our local partnerships to help us get this message out to people, because these interest rates are extremely favorable. And right now, when people are struggling more and we're coming off of COVID, this money could really help a community. And even a small amount that's already been placed on a credit card, and yes, that's another thing I want to definitely mention. Even items that were already replaced, if someone put them on a credit card with a higher rate, then those items are also eligible to be replaced with this lower rate money. Now, I know a lot of times when people do that, it's out of their mind already, and it's 17, 20% on a credit card, even a couple $1,000, if you're not going to pay it off right away, could be a couple $100s in interest to outside of this community. So we really encourage people to try to save as much money as they can so they can spend it on their families and help their recovery. And on that note, I wanted to ask if anybody had any questions.
Yes, thanks, Louise, and thank you for the background and information. And I know this is probably speaks for itself, but I'm going to ask it anyway. And that is, I'm assuming that the loans must flow from the damages incurred as a result of the most recent flooding event. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. It is for the severe storms, flooding, mudslides, and debris flows that were occurring July 23rd through August 28th. So that is the incident period.
Yes, thank you. Because, we had the museum fire flooding that occurred beforehand,
yes.
And there are renters that, probably could have, certainly benefited from this program, but they obviously would be ineligible, it sounds like.
Yes. Ultimately, I always encourage anyone that has any sort of question, if they are eligible, to put the application in and get an official determination, because I would hate to see somebody or hear later on that someone really was eligible and missed it. So yes, it is for those occurring dates, but if anyone's unsure, they should put an application in.
All right, thank you. And then the other question I would have is, you talked about there's a possibility of a 20% increase for mitigation measures. You talked about walls, you talked about possibly, berms, whatever, to possibly help the house from further flooding. How about channelization and to basically make more permanent channels? Because many of those properties, of course, were channeling quite a bit of water running through their property. Would it cover something like that as well?
I don't know, because I am not an engineer, but what I do know for 100% sure is that they tell us not to make suggestions about what could be a protective device or a mitigating measure for a property. So it sounds like if that's something that would help to make this damage not happen again, then yes, that would be something that would be eligible, and people should put in a request with an estimate if they have one. That's the best way to do it.
Thank you. I see Lucinda, you have bubbled up. Did you want to respond to that, or?
Yep, certainly. I think we would really caution people from channeling. Berms would be much more effective, and what we are willing to do is to work with people if they want to go down this path, which I really encourage people to consider this. And Louise has been just great to work with, by the way. Thank you, Louise, for all you've done since you've been here. It's been a great partner and done a lot of work with the media and others. So really appreciate that. But if people want to go down this path, and it's really important that they do work with the district. And if they want to go more of what we've historically called individual lot mitigation measures, then we'll work with them on what we believe would be appropriate measures for their property that then don't create impacts downstream or upstream, because that's the concern with channeling, is that once you've concentrated that water, then you're going to have an impact or create a lot more erosion on your property. So it isn't necessarily going to be beneficial to them. It's better that the water spread out. So, but we'll work with people. Though, however, if people do want to go the flood wall route, then they will need to work not only with the district, but also with, also with community development, because they will have to hire an engineer. It'll have to be structurally engineered, and they'll have to submit that for a permit and so forth. So, but again, we'll work with them as to where the best location for that may be, so that again, they don't create impacts upstream or downstream. So yeah, we're prepared to do that. And I just want to add that we've done a lot of communicating with the community and letting them know that this program is available. We've sent out several emails to the email list, which now is quite robust, as well as we're going to do a postcard out to remind them that this is available, and emphasizing the opportunity relative to private roads, which is a really key piece that is not available through other mechanisms. And then really encourage people to work together. If they have a head cut and downstream neighbors have a lot of sediment, work together, hire a contractor together, reduce down your costs. So really encouraging people to work together. One other point that I wanted to share too, primarily is that we have had some areas throughout the county that have been impacted. And particularly one impacted area was Blue Ridge. And I think, Wes, we should talk about, if you haven't done this already, making sure we get some information out to that area, because they had that 300-year flood event and rainfall event, and were severe. There was a number of homes that I know were heavily impacted. So we'll focus on making sure they've got the information as well. So again, this is a great opportunity. Again, really strongly agree with Louise. People need to apply. They have 60 days to decide if they want to decline if they're approved for a loan, that they have 60 days to decline. So it's really important to apply and not miss that November 18th deadline. And lastly, I really want to thank Wes. He hung on to this opportunity and he pursued it and was successful in securing this. And he's worked really diligently on a number of fronts. And we did go down this path for museum. We're not successful, but every disaster is looked at differently. And this is a regional program, and we've had a lot of regional impacts this year. So again, really want to commend Wes for his efforts. Thank you.
Absolutely. And before you leave, Lucinda, because the next question you may need to answer as well. And Louise, you indicated that there was monies available for what you were saying, people's access into their home. And a lot of there's a lot of private roads out here that have been impacted. And so my question is, if you've got a private road, and let's say you've got, 6 homeowners that live down that private road, it sounds like each individual homeowner is going to have to apply. And I'm also assuming then that this is going to require that they have some kind of, enter into some kind of road district so that they can all then contribute their portion into the road district. Is that the way this would work for private roads?
Yeah, that is correct. After a loan is approved, they are assigned to a case manager in the legal department. And there are case managers that have a lot of experience with road associations and helping a group of people get the right paperwork to the right place and to file it appropriately. So it is something that we're used to dealing with private roads, because it definitely does happen. So yeah, the first step really is to put that application in and to see what happens from there. And remember, so if there's if 5 homes on a road, then they break it down into portions. So not everybody would be responsible for the entire road if they live right on the corner. So it does get kind of complicated. So the first step is to put the application in, and hopefully those neighbors get along, but it is a common thing.
Yeah, and strongly encourage people to take advantage. This is the time for people to take advantage of this opportunity to get their roads back into better shape, frankly, prepare them for future flooding at least to some extent. They probably can't do a lot, but they could do enough to have probably better access going forward. And so I really strongly encourage and forming a road association with the support of SBA. It's not that difficult. It is a legal process, but it's not that difficult. Certainly doing a district is much more complicated. So if they go the road association, but the road association can then be in place for future maintenance as well, which is a benefit to everyone as well.
And I know that Vice Chair Vasquez has had some corridor meetings, and I'm sure this has been explained out there, because I know just in the few corridor meetings, a couple corridor meetings I've been able to attend, the private roads and the damage to the private roads and you know, needing to maintain access to these neighborhoods has really been one of the main concerns that people in the area have had. So it sounds like we really need to be pushing this for road associations or districts to really help to mitigate some of the damages that are going on out there. So Supervisor Vasquez.
Unmute myself. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate, we're grateful for this program, grateful that we have this opportunity for our community, and really urge our citizens who can take advantage of this to do so. It's a unique opportunity, and hopefully this can help folks mitigate some of the damages that this summer has done to their properties and to their homes, and an opportunity to help ease a little of the discomfort that this summer has created for all of us. And so I really hope that people do consider looking into those road maintenance districts, because I don't know if there are other ways to get those roads without coming out of pocket. And so this might be the ticket. So if you're listening, community, please consider it and get in contact with Ms. Porter and her team. They're here in person for till October 6th, I believe. Or
that's correct.
So,
October 6th is when the Loan Outreach Center will close at the close of business.
Okay, so thank you. I think that's really important for our community to know. If you want to come and you have questions, or you want to apply and you're a little, don't want to have to do it online or have to do it on a phone, this is your opportunity to come talk to a person from the SBA to help you through this process. So I really urge people to take advantage of this opportunity. Thank you.
And bring your neighbors for that road association or road district, because this may be the best opportunity that these neighborhoods have to basically maintain and rebuild a lot of those roads. So thank you. Any other questions, comments from the board?
If I may, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Ryan.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and great presentation and you know, really exciting option. And I think I'm hearing this, but SBA, you'll be managing this component, but we'll try and get people to you. I'm just curious about dynamics and impact associated with it.
I think what you're asking is, well, the declaration period is open and until November 18th. And we have people here in the center that they're available Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. But that is only until October 6th. After that, they will be gone locally, but we still have our online application, and we still have an 800 number that is staffed with the same sort of people, but just not in person, that can help somebody work through the application remotely. And they're open 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Friday Eastern time. Now, with all the disasters that are currently happening, I will tell you that there's a very strong possibility they will extend those hours, because they will probably be getting a lot of applications. And also, I would encourage people to try to get ahead of these Tampa applications that are coming in, because they do try to process these as quickly as possible. And the team leader that was over at the DLOC, the Disaster Loan Outreach Center, he told me the other day that the approval that he had taken that application in 2 days before. And he was like, wow, that's so fast. And it is. but that's going to change very soon because the numbers from Puerto Rico and the numbers from have been staggering. How many applications we're starting to get, and the numbers from Florida are going to be incredible. So I encourage people to get those in ahead of time, but they will still be processed. They will just be processed in the order received.
And then, thank you. That helps me understand that. And then the attempt of communication initially for the sake of us reaching out to our own county, but then because it includes the region, you know, how have we helped coordinate communication for awareness associated with that?
Well, I can say I've reached out
Okay.
to all of the emergency managers,
Okay.
and my second round is reaching out to all of the economic development folks, and then my third round is going to be reaching out to local officials. So I'm doing some outreach, but again, I'm not from here, so I might not get the same traction as something coming from any one of you. So really, my understanding is that people need to hear things at least 3 times. So please do not hesitate to, yeah, maybe 5. Please do not hesitate to reach out if there's anybody, or because it can't hurt is really the bottom line.
Yeah, educational psychology, 5 repetitions.
Exactly.
Begin that memory on that, unless somebody's really a student. Okay, fantastic. Any way that we can help with that. Well, great opportunity. Really appreciate all the work that your folks are doing, but also for the sake of our own folks, Wes and others, your team behind you. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely. All right, thank you. Absolutely, both Louise and Wes, and there is an opportunity. So let's hopefully make the best use of that we can, members of the community. So, and with that, I think we are again. It has
Madam Chair.
Yes, I'm sorry, Supervisor Fowler, please.
Yeah, thank you for the information. You know, if you send us information, I know you replied to the email I sent you, but you know, just the information that is available to us, we can then turn around and send it to our own email list and to the communities. That would be very helpful. Or any social medias that we might be able to also post, that would be helpful as well.
Yeah.
Because we target those, and we be able to you know, get it to the people that really need it. So I just want to thank you and thank Wes as well for working on this. This is really an important information to get out. So thank you.
Yes, and everything that I've sent you has been public information. So please feel free to share with whomever you would like or that you feel fit.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think at this, unless there's any, I think we've hit all the supervisors, and I think we can go to the next item. Number 52 is presentation, discussion, preparation for County Supervisors Association CSA Annual Legislative Summit, including reviews and discussion of legislative proposals. And I do see we have with us both Public Affairs Manager Greg Nelson, and I see that Todd Medeska is also back with him. And I know we have talked about this at great length. And so hopefully we can hit the high points and items that we need to discuss, because we've gone through this a couple times now. So I know it's coming up and I know it's important. So with that, County Manager, I'm going to turn this over to you to introduce the folks that are going to be presenting on this.
Thank you, Chair Horstman and members of the board. And so the code words are, let's go quickly, but not too quick. So I think Gregory and Todd, you know, kind of the times that we've come to the board on this issue. So we don't need to go too deep since we've gone through this a couple times, but hit highlights, some of the changes, some of the things we need to be aware of. You know, you kind of would be able to gauge that better than us, but I think I'll turn it over to you and go from it.
Thank you, Mr. County Manager. Thank you, Chair Horstman, members of the board. I'm going to share my screen and move quite quickly. Please, Chair, if you need to stop me, please do so. I'll defer to you as always, of course. Just give me 1 second here. Can everyone see that screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Let me just make sure I can see you all real quick. Hold on. Excellent. So to start with, we have the summit coming up next week. I'll just briefly go to the agenda here, and that'll start with a 9 a.m. tour on Wednesday. I've RSVP'd board members for transportation. And then there's a dinner at the historic Pima County Courthouse on Wednesday night that CSA has requested everyone to wear white to celebrate the public sphere. Thursday shapes up with a work session where you'll be going over these proposals, hosted dinner, and then Friday is where the decision making will begin with the county caucuses and then the board of directors meeting in the morning. So right now, CSA has outlined 15 county coalition priorities for the 15 counties. There's seven. And the first one is to engage proposals affecting county resources and operations. So this basically is a resolution urging a strong partnership and collaboration between county elected officials and state policymakers to continue the good work with the new legislature and governor coming in. The next one is the eliminated mandated payments to the ADGJC and 8.5 million. And this is would complete the removal of all counties from this funding this state service. In 2019, the final budget removed 13 counties, leaving Maricopa and Pima County. It's time to finish the job. The principal obstacle in the Senate lost his primary, so there's optimism of getting this done, and that was Senator Leach. The next one I'll spend a little bit more time on is probation funding. There's some issues that developed out of last session about funding of probation salaries. Supreme Court has issued an order 2022-110 that I sent out to you that notes that counties that are exceeding the 1:65 statutory ratio of case clients to case workers for 90 days, this includes 6 counties, but not Coconino through May, they must act to bring their caseloads into compliance. And so the Supreme Court order is urging chief probation officers to work with juvenile court probation chiefs to bring in additional capacity from the juvenile piece to lower these ratios. This is not a guideline, this is a statutory requirement. And so with that, we have some concerns in reaching out to Director Lightfoot that some of the proactive work that has been done by our juvenile court services in the schools could be diminished because this would then take up time dealing with 18 to 19-year-olds in the adult system. So we're monitoring that. The AOC is proposing a $17.3 million appropriation from the state to fund a new minimum salary for probation departments. And the recommendation in speaking with our chief is to lean into this narrative with the FY24 request for this funding, and then also shape it as it comes in terms of full implementation. We have some concerns, especially around the positions in our county, and this was provided in your binder, that the lead officer, the work crew supervisor, and the probation officer too would not be accounted for under this. And then our chief has also recommended perhaps seeking to work to return the statutory caseload ratio to 1:60, which is what it was prior to the Great Recession. So right now, CSA is kind of charting 4 paths. There's discussion going on about this, and we're recommending to lean into the narrative and influence it. The chief is concerned that the cart's getting before the horse and that information isn't flowing very well to her office. So we're going to make sure we're keeping her in the loop on that. So there will be additional information coming out prior to the summit from CSA on this. That's what I can share right now. In terms of flexibility language, this was a session law that goes into effect each budget cycle. We've used this flexibility language to use 1.25 million of jail district sales tax revenue to fund IT security infrastructure at the sheriff's office and pay down our PSPRS. We've also used it during COVID to provide some budgetary capacity. There's concern this session that ATRA may take a stab at getting rid of this. And so we want to be mindful of that. This is standard CSA county coalition priority. Moving quickly, the transportation resolution that CSA has out there that was provided to you in your binder is urging the state to maximize the drawdown of federal resources to Arizona to provide for long-term funding solution to the state. However, traditionally, this resolution has had a revenue component, and that is missing in the current draft. And so drawing down competitive one-time federal dollars is the recommendation, is not going to solve our $30.5 billion transportation shortfall through FY20 to FY40. So Arizona currently has the 4th lowest tax rate. So I recommend perhaps engaging with your colleagues about that issue and whether this could be, if there could be a revenue component based on what Santa Cruz County is putting forth, and we'll get to that in a little while. In terms of broadband, it's a standard resolution urging the state to continue to provide leadership to coordinate broadband efforts in partnership with state and local governments. And so it's pretty standard there, not much to say about that. And then the PSPRS resolution that they're proposing is to urge the Board of Trustees to continue making responsible changes to the plan and request that state lawmakers exercise restraint in enacting policies that increase the cost of the pension system. And there's some concern that because cities and counties and towns have taken action to issue debt to pay for their unfunded liability like we have, this has shifted the debt to the county balance sheet, which gives the false impression that the plan is well funded and benefit obligations could be made more generous by the legislature, which would then create a new unfunded liability. So we want to continue to monitor that and support this resolution.
Madam Chairman, with your permission, can we just stop there and let Gregory take a breath and see if there are questions that might come up?
He does pretty good when he's on a roll. That's all I can say. Thank you, Greg. Thank you.
Yeah, Gregory, take a breath.
Thank you for your very complete 15 county coalition priorities. So, and members of the board, are there any questions? I know we have gone through this a few times. So any questions on the presentation so far? Supervisor Ryan?
Yeah, just quick comments associated with that. And I need to a little bit behind on the catch up. I know most of these items, but the details I got to work through. I'm curious if flexibility is it going to threaten any of our financing? I know we pulled from flexibility. We pulled and committed it, or do we have future money that needs to pay into our payoff associated with that? And I don't know if you guys have the answer right now. Don't worry about that. If you don't, you can just let me know. Because that plays into the emphasis on our strategy. Flexibility is one we actually initially introduced years ago, and CSA has backed us, and our benefit is that we've been able to pay off associated with the sheriff and probation officers, which was fortunate. But I know ATRA has been over after this, and we might be in our last years of this battle that we may or may not win. And so that's a piece of my question on that. The transportation piece, as Greg alluded to, I think, based on our discussion that we just had at this past CSA board meeting, we have the potential of using the Santa Cruz proposal of funding gas tax to slip it back into the resolution. And not just gas tax, but others will bring up electric vehicles. It happens every time you have a proposal. Suggesting that we put that back in of sustainable funding and parity associated with that, which includes gas, includes natural gas, and includes electric vehicles. So, I think those are potential strategies on it. And I'm just curious, and again, I don't need answers now, but as we go into these discussions, the public safety pensions resolution, I need to catch up a little bit more on that one. I'm not expecting answers immediately unless they're a quick answer, but
just real quick, Madam Chair, Supervisor Ryan. I did reach out to Siri and she confirmed we used $250,000 in flexibility language last budget cycle to pay down PSPRS liability. So that's out of the 1.25. We have $1 million going towards infrastructure and IT security at the sheriff's office, and then 250,000 for PSPRS. And the key point there is that we're using the public safety to fund public safety from the jail district into the sheriff's office and the PSPRS. So we have used that 250,000.
I know we used it. I want to know if we have intentions of continuing to draw down through flexibility on it. But no, that's a great answer, but thank you. I just wasn't clear on my question.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. I'll make sure to track that down and get you that answer.
Okay, thank you.
All right, very good. Thanks. Any other questions, or we'll let, please continue.
It's going to be used in District 5. I'm just answering.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler, Madam Chair. So here's just a bulleted list of, we have 15 county proposals. I'll be going through them individually. Just wanted to provide a highlight for you so you could see all of them. So moving quickly, mental health evaluation modifications with Cochise County. This would update Title 36 requirements to require only one mental health provider to evaluate when an individual is undergoing a voluntary or court-ordered mental health evaluation. This would be similar to the alignment with Nevada and California. In reaching out to HHS, Director Musselman has weighed in and supports this. However, there is opposition from our defense agencies, including the public and legal defender, as they note that the 2-physician review ensures an adequate check and balance when determining whether someone should be involuntarily committed, which is a big piece in terms of civil rights. So what we proposed is that we recommend neutral or opposition on this. However, if there's a way to amend the piece, it may be some language around telemedicine, because if it's an issue for rural counties to bring in 2 physicians, it's quite possible that you could utilize telemedicine to bring down those costs. And that was a suggestion from our defense agencies. So I'll stop there and pause for any questions.
Any questions? Otherwise, please just proceed. Like I said, I think we've gone through this before. And so if there are members of the board, any questions as we're going through this, please just go ahead and raise your hand so we can see, and we'll stop and take those questions. So Supervisor Ryan.
Yeah, and part of it is a discussion of process too. When we go into these, we hope we can attain all our positions, but sometimes we're negotiating our positions, and sometimes our full board isn't there, and we vote independently associated with that. We try and vote as consistently as possible with the recommendations that we have here, but understand we're going through negotiations as we work through this process also. And so we do need to listen. We can see changes that occur, and hence the suggested recommendations, but they could change with the negotiations also. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Sure, thank you. Please proceed, Gregory.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisor Ryan. We'll certainly, as the process unfolds, make sure that we're listening, engaging, and modifying and being flexible so that we can work well with our colleagues at CSA. And so I'll just move on to child care subsidy. This is a proposal that we've brought forward. Working with our HHS, this would increase the child care assistance for Department of Economic Security qualifications from 165% to 250% of the federal poverty level. And so just for some context, in the nation in 2022, the 165% federal poverty for a family of 4 was $45,787 per year, whereas 250% is $69,375 for a family of 4. So you can see bringing this up to that level would help to target those who are working families who fall in the gap between earning too much to qualify for assistance, but not earning enough to afford these services. And so we put together some talking points on ensuring strong women, strong families and children as a result of this. And so that's really where we're at with that right now. The next proposal is
Madam Chair, we need to pause on that one real quick, just to understand what we're going into, and Todd, back me up. And this is it's a wonderful request, and if it's provided a grant, but we're also looking for state revenue component, to backfill this. So just understanding what we're going in and what the counter arguments have the potential for on that. Todd, I would suggest that you might just help advise a little bit on this.
Well, yeah, I mean, Madam Chairman, Supervisor Ryan, I think, you're exactly right. It's generally speaking, county requests that require a fiscal impact to the state require significant more work on seeing it through to the finish line, because it counts against any other benefit we get from the state when they pass that budget. And so they look at it and say, okay, this is a county request to increase this. You get $2 million of requests this year, and this counts for $1.5 million. So what do you want for things like transportation or for healthcare? I mean, you're right, Supervisor Ryan, it counts against your ledger as far as what you're asking.
And so just to go with it, I think it's an excellent request. It's just we're going to have a higher bar. We might be able to get it through the counties. They haven't weighed in. They all just kind of sat silently mostly, but we'll wait and see what the discussions are. But there might come a time where they're comparing that to our larger financial asks, and which is a higher priority. So these are pieces we'll navigate. We'll try and keep our argument up front and see if we can win the battle. Then the next piece is then as we get into legislative. But if we can get it through CSA, that's a heavy hurdle, and it would be a good one because then we get the coalition backing what we're trying to do associated with this. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
And Supervisor Ryan, you're absolutely right, but it's an opportunity for us to at least start the conversation and sit down with our colleagues and see where they're at, and maybe not this year, maybe next year, but that's just the way that the nature of these bills that we introduce. So thank you.
I'm an optimist this year, Madam Chair. Lena. All right. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisor Ryan. It's a very similar situation with the next one, where we've requested carve out in the TPT for the sale of diapers, baby formula, and feminine hygiene products. And this also includes incontinence products. And so, but with the allowance that local cities and towns could determine if they want to levy local TPT on these items, very similar to groceries. We are making quite a big ask here because we're asking CSA to get behind this, which generally they have a posture of not reducing the tax base, not reducing state share of revenue that we're a beneficiary of. And so again, very similar comments, I would say, to what Supervisor Ryan was mentioning. Last one, we'll see where it could go. We do have some walk back points in your binders in terms of walking this back, depending on reading the room at Summit. And so we'll keep an eye on that and make sure that we're reaching out to our colleagues to kind of gauge that. An alternative that we may be able to work with, and again, this is all dependent on the legislature and the election, but and the governor's office, but working with the Wildfire Community Action Group and maybe seeing if this is something that they're interested in working on, but in partnership with the county if it does not pass at CSA.
Madam Chair, if this one again, if I could. So this one, and we didn't expect it last time, but typically they just roll through these and just tell you what's presented. But then they asked us to, to verify our positions or speak on our positions. I was able to present, Judy, if I get anything wrong, and or you want to add to it, Judy was down in attendance with me. Once we brought it forward, it made the suggestion that these are they're regular groceries. Gene Bishop pointed out, it's not just a luxury, these are needs. And it's good, you know, she added on associated with it. The one piece that we have to be careful of is, as pointed out by Lynn Pancrazzi from Yuma, is it's better to ask for the TPT. Don't break it down into the cities and having it permissive. If you do that, you're going to make it complicated. So I'm not sure if we still have that permissive language in there, Greg, or not.
It is still, excuse me.
Yeah, and I wish we had removed it, because what will end up happening is that debate will start to happen with each county and each coalition on that. I think it made her suggestion, it makes more sense to go forward with the first recommendation, and then you peel it back to seeing if permissive is the recommendation. And that, you know, I think is the intent of what was being brought forward. You know, we were compromising before we even brought forward the primary proposal. And I think it makes sense that we come in with it, do the recommendation of the broader TPT, and then scale it back if there's a debate associated with that. But, you know, welcome, you know, if board members feel differently, you know, we need to be aware of that as we go into these discussions.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Gregory.
I could, Supervisor Ryan, Madam Chair, I could certainly work with CSA to see if we can amend it back to the original prior to the summit with an email or a call to Craig this afternoon, and see if that's something that could be done. Or we may have to wait, depending on the outcome of that conversation, you know, doing an amendment on the floor at the summit.
What would you like? Supervisor Ryan, what are you requesting? What would you recommend?
I would suggest that, but I defer to Lena also. She's the one that brought it forward.
Lena.
You know, this is where we need to really huddle and see how this is what the best approach would be. But we know our colleagues, you know, coming in from you know, high, just flying high is probably better, and then being able to scale back. But Todd and then Todd too, with the legislators, see where they're at, and then what would be the best approach. But I would say try, Gregory, to reach out and see if you can correct that.
So, Madam Chair, Supervisor Fowler, behind the scenes conversations are that the permissive language makes it much more complicated, because you have 15 different calculations that you have to do. You have things along those lines, and the effort at trying to make it more palatable to your colleagues actually unintentionally makes it a little bit more difficult. You'll get some feedback at the summit about this, but again, this is going to be a financial hit. This might be something that we want to pursue as a priority on our own, or something we want to partner with another group with.
And Madam Chair, Todd said it more succinctly than I did, but by the same token, yeah, and that goes back to, yeah, Greg, it would be a good idea to modify the language with CSA if we can at this point. And to it, you know, they were balking at it. Of course, I haven't heard the more recent discussions reported back from your guys' groups down there. But you know, again, it might be able to fly this time with the broader group. It is a tax. We can say it's not, you know, it doesn't seem as though it'll be significant, even though we don't have numbers there. We can anecdotally suggest that and see if we can get it in first stroke on this. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And so I guess where are we then? Just wait? Or do you want to reach out to CSA now?
No,
reach out.
Reach out.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So Gregory, you heard the recommendations here. So
loud and clear. Thank you, Madam Chair, and Supervisor Ryan and Supervisor Fowler. We'll I'll be on the phone as soon as we're done here. So I'll move on to the school district legal representation with Graham County. And this is the basically the requirement to eliminate the county attorney's requirement to provide legal services to school districts and community colleges. Chair Horstman, I know you're an expert here in this. We're recommending that by removing this requirement, you are making it permissive already. So there's some discussion with the county attorneys that, oh, we should make this permissive. So change the shall represent school districts and county or community colleges to may represent. And that really eliminates the representation of last resort that's ensured by that statute. And so I had invited County Attorney Ring to the discussion. I'm not sure if he was able to make it. So I defer. Lindsay, do you know if County Attorney Ring is on?
He is here. I'm going to go ahead and promote him. There we go.
County Attorney Ring, thank you so much for being here with us today. And so I'd just like to open it up to you in terms of how you view this and provide some perspective from your office on this as it relates to this change in the statute.
Thank you, Gregory, and thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. This is Bill Ring, County Attorney. This is a proposal from the Graham County Attorney's Office, and you've succinctly summarized the change from mandatory shall language to permissive may language so that a county attorney's office may represent. I mean, I acknowledge also the expertise of the chair, having devoted much of her career to this kind of practice. Here's the real issue that's driving the need is, Graham County, for example, has 4 attorneys in the entire county. And I think 3 of them work in the county attorney's office. The representation of districts can be a burden to an office that's already undersized. And the second thing it does is it highlights for us the challenges that we have with rural county attorney offices in recruitment and retention. It's something we're constantly working at, but if you can imagine Graham County, from their perspective, it's difficult to pull in another attorney into their jurisdiction when there's so few already. So I think this was an attempt to alleviate their particular need to, as a matter of law, serve a district. Now they may or they may not. In practically speaking, in our local practices in Coconino County, we represent, for instance, the Williams School District, the Maine Consolidated School District, the Fredonia School District. And though the language would shift from shall to may, our office has no intention of retreating or dismissing those clients from our mandatory work. It's a great service we provide to the community. It gives them some comfort to know that they have stable representation, that they do not need to solicit for representation. We're happy to provide the service. It's a community service, so I don't foresee, even if this legislation were approved, or if you took a recommendation to even favor it, that it would change any of the local practices of the Coconino County Attorney. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? I do have a couple comments to make, and Bill, I've been trying to get a hold of you today on this, and any questions for the County Attorney Ring? Otherwise, I would like to make some comments.
Madam Chair, if I may, and I would defer to the conversation of rural districts, your perspective, and I respect County Attorney Ring's position on continuing to serve. It's more of these smaller districts and the exposure associated with that. Go ahead, Madam Chair.
Yeah,
Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
I would just wonder out loudly how, what the school district's position and school association's position is. I would think that they would really, being that it's already a rural county, the schools don't have that much funding to hire their own attorney. For that reason, I would oppose this, but I don't know the situation in Graham County, but I'm just thinking that it's not a very good thing to do, to take the legal representative away from a small school.
Right. Thank you, Supervisor Pollard. I agree. And, I want to make it very clear. I don't think we're concerned about Coconino County. And I don't think we're concerned about the integrity of the Coconino County Attorney's Office. I think that the vast history of Coconino County's Attorney's Office in representing rural districts and those that have needed conflict with the county attorney's office coming in to help with conflicts, even if they have private attorneys. I think you have a very strong history of making sure that all of our school districts are served. The problem is that this is something that would be affecting the whole state, and not everyone is a Coconino County Attorney's Office. What I'd point out is the current language does require county attorneys to, in fact, represent school districts, just like the county attorneys need to represent the assessor's office, they need to represent the treasurer's office, they need to represent the county board of supervisors. I mean, that is part of their responsibilities as county attorneys. To put this into may language instead of required language really can put some of our most vulnerable, some of, quite frankly, our most rural school districts at risk. And, they may not have the same work ethic and the fairness ethic of our county attorney's office. And I don't see a reason for a change of this, nor have I seen that there is any onerous responsibility that's been put forth. Graham County has 6 school districts. Quite frankly, I know that 3 of those school districts are covered by the Arizona School Risk Retention Trust. So basically, we're talking about 3 school districts in Graham County that may in fact go to the county attorney's office for assistance. And that's their right to be able to do that. If in fact there's a need for more county attorneys or more assistance in order to help serve the public within that county, or the departments, political subdivisions within that county, then that's really a problem with Graham County. And, it kind of looks like that there's a political problem going on with Graham County that we are being in CSA are being asked to cover. And, I'm going to also say that besides handling those school districts when there's a conflict, even if they have private counsel, I'm going to give you a situation. Some of the worst, most expensive cases are special education cases. If a school district does not have good and adequate legal counsel to help them with special education cases, they may find themselves in a lawsuit. These lawsuits could subject a school district literally to millions of dollars worth of damage and liability. These cases are very expensive. If you've got a school district in one of these small rural areas, it can't afford private counsel. Not only are they not getting the legal advice they need to keep them out of liability, but it also puts them in the potential of a big, huge liability lawsuit with potentially millions of dollars at stake. If you have a county attorney's office that decides they don't want to touch that animal because special education law is extremely specialized and because it's expensive litigation, under this new law, they could just simply say, I'm sorry, we can't represent you. And I do think that does a disservice to public education. I don't know, maybe that's what the end result would be. I know that in the past, there was legislation that was introduced that school districts could not use public money to, in fact, retain private counsel. Thank God it did not go anywhere. And so really something like this, where you've got a situation where they can pick and choose whether they take a case or who they take it for or when they take it, it really puts our school districts at risk. And I think to answer Supervisor Fowler's question, I would be absolutely surprised, and I'm absolutely confident that the Arizona School Board Association would be against this. And by the way, there are a number of public school districts that are on tribal lands, and that's talk about a specialized area of law. And, you know, once again, if you have a county attorney's office that, you know, quite frankly, doesn't have that expertise, doesn't want to have that expertise, or doesn't want to seek that expertise by going to retain outside counsel for the county attorney's office, it could put these school districts at great risk and increase liability. So I think, you know, I've said it at the board meetings, I'm going to say it now. You know, I'm very much opposed to this. I'm sure the Arizona School Board Association would be opposed to this. I know our county school superintendent is opposed to this, and I really can't imagine any school superintendent anywhere in the state of Arizona would be supporting this language. It's not broken. System hasn't been broken. There has been no showing of any kind of onerous responsibilities to county attorneys' offices. And if there happens to be one that's having a problem, I think they need to deal with it. Just like if there's a problem with our county attorney's office or they need additional assistance, they come to the Board of Supervisors and we work it out. We don't ask for legislative changes in order to work it out. So, you know, that's what I have to say. And I certainly hope and would encourage Coconino County to oppose this. I won't be there. I'm going to be at WIR. I'm sorry I won't be there for this, but I'm hoping my colleagues will in fact oppose this. I know that we're going to be talking to the Graham County tomorrow and talk with them on this. I'm not sure if there's any kind of language that we can come up with that might meet Graham County's needs and still, quite frankly, address the concerns I've just raised, but we'll certainly raise it with Graham County. Thanks. Any other comments or questions?
Just a quick follow-up associated with it. I mean, pretty much, you know, the suggestion here is oppose it because it has been working. You know, I know permissive language was suggested, but that's the same idea of the strikeout for what they have right now on it. We do have the opportunity to have a conversation with Graham, you know, beforehand. Sometimes if you try and put it into the big forum, it's better to initially have these type of conversations related to that. And it does seem to be one county, unless, I mean, Bill, you know, I would defer to you. Are you hearing it from other counties on this? Or is it just Graham County that we're?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Supervisor Ryan, I'm hearing no discussion from other counties on this matter. And some county attorneys' offices, like Cochise County, if I'm correct, Brian McIntyre, they've developed a certain expertise around this practice of law. So they understand it's well within their wheelhouse and they build themselves towards it. So the conversation with Graham was a good suggestion.
Okay, yeah, that would be good. And then the other piece of it, Bill, deferring to your office, as you get into litigation, you're selecting how the representation would occur anyway, if it required outside counsel. I mean, that would be your approach to what would be going on.
Yeah, Supervisor Ryan, I mean, that's correct. I think the comment that the chair was making about the complication of special education law is a true complication. But realize that becomes a complicated matter for the county attorney's office if they shall represent. And inevitably, I think in some of those detailed circumstances, if you're unfamiliar with the due process requirements in special ed, or even if you go to litigate following some type of due process, it's an expertise that a small office doesn't have the ability to build towards. So it would be fertile for outside counsel.
Okay. All right. So, Madam Chair, you know, just my suggestion, we'll see if we can work out with Graham. I don't know if we'll get anywhere. Currently, just double checking with the board. It sounds like right now it's not broken. It seems to be one county's issue. We've had this come up in previous CSA pieces, and if we can handle it outside, try and push them to coming up with their own resolution associated with it. If not, it seems like let's try not to fix the system just for one county right now.
No, I look forward to our conversations, what's really going on in Graham County that's really precipitating this. So it'll be an interesting discussion tomorrow.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other comments, questions on this? I'm sorry, we took probably too much time. So, but thank you.
Sure. Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Vasquez.
I just wanted to say that I think it's really important that we look into this. And while on the one hand, I recognize that a county like Graham is small and doesn't have the resources to support this, I also agree we got to make sure that these school districts have the correct legal counsel. And sometimes there's not other options out there outside of their local county attorney. And so I'd like to know more about it, but my initial gut is that we got to support the rural schools and help them get that legal support that they need. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
I just want to say that I think with the county being so small, I think it's just best that, and if there's no other counties or anybody else saying anything, I think that kind of tells us something that as far as, really going out into trying to support this issue here. So when we were down at the meeting with Matt, that's kind of something that kind of came up that way, but nobody, Matt didn't want to say anything. So anyway, that's how it was. Okay, so thank you so much.
So sometimes you let the argument happen and then you step in, Madam Chair. But yeah, actually, it'll be interesting. We'll see what we can do with this.
Well, we'll have more information tomorrow. So, all right, thank you. Thank you for your comments. And County Attorney Ring, thank you for your comments. And of course, for all of your assistance that you and your team have always provided to our school districts here in Coconino County. Really appreciate your service.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
All right, Gregory, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Ring, for being available here. I really appreciate your time on joining us. So to move on, see if I can get this to advance. The next proposal is county completed thresholds. This would increase the threshold under which counties can undertake projects in-house from 150,000 to 300,000. And this would provide greater flexibility to rural counties where per diem costs quickly escalate from outside contractors having to be brought in. And so we recommend supporting this, but expect opposition from Contractors Association. So I think it's pretty simple. It would provide us greater flexibility, and Graham's been struggling with bringing in folks to complete projects because what happens is they shared a $200,000 project can become a $400,000 project with per diem. So this would allow them to actually use county staff to carry out these projects under 300,000. Moving on, the next one we're very familiar with. I'll just kind of, Mojave County, Coconino, and Yavapai County have approved resolutions on groundwater management. As soon as we have the executed resolution from today's action item, we'll be submitting that down to CSA. And so this will begin to form the ask about the legislature and governor's office providing water certainty to rural Arizona in the 2023 session. The medical examiner safety equipment. This is a Pinal County request. Basically, there are 31 individuals on death row and at the Florence prison. Those 31 have the choice between lethal injection and use of the gas chamber. with difficulties in compounding pharmacies providing lethal injection medications. Folks are turning to the gas chamber because it's known to be very effective. And so what's happening here is that the medical examiner in Pinal County is required to perform autopsies on these individuals in certain circumstances. And so we would recommend supporting this. However, an alternative path that came up at CSA was that the state should conduct these autopsies on these individuals and pay for the equipment rather than Pinal County, as it's a state driven issue. So we'll see what happens with that, but generally I would assume that this will go through quite smoothly. Taxpayer protection in Pima County. There are three components to this. They're related to the posting requirements for the renewal of advertising and contract services, noticing of bids and vendor registration, and then noticing of surplus property sales. And Pima is seeking to allow these notices to be placed on a county website rather than in a newspaper. And reaching out to finance, the clerk of the board, and public works, are all supportive. We recommend support, but note that the newspaper lobby may oppose, as this would challenge some of their regular revenue that's brought in based on these county processes. The next one is strengthen the public health authority for Pima County. There are three components here, and I want to focus on the first two, and that's to provide a minimum statutory pass-through of federal public health dollars to counties. And then the second is to protect local county health public authority. And that's as a result of some state money or federal money that was not being passed down to counties, and then also the erosion of your authority to exercise in the best interest of public health. And so we would recommend supporting the public health components. The third is a piece related to authorizing accredited jails to perform the functions and services of full mental health treatment within the jail. And reaching out to the sheriff. Our sheriff is neutral on this, as we are not an accredited jail. And while our jail is invested in mental health with our Pathways program that we'll be learning about next week, and then also our Exodus program, we provide service on mental health. However, we do not have a community size to sustain a full mental health treatment facility in our jail. And so we would recommend neutral on this, supporting Pima's role to fund and operate a full mental health treatment facility within the jail, but recognizing that our local situation is different. So the next proposal,
right? Just quickly on that. Probably the C component is we don't want to create a higher criteria for us that we don't meet. And so we don't want to inhibit that opportunity for those that are accredited. But by the same token, we also don't want to inhibit the potential to have funding. So kind of neutral, but we're going to have to keep an eye on it also.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Ryan, that's a great point, especially with if Pima County is able to do this, what types of state funding will they be able to bring down? And then if they're able to show results, and we'll get to the next proposal from Pima with their data collection. So they're mirroring up some very interesting and innovative approaches in terms of their work that they're taking to protect public safety by reducing recidivism. Madam Chair, if I may, go to the next one.
Please.
Sorry, I got ahead of myself. So the next one is Pima County is proposing to fortify public safety through a mandated uniform criminal justice data reporting requirements for all counties. And speaking with our CJ community across the CJCC, there are some concerns about this, especially, for example, with the legal and public defender, who are concerned about what data is being collected and how the defense agencies have historically been engaged at the ACJC. In 2021 legislative session, HB 2166 required the ACJC to report to create a statewide data report. The report has been released, and Public Defender Deal shared the report with me, but it was noted by these defense agencies that there is no defense representation on the data committee. So that's a very concerning issue from their perspective. How is the defense community being engaged? Adult probation is supportive of this requirement, and I see County Attorney Ring has bubbled up, so I'll defer to you, Mr. Ring.
Madam Chair, this is County Attorney Ring. I'd like to hear Gregory finish his presentation. I just have updates from today on the status of HB 2166.
All right.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Mr. County Attorney Ring. So I noted in reaching out to your office that you're supportive, but that you're also quite concerned about additional requirements without adequate state funding and staffing to support data collection infrastructure, recognizing that your office has made over a $600,000 investment in data collection infrastructure. And so we would recommend supporting this proposal with the following caveats. Ensure that the defense agency stakeholders have a seat at the table and have input on the development of the data collection system. Any movement to implement a statewide system should be accompanied by adequate state funding and staffing to support all jurisdictions that would be required to report. And then ensure that any database management system that is adopted be compatible with local systems so that counties that have invested limited local dollars are not having to make additional investments, so that we minimize the exposure of the local taxpayer. And with that, that concludes my report, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Gregory, for your very good overview of what's going to be presented this coming weekend. So I know us, County Attorney Ring, is this a good time for you to wrap up your HB 2116?
Yes, I'll be brief, Madam Chair. Gregory's correct in advising you that the Arizona Criminal Justice Commission did issue a report this week with a recommended list of indicators around which we would standardize data collection from the criminal justice system. It's a reporting requirement. The defense agencies and I don't want to misstate the position of either the public defender or the legal defender. I would say for Coconino County's purposes that, we are a criminal justice ecosystem. We have partners in that system. We all have roles. Despite what the defense community might think, there is conscious awareness and regard for the defense community, even at a commission level like ACJC. And so the data indicators are being worked out right now. And so with all due respect for my peers, I don't think the situation may be as dire as the defense community may project it to be. The ACLU has also been for years behind trying to demand data collection from prosecutor offices, primarily to weaponize that data for utilization against county attorney offices or specific county attorneys. And so this is a delicate question. Nonetheless, ACJC has made significant progress. The report is out this week. The report is open for comment on the indicators. I'm not exactly sure what more can be gained when they say fortifying public safety. We're all for that. Though, the debate is something that's going to happen in the legislature. You're here to take a position on the matter with a recommendation. And I leave it to your judgment and discretion. If you have any questions for me, I'm available. Thank you.
Any questions on this item?
Madam Chair, if I may. Go ahead. I'll defer beforehand. Go ahead.
Oh, that's okay. Go ahead, Matt.
Thanks, Lena. So, Madam Chair, I think the recommendation is good when we go into these type of conversations. It is, there's been a broader drive with CJCC and at the state level to attempt to consolidate data so that we can work with systems. The relative point that we make is A, you need to provide funding as you attempt to step into these, and B, as has always been the conversation, include everybody in the conversation related to that. We go in with those points. I think the overall outcome that's suggested is they're trying to enhance the opportunity to consolidate data, and that will vacillate as the legislative conversations occur related to this. So I think we have a reasonable recommendation associated with this. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you, Madam Chair and board. All of these resolutions and any proposals that we take to CSA and CSA take action on, we have to always be careful with unintended consequences. An innocent project where we're asking the state to fund a certain program or be able to have access or have the state take action on something, it becomes an unfunded mandate after a while to the counties. And we have to really watch out for that. We have to always look around 360 to find out what is going on at the state level, at the legislative level, and with the governor. And we'll be experiencing that, but I just thought I'd bring it up. And that's why we have Todd and Greg and just working with them closely, and the other CSA. I know that CSA staff are very knowledgeable and very careful with that, but we as elected officials, I think we need to always have that in the forefront. So thank you.
Good point. So any other comments or questions from members of the board on this? And Gregory, I think your recommendations for amendment are good ones on this. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Ring, for being here to provide your perspective. I really appreciate it. Moving on, the next one is the rural transient lodging tax from joint proposal from Santa Cruz and Yavapai County. This proposal has been brought forward a number of times in the past and has moved throughout CSA. And this would enable counties with fewer than 500,000 in population to levy a tax on transient lodging in the unincorporated areas. This would particularly affect Oak Creek Canyon, Marble Canyon, and Cliff Dwellers, for example, within the county. So staff is recommending support, but noting that for Coconino County, a more beneficial way is general sales tax authority to fund general operations.
Quick comments, Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
Yeah, great recommendation. Probability, CSA has run this past couple of years. We did try and go after this historically, particularly when Tucson was unincorporated. They were asking us to do it, but they wanted all the money. So now that it's suggested and we have Oak Creek versus Marble Canyon, I could just say where I would argue all the money goes to, just to, give a job back to my peer over in District 5. But on the serious side, it is important to note that it would be better to ask for the general fund opportunity. Of course, if we attempted to do that right now under this climate with this particular legislature, it's a big ask. It's a very serious ask, and I'm not sure that's the battle that we need to fight at this point. For the sake of this, the probability is we'll probably, it's no big deal to support it. We don't have that opportunity in our unincorporated areas. If we had it, I don't know how far it would go if we would implement, but likelihood, Todd, unless you have different thoughts, it'll get to a certain point and then it'll probably die, be honest with you. But it's important to support our peer counties and what they're trying to do also. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Any other comments, questions?
Madam Chair.
Yes, County Manager.
On this particular topic, I had spoken with Greg about putting a mention in related to a desire for counties in general to be able to, at some point in the future, have the ability to have sales tax authority that would be provided through local control, through the process, of course, a vote of the people. And I put this on for discussion, just having had the history from 10 years ago, that was, at least at that time, a very important theme that we built into our legislative agenda. And so if you know, but I at the same time can certainly appreciate the comment that given the legislature, the composition of the legislature, and also Supervisor Fowler's comments about unintended consequences, that, you know, there may be some things that come from it that were unintended. So again, it was at my suggestion that we put in some reference to our desire, or at least a question, I guess the question to our board is, you know, maybe that's an issue, legislative issue, that we need to have a discussion on as a board and account and organization to see, is that the most important revenue question at some point in time that we're going to continue to want to promote for the county in its future. Thank you.
And if I may, Madam Chair, just a quick, I love it. I'm glad it's in there because it refocuses everybody to, you know, we get so defensive. We're not talking about the broader piece of what we need to do to be able to provide our services. So it does lay the opportunity for the foundation of a discussion and reminding them, and then think about it for the future as maybe it is a possibility that we keep pestering. This kind of thing, it might take 5 years if we can even get there on it, but we'll see. Thanks, Madam Chair, and yeah, good idea, Steve.
All right, thank you. Any other questions, comments? All right, Gregory, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisors, County Manager Peru. Really appreciate that additional piece of information there. The next one is the gasoline tax increase referral, Santa Cruz County again. And so this has been coming back multiple times over the past few years I've been involved at CSA, and Santa Cruz is proposing to refer to the ballot and increase statewide, just to note, an increase in the state gasoline tax and fuel tax to support the transportation system in the amount of 1 to 10 cents. And so we recommend support, but using this discussion to perhaps push for a revenue component, tax parity with alternative fuels, and an indexing in the CSA transportation resolution to address the systemic underfunding of the transportation system statewide. And so this could be a place where the board may want to intervene and perhaps push on that resolution. That would be my recommendation, noting that Arizona has the 4th lowest fuel tax rate in the country and 20 cents lower than the nationwide average, and it is not indexed to inflation.
If I may, I'll follow up, Madam Chair. And the points that Gregory is mentioning, they were the ones that we've had added in the past to the resolution because we need to keep the conversation alive about a sustainable funding source. The state is dependent upon the federal funds that are coming in right now, and it still doesn't address the reoccurring cost and sustaining that for our maintenance programs and some of the improvements that we can make here as well as in the state system. So they make sense. During the meeting last time, and Judy, correct me, I know you'll correct me if I'm wrong, but you know, I had you know, looked over at Rudy and asked him, you know, and had suggested, could, you know, you brought it back, and you know, we all know we need money for this long-term funding, and transportation is a way that maybe we could put it back into the resolution. And now he's got to get consent from his board, but he was acknowledging that and thinking that might be a possibility for that. So it lays a foundation for this conversation. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thanks for the update, Supervisor Ryan. Any other questions or comments? All right, let's proceed, Gregory.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next one is from Santa Cruz County, and it's on the court system financial responsibility. This is asking for the legislature to completely fund the court system as, quote, the system is mandated by the state. There are some concerns with this in that we could lose local control and the ability to manage, tailor, and build a court system according to the local needs and desired outcomes of our community. Judge Slayton, I think, put it best. He said this is a simple solution to a complex problem. And so what we're recommending is proposing an amendment that seeks greater funding for the state system while allowing local communities to exercise local control and input over the system to ensure that our community values are reflected in our court system. Another option could be an amendment that creates a pilot project for Santa Cruz County for a state-run court system within a period of evaluations and recommendations after initiating a state-funded system in Santa Cruz County. That would leave us out of it and allow them to pursue that path. So that's all I have on this one. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, any comments or questions on this? I think this is an example where we do want to see more of the financial responsibility of the court system paid for by the state of Arizona. On the other hand, obviously, we want to be able to maintain our local control over our specialty courts and the special programs we have for mental health, veterans, drug court, et cetera. So I like your amendments, Gregory.
Madam Chair, if I may, yeah, that's, I think so. And or a third option, which we did last year, is we had a resolution that we need to continue to push on the legislature to fund the justice system, the state component of that.
So, Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Fowler.
And I just want to agree with Matt. That's exactly what I was going to say. We have to really push back on the state. These courts and the court system is a state responsibility, and they're slowly transferring it over to the county. So that we have to be really careful on how we approach this. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Any other comments? All right, let's proceed, Gregory.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisors. The next proposal is a waste tire fees proposal from Yuma County. And so this seeks to evaluate if the current disbursement method and current maximum fee of $2 per tire is sufficiently funded. The current fund brings in approximately $10 million annually and is distributed according to ARS 44-1305. Not more than 3.5% goes to ADEQ for solid waste fee fund, 5% or less than $250,000 to ADEQ for tire fire cleanup expenses, and then the balance is distributed to the counties in proportion to the number of motor vehicle registrations in the county preceding July 1. So in reaching out to Public Works, they've noted that our program is sufficiently staffed. I did have a voicemail in and reached out to Yuma County's Director of Economic Development and Intergovernmental Affairs, Alondra Figueroa. Yuma County is facing a unique position where they have a lot of federal agencies, Border Patrol, ICE, Immigration, and other services, and their vehicles are not registered with the state of Arizona. Some state vehicles are registered in Maricopa County, but are deployed in Yuma County, and thus tires are being disposed in Yuma County that is not being accounted for through their registrations. And so Yuma is also experiencing, due to their large migratory population, that folks are not registering their cars in Yuma, but will dispose of these tires and thus are being not accounted for within the formula. And so they have quite a lot of tourism that's impacting this. So what I've recommended is that we support this proposal to begin the discussion or chart a path forward, so long as that any adjustments or modifications have no negative impact on the revenue that Coconino County is currently receiving, nor on our authority to operate our program as we see fit.
Yeah, it seems to make sense. Any comments, questions from members of the board?
We could put on there and add additional revenues from Yuma go to Coconino County too. Yeah.
Sorry. Once again, we just have to be careful that we're not opening up a can of worms once you start asking for amendments, what else can they amend? So, that's just a cautionary thing again.
All right, any other comments? Then Gregory, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisor Fowler. Really appreciate your perspective on the unintended consequences. The next proposal is biosolid restrictions, again from Yuma County. This would establish a prohibition on the application of out-of-state biosolids on state land. It would exclude biosolid operations from the agricultural exemption and then require the Arizona Department of Environmental Quality to conduct a comment period prior to the authorization of new biosolid application on land. In speaking with our Health and Human Services, we do not have authority under the Unified Health Code to regulate biosolids. However, community development noted no opposition to the proposed changes. Our Environmental Quality Division within community development noted that they're not aware of significant use of this process within the county. However, the city of Flagstaff injects biosolids into the ground in land dedicated near their wastewater treatment plant, but this is a disposal process as opposed to agricultural. And Environmental Quality did note, however, that we're seeing an increase of issues related to septic disposal, which is the material that's pumped out of septic tanks, as many rural locations across the state are being limited by wastewater treatment plants who will accept that septic. So ADEQ is looking into that issue. And so this would be an issue of local concern to Coconino County if illegal dumping of septic would result as a result of not having legal disposal sites. So staff is recommending neutral or support on this, as it's not generally impacting Coconino County. However, this is a significant issue for Yuma County, and they're seeking greater local control over the process. And also Supervisor Pam Krause is an excellent ally. And so a friendly gesture to her in supporting this could go a long way with advancing some of our other issues. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, Supervisor Ryan.
That's because our staff at both community development and in environmental health weren't here. Steve, remember Deb Hill and Loop Road? We had that problem that was occurring, that local individual was attempting to use the ag waiver in order to use human waste in fertilizer. And processes certainly weren't pure. And we went through a couple year legal battle associated with that. In the end, it was stopped. And so this does make sense for us, even though we don't have it occurring right now. I would highly recommend that we join Yuma in supporting this effort. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Ryan. And I would agree with your approach on that as well. Any other comments or questions from members of the board? Gregory, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That is it for my presentation. So I'll stop sharing the screen here. Just really appreciate your time and the board's feedback, county manager's leadership, and Todd Medex's partnership as we work to bring a successful summit to Coconino County and achieve our legislative victories going into the 2023 session. Thank you.
And thank you, Gregory, and thanks, Todd. And I also want to thank Supervisor Ryan. I mean, he's really taken a lead here with CSA and legislative matters, and has really been a great source for those of us on the board and also here in Coconino County as we move forward. And I'm sorry I'm going to miss CSA, but I know that my colleagues that will be there will be looking also to you, Supervisor Ryan, with your background and expertise, and also Supervisor Fowler for the depth of your experience here in negotiating some of these. I know some of these, quite frankly, are, we need to massage our relationships with other counties, and, being able to work and support with them certainly helps us here in Coconino, and hopefully makes us stronger as CSA when we do present items to the legislature. So really appreciate you, Supervisor Ryan, and your expertise on this. And I know you and Supervisor Fowler will be providing some of the input in the behind the scenes as we move forward with these proposals. So thank you.
And Madam Chair, if I could just quickly, just a reminder to the other soups, we try and sit together, on this. We'll have an opportunity as we work through the summit, and sometimes, sure, I'll be a spokesperson for us, but I have the opportunity to share this spokesmanship with you, each of you, and it's a fun process. We'll see where we go. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Sorry to miss it. And Todd, anything else you'd like to add? I know we've heard from Gregory, we've heard from the board. We haven't heard much from you on this part, but anything else you'd like to add to this?
I have nothing, Madam Chair. I think it's going to be a great summit, and I'm sorry you're not going to be there.
Me too. So,
Madam Chair.
yes, County Manager, it's your voice.
I want to appreciate Gregory Nelson. He has taken this on, and Andy Bertelson's behind the wheel, so he's not going to be talking, but I just want to appreciate Gregory Nelson for all the work that he has put into this. He knows the process inside and out, and so we're looking forward to a very productive CSA summit. The staff that's going to be attending, I'll be attending. Of course, Gregory's going to be attending. I've also enlisted Corey Ringenberger to attend also to help staff the board during the summit. Andy Bertelson will be of council in Flagstaff. He and Sue will be minding the store while we're down in Tucson. So again, big, deep appreciation to Gregory Nelson for his efforts.
Thank you. And yes, Gregory, you kind of you jumped in with both feet and filled a void that we needed. And we really appreciate you doing that. And certainly your passion for Coconino County and for what we're doing here really shines through. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the board. It's an honor to serve. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Fowler.
I just want to beat the drum on Gregory also, and just the detailed work that he's put into this, and just the research that takes a lot of research to put these reports together and making sure that we have the right guidance. So I just want to thank you, Greg and Todd. Really appreciate what you're doing for us. I know it's a lot of work, so thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler.
Madam Chair. Yeah, I just want to talk about my office as a good developing field for all the talent that we're developing for the county out there. So, Madam Chair, and Gregory's one of my.
I think it's time to mute him, Madam Chair.
I think, where's that hook? We can pull him off.
Like a farm team coach.
All right, very good. Well, again, thank you. We have not taken a break, and I know the next presentation is going to be fairly lengthy. I believe it's on with Parks and Rec. So if we can we take a 5-minute break, please?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, you have the Grand Canyon out there. Is that in Coconino County?
Yeah, it is, although, you know, as I told you, I sat in a meeting with God, it was a couple of months back now, and the folks from Kings County were claiming.
Oh, yeah, of course.
I mean, it's just amazing.
Yeah, like Vegas does, you know.
Good thing that the Grand Canyon is grand, so.
5 minutes. Yeah. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Did it rain over there or it rained here?
No, it didn't. It's still, you know, it's still cloudy and it got dark over in your area, but it has not rained here yet.
Okay. Huh. All right. Well, that's wonderful.
Yeah. We're supposed to be getting some more rain, but hasn't come here yet. Oh boy, it's a long meeting today, huh?
Yeah. They always are.
I'm just glad we don't have a zoning hearing tonight.
Yeah. Yeah. Most of them will come out of my district, so.
An all-nighter then, so.
Giving you a break.
Mhm.
There's District 2. Look, he's got District 2 in the background now. That's great. He went away.
Oh, there he's back.
Yeah. All right.
You know, I think the where you're all staying in Tucson is going to be great. Looks like it's going to be a really nice conference. I'm really sorry to miss it. I'll be in this little hotel in a place called Ontario, Oregon, and I've never heard of it.
Yeah. 3 shuttles to get there, that kind of thing.
Well, I have to rent a car and drive there. It's about a 45-minute, 50-minute drive from Boise, Idaho. You have to fly into Boise, which I've never been to Boise. I hear it's a really nice place. So I get in earlier in the day and I may just kind of tool around Boise and take a look at it. So.
Neat. Yeah, they were, you know, for a long time there, they were a model for planning. So, yeah.
All right. Well, I see we have Supervisor Ryan. We have Vice Chair Vasquez. I did see Supervisor Begay out in the hallway, and it looks like Supervisor Fowler is here. So maybe we're all back. And I know we are running behind, so it's probably good for us to get going and proceed. So with that, County Manager, do we have the necessary staff here on board to proceed on the agenda?
Yes, we have Cynthia, we have Liz. Let's see, Cynthia, do we have anyone else? You're muted.
Yeah, from our staff, possibly Rob Morrison, Monica Foose. We're going to try to make it as well.
Very good. And we have, I see Supervisor Begay is here too. So our board, we've got the full board back. Sounds like we have our staff back. So we're going to move ahead for our last item on the agenda, which is 53, presentation, discussion, and possible direction on Parks and Recreation concessionaire contract evaluation, market research, and proposed action moving forward. And I'm going to turn this over to County Manager, who will introduce those that will be presenting here.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have Cynthia Namath, Parks and Recreation Director. We have Liz Krug, Assistant Director. I know that on the other side, Monica Foose is on attendees and can come over if we need her. Kevin Calls is on standby. Some other folks. And so, Cynthia, I'm going to turn it over to you, but very quickly, Madam Chair, one of the successes of the County Parks and Recreation has been our history of private partnerships. It began way back when with the amphitheater, and we've had other opportunities throughout the years. And so this provides the opportunity for us to look at our process in which we've created relationships, business relationships, because they are business relationships that benefit the community as well as the county, And so a lot of staff time and work and attention has been provided to this topic by Cynthia and her team. And so I'm going to turn it over to Cynthia to walk us through the presentation. Thank you. Cynthia, all yours.
Thank you, County Manager Peru. Chair Horseman, members of the board, I'm going to share my screen. I'm not sure if you can see it.
We can't see it. It looks like it's still in PowerPoint mode though.
It is, you can see it. Okay, awesome.
So just switch over to presentation mode.
There we go. All right.
Cynthia, can you do me a favor? Can you
Yes.
go to display settings?
Yes.
Because we're seeing the next slide ahead of time, and go to swap.
There.
There you go. You're good.
Okay, perfect. All right, again, thank you, County Manager Peru, Chair Horseman, members of the board, Cynthia Nemeth, Parks and Recreation Director. It's my pleasure to be here this afternoon to talk about concessionaires, public-private partners out at Fort Tuthill County Park. And I want to recognize the staff that's here. I had heard from partner Warren Mayer with the campground, Scott Pace with MPX, also Paul Kent with Flag X, and Jonathan Allen had all indicated that there was a good possibility that they were going to be here. So if you're out there, thank you for joining us. And also thank you very much to Mr. Kevin Call for joining us as well. And Commissioners Brian Blue and Ellen Parrish were also planning on joining us. So if you're out there, thank you for joining us and being part of or listening in on our presentation. So the purpose of today's discussion is to share information on a recent evaluation of the county's private concessionaires. So what you're going to hear about today is a background on commercial activity at Fort Tuthill County Park. We're going to review commercial leasing practices and revenue models that we've learned about through our investigation. And then we're also going to touch on comparing local market real estate or leasing practices with the models that we see here at Fort Tuthill County Park with our partners. And then also I'm going to share with you an assessment that we've done where we compared or where we evaluated the cost, the estimated cost that CCPR puts out in support of our existing concessionaires. And then I'm going to conclude with our staff recommendations and take any of your questions and whatnot. But I will take a little pauses along the way to see if any of you need to check in. And then I want to make it very, very clear that this discussion is not at all in any way a reflection on any one of our concessionaire performances. I mean, they all bring great value to the park and to the region. And this discussion also does not include our nonprofit partners that occupy buildings here on the fairgrounds, such as the Gems and Minerals Society, such as the Military Museum and the Model Railroad Club and the Archery group that has space here at Fort Tuthill as well. So this does not include any of those partners for which the county pretty much, in many cases, especially relative to the buildings, we support the utilities and whatnot for those buildings. So they will not be included in this discussion today. All right, so I'm going to begin with a background on our private partners, our concessionaires here at Fort Tuthill. So revenue shares from our concessionaires, they have proven to be a valuable way for the department, for the county to obtain funds in an amount sufficient to accommodate small capital projects. As long as we save for it, we've been able to accomplish some interesting things with those funds. And they also have provided some very unique opportunities and regional economic benefits. Through the diverse offerings that they bring to Fort Tuthill, we've been able to fulfill a long time goal, which was to activate Fort Tuthill year round. And we've been, with their help, very successful in that endeavor. Additionally, concessionaires, they've benefited from access to public land, to the county's property. In some cases, to having buildings that they can utilize. The location, Fort Tuthill is a beautiful location, beautiful view sheds. It attracts a lot of people with the various events that happen here. We're right off of I-40, so there's value there. We provide parking lots. We now have public restrooms, which you all know I'm very excited about and happy for. And in some cases, we're providing year-round storage for some of our concessionaires, even during their off seasons. Some of the concessionaires also benefit from staff support. For example, during the winter, we take care of snow removal on the roads. We do some landscaping, for example, at the amphitheater. We take care of hazard trees when they need to be removed for public safety. In some cases, we've provided building maintenance. And in general, we maintain the park and create an atmosphere that makes it attractive for people who come through here. Some concessionaires benefit from not having their utilities paid for per the agreements that we have with them. And they all, for example, also receive third-party service benefits from emergency services. We have a contract with Highlands Fire District who responds to any type of emergency that happens here at Fort Tuthill. Not only just, would it be a fire, but it also if it has to do with someone who's injured and that sort of thing, they provide that first EMT response. So how do we get to where we are today with our private partners, our concessionaires? And in my mind, at least, there are two general types of concessionaires, or maybe three really general types of concessionaires. And one are those that we have pursued. For example, the amphitheater. We have an amphitheater building. We need someone to operate it. We've issued an RFP. People have responded. We've entered into an agreement with them. We've also done the same thing for the Frontieri property, however, not as successfully as we have with the amphitheater. Then there are those that, for example, through stakeholder meetings and just in general, we understand that there's a need. And so, and in this particular case, it was a need for alternative winter recreation opportunities. We saw that Fort Tuthill was an opportunity for such a relief, if you will. And so we issued an RFP, and Flagstaff Snow Park was the ultimate winner of that contract. And then there are those concessionaires, those partners that have approached us because they had a great idea or they saw something that we were doing and they knew that they could do it better. And these are examples of these are for Flag X, Vista Recreation, and North Pole Experience. And if I just might say something here, I want to provide some clarity. I'm going to be using Vista Recreation and RRM, Recreation Resource Management, interchangeably. Recreation Resource Management just recently changed their name to Vista Recreation. And as I went through this presentation, I realized that I've been using them intermittently. So interchangeably, so interchangeably. So anyway, just know that when I'm talking about one, I'm talking about the same company there. Anyway, getting back on track here. The first concessionaire came to us in 2006. And this came after the amphitheater was constructed. And then the county went out to RFP looking for someone to operate that venue. The department had neither the expertise nor really the capital to invest in the types of acts and things that come to our amphitheater today. After the amphitheater operator came on board, we were then approached by Flag X and North Pole Experience. They both brought to us some very interesting and unique ideas. And at the time, and I believe this still to be true today, that they provide great economic benefit to the region, as well as a unique recreational and entertainment value. The county was previously operated by this department. We hired a lot of seasonals over the summer, and they managed the campground for us. And there came a time when we were approached by a private entity who said, hey, what would you think about us operating this campground for you? We feel like we have a broader reach. We understand the market really well. We understand this type of business. And the county, the department felt that that was a really good idea. And so what we did is we went out for an RFP, and we received several proposals for businesses interested in operating the campground for us. And we ended up with RRM, now doing business as Vista Recreation, as I just noted. Flagstaff Snow Park is our most recent concessionaire, and they came on board in 2016. And I touched on this earlier. They came to us after regionally a group of people that were interested in, evaluating what other opportunities there were. Fort Tuthill always seemed like an attractive location. An RFP was issued, and Flagstaff Snow Park was the victorious company receiving a contract with the county to operate the Flagstaff Snow Park on Sledding Hill. Recent concessionaire contract renewals, I'm pleased to say, have become more refined. The county's position has become more strengthened through the lessons that we've been learning along the way. This past June, we enlisted the help of Kevin Call. He's a local realtor and a CPA with Kelly and Call Realty. He reviewed our contracts. He compared them to regional commercial leases, and he also provided us with some valuable recommendations, which you will see in part in our staff recommendations at the conclusion of this presentation. So I'll take to see if there's any questions relative to the background that I just provided.
Members of the board, any questions on the background? If not, Cynthia, please proceed.
Okay, great. All right, so now we're going to get into some juicy material here, so bear with me. We're going to be talking about commercial leasing practices. These are the research that we learned. This is information that we learned from Mr. Call, as well as research that staff has done. So I'm going to start with different types of leases, commercial leases. And one that we learned a lot about was land and ground leases. And in these types of leases, the tenant develops a business on the land that a landowner has, right? And they agree on a flat rate, or they agree on some sort of a rental rate, but the tenant is responsible for developing the building and developing the necessary amenities for that building. Usually these are long-term agreements on highly desirable lands and locations, which arguably Fort Tuthill could be considered could be a desirable land or location. The benefit to the landlord in these types of leases is a steady stream of income while retaining the ownership of the land, right? So I keep the land, and I get a steady stream of income for that. The benefit to the tenant is a low cost way to invest in a business and build a business on a highly desirable land or a location. There are also not quite a lease, but something that can be attached to a lease is a franchise or royalty fees. And these are when the business is attached to a very popular location that has, for example, think about the Grand Canyon, right? And the National Park Service. So the National Park Service can charge a royalty fee for folks being in the Grand Canyon because there's a lot of name recognition to where they are landing. And usually these are seen as additional percentages over on gross revenue. And they can be attached to land leases and these triple net leases that I'm going to talk about next. So a triple net lease, in this case, this is when a tenant pays rent and all of the utilities, especially taxes, insurance, and the maintenance, right? But other expenses can be incorporated as well. Triple net leases, they have lower rents, but again, provide a steady income. especially when a property owner has multiple of these. This is when it really makes sense to have a triple net lease. There are typically built-in escalators to that base rent. And the benefit of these types of leases to tenants is that they have a lot more flexibility with the structures they occupy. They can customize the building or a space to meet their business needs without investing a lot of capital and having to purchase the land. So quite similar to the ground lease. The benefit to the landlord is a reliable source of income with very few overhead costs and little or no role in managing the property. And landlords might, in some cases, be responsible for structural costs such as roofs and parking lots and some of those higher end capital projects. So those are a few types of leases. Oh, and then finally, a standard gross commercial lease like we might see in a retail or an office space. In this case, the landlord most often will pay for all of the expenses and charge charge rent based on those expenses. And sometimes oftentimes I should say, there'll be escalators as well to that base rent. And a lot of times I've seen and read as I studied this, they'll use the consumer price index, and there are other indices that might be used as well. So aside from the types of leases and those base rents and what those types of leases, the benefits to the landowner or property owner and the tenants, in all cases, nearly all cases, I will say, there's a way to recover certain costs. And the costs that are focused on are what are called common areas of maintenance, or CAMs for short. And while all negotiable, all this is always negotiable, but while negotiable, the basic concept of a CAM is a way to recover costs of maintaining areas that are common interest to the landowner, to the business owner, and maybe multiple businesses, because in a lot of cases there may be multiple businesses that are benefiting from the same common areas that need to be maintained, right? And these can be sometimes roofs, they could be sidewalks, they could be parking lots, they could be restrooms, outdoor spaces, but then it also can include costs like management, maintenance, repair, administrative costs, improvements, overhead, things like that. So there's a long list of things that could be included in CAMs, and all of these, again, negotiable, right? And so landlords, they want as an expansive definition of CAMs as they can, in order to cover those costs that there may not be a direct corresponding source of cost recovery. Tenants, on the other hand, would argue that against some of those costs, such as replacements and improvements, major repairs, because they view that as investments into the property of the owner, right? So that's where the negotiations come in. So you have the concept of CAMs, right? And then CAMs can be paid and negotiated in a couple of ways. Okay, they can be assessed on a pro rata share, an amount that's commensurate to the total amount of space that each business occupies, or it could be a fixed amount. And that fixed amount can be always negotiated, but it can be based on actual expenses. It can be some sort of a predetermined rate increases over time. But in some cases, you might have a fixed CAM rate that you start off an agreement with, but sometimes they won't include volatile expenses, expenses that you just don't, you don't know what they're going to be. They're not fixed expenses. They're services such as snow and ice removal, insurance, security might go up and down. Utilities are also volatile. And there are typically annual increases based on consumer price index or some other index. And then if we want to get even more granular into the CAMs, and this might be too much information, But camps can then further be negotiated in a cumulative or non-cumulative cap. So there's a cap on the CAMs, and some of them can be year over base cumulative, as I stated, which means you start off with a certain amount, and every year it goes up 5%. You know, regardless of expenses going up or down, every year it's going up 5%, and the next year it goes up to 10%. Next, in year 3 goes up to 15, and so on. Year over base compound, these are calculated on the prior year's cap. So if we started off at $100,000 in the first year, the next year we go up 5%, add 5% to that 100,000, we come up with 105. The following year we add 5% to that 105. We don't go back to the base amount anyway. So, and then each year you are adding that percentage, that negotiated percentage on the prior year's number. So just more ways to think about it, more ways that one could negotiate these common areas of maintenance costs. Okay, now that I've shared that, I'll take a quick pause to see if there are any questions about that, because I know that was a lot of technical information. Okay.
Any other questions, or I think just go ahead and continue, Cynthia.
Okay, very good. I'll do it. All right, so now I'm going to get into the findings. This is what our research, our analysis, and our consultant information revealed. So, and here I'm going to begin with this table, and this is these are ground leases, okay, area ground leases, and we learned where we stood, the county, Coconino County, and compared to the market, the local market, okay. And we have a variety of different property types, and you know, there's a fast food on Milton, there's a national retailer on Milton, there's a gas station. So these are the properties that we use as comparisons, okay. Then you can see in the second column, I don't know if you can see my cursor. The second column is the acres that they set upon, and then the annual rents, okay, which may or may not. I put in here plus CAMs, but they're either paying all the maintenance and all of the costs associated with the building and the business, but there may be some CAMs that are associated with their agreements. I don't know that level of detail, but I just wanted you to know that in some cases you can, these can still be added to the annual base rent. And then we take the amount of acres, determine what that equates into square footage, and we come up with a cost per square foot, okay? And so here you see some, fast food on Milton, they're the highest of the comparables that we have here, the comparisons that we have here. And Milton, right? We know that Milton's a very well-trafficked location, so it might garner that level of return. And one thing to note here is that the certified commercial investment member institute study averages that ground leases per square foot in Flagstaff are $5 a square foot. So this is what the average is in the Flagstaff area, okay? So now I'm going to focus on the lower section of this table. And we've, and our consultant felt that these three partners of ours, they kind of the best suited to be evaluated under a ground lease, okay? So we have the campground, Flagstaff Snow Park. These are the acres that they set upon, their business is set upon. This is the annual rents, and the annual rents in our case are, and this is actuals for not FY, but for 2021. So these are last year's, 2021's actual numbers. And so we have 42,000 here, you can see the figures. These are all based on revenues, okay? We don't charge them any additional expenses. And the campground's a seasonal occupancy, Flag is year-round occupancy, and Snow Park is well, it's a seasonal venture. We consider it year-round because they have storage here. They have a storage facility. They have huts here where they keep their inner tubes, their sledding tubes. So we considered it in this case a year-round occupancy, though they only operate a few months out of the year. And then you can see here what the price per square foot is. If we want to do an apples to apples as much as we can, maybe it's an apple to pear comparison. And then we look at our other two partners, or these concessionaires that more align with a building lease, okay? And we compared them, our consultant compared them to some ground floor retail, some retail on Route 66, a warehouse in the downtown area, an office in a retail complex, retail on Milton. So we have a variety of commercial examples here. The square footage that they occupy, nothing near the occupancy levels of our two partners shown here. Again, their annual rents, and we can assume that they're paying, maybe some level of common areas of maintenance if they're not covering all of their costs. So while it says plus, know that it's not. I'm not assuming that that is the case. So if we look at the base annual or the annual rent, we come up with these prices per square foot for each of these commercial entities. And then we can compare them to our two building lease partners, and we see what they earned in 2021, mostly based on percentages. In this case, this partner pays for electric and for gas, seasonal occupancy. The amphitheater pays also based on percentages. We do not charge them for any additional services that we may provide. And one is like landscaping. I mean, we take care of the landscaping there. And then also seasonal occupant. And when we did the price per square foot, well, these are all based on a 12-month period, an annual period. So we did the same here, but we understand that these folks are only here only a few months out of the year. So when you look at it in an annualized formula, then we are starting to get a lot closer. And this 5 months sometimes can be 7 months or so like that. We try to be. Sometimes it takes longer for them to move out. So anyway, you can see that they're kind of within the range. Amphitheater, not so much, but again, an enormous amount of square footage being utilized here. And I also want to point out and thank Monica for helping me with this tabulation. But so North Pole Experience, their minimum is going to go up this year. So this latest contract goes up, and with that new minimum payment, if we look at a 12-month period, that comes out to $4.50. I'm sorry, comes out to $24, almost $25 per month, and then nearly 60 when you annualize that. So well above the averages that we're seeing here. And then the amphitheater, because their annual rent is going up to a new minimum also, and that new minimum would bring this monthly rate to $4.52, and the annualized up to $7.75, and that's with the new minimums that we're expecting to receive from them this year. So this slide, and again, a lot of focus on estimated, okay? This slide shows our concessionaires and what we estimate their gross revenue to be. And these are the revenue shares that we've received from them, okay? And this is our estimated, again, heavy emphasis on the estimated in terms of their gross revenue and our estimated costs. Some of these costs we were able to get really close, but some of them we weren't. I mean, like we pretty much have a pretty good idea of how many hours over the last 3 years we've spent doing snow removal. And so we were able to get a pretty good estimate of what that cost is. We could get a pretty good estimate of how much time on average we spend at the amphitheater doing maintenance or lawn maintenance there, for example. What is not so easy for us to tabulate are the utilities, because, for example, for, I think it's water, we have 3 meters for the entire park. And we have another 2 meters, I think it is, for electric. So it was very challenging for us to, with a great amount of certainty, to understand how much each partner is consuming. We did our best by using a square footage per square footage formula over the course of their months that they operate and the total square footage of the park. And anyway, not to bore you with those gory details, but we did our best, and this is what we came up with as an average amount that we're supporting them, $95,000 a year estimated. And so from our actual revenues, we end up with an estimated variance of total, you have estimated revenue of 323. So. Another thing that we studied and analyzed are the contracts, the instruments that we're using to codify our agreements with our concessionaires, with our partners. We have, in some cases, we have use permits. In some cases, we have an independent contractor agreements. In other cases, we have licenses. So we did research on what other agencies utilize. And we did see, some level of consistency with certain types of revenue generating activities, and they had certain types of agreements for, say a one-off event versus someone who wants to come in and rent, ski-doos off the Colorado River or on Lake Pleasant, or do lessons of kayaking. So those are kind of one-off little, smaller businesses, not true concessionaires like we have here. But anyway, we studied several agreements, and we'll continue to do so. But we really honed in on Mojave County, which is more of the kind of low-end concessionaire where they're renting kayaks or something at the lakefront. And we also looked at the town of Gilbert, who has a very, very robust and impressive public-private partnership effort underway. They really have done some wonderful things there. We've also looked at Maricopa County and really liked a lot of their modeling for concessionaires, their agreements for concessionaires. And we had staff look and talk to the Park Service as well. And we're going to continue to bring other people's work and see and analyze that and see what we think is worthy and that we find of value to us. But some of the takeaways from our research that I thought were interesting and I thought you might find of interest are the following. We learned that almost consistently, the concessionaires are responsible for routine and preventative maintenance, any repairs, pest control, landscaping, things like that, okay? Almost consistently, they're using market values to craft their agreements. All the utilities are borne by the concessionaire, the concessionaires. And one that I thought was really valuable, and I saw this consistently in Maricopa and Gilbert, was that they required for their annual reports, which we do ask of our concessionaires. We ask for annual reports, but in their cases, those reports have to be audited by a third-party CPA before they're submitted back to the agency each year, which I thought that was a really good find. There usually is an annual minimum fee, and then there's an additional fee over minimum, percentage of gross, for example. We saw that. And another one that I thought was interesting is that I believe it was the town of Gilbert. They provided a list of authorized deductions that weren't part of the gross. So they had an adjusted gross that allowed the concessionaire to take off expenses such as taxes and refunds, discounts that they may have received from vendors. One that I thought was really interesting, the direct cost of food and beverage, the direct cost of advertising, and discounts that they might give to their clientele. So, and discounts that they might receive, which we talked about here. So those adjusted deductions I thought were interesting. The right for the agency to invoice the concessionaire for any cost that is generated by that public agency. And then also, this one was interesting. There was a requirement to have the partner retain and maintain an account that would serve for maintenance. So they wanted proof that this agency, that the business partner had enough money to maintain the building. And in some cases, they even had them put aside money for capital improvements, future capital improvements that they might want to endeavor, or that would just need to happen in order. I mean, it could be public safety, it could be just improvements of service, that kind of thing. So that was something of interest that I read as well. Okay, there was a lot of numbers and stuff there. Any interest in pausing and asking questions, or I can keep going?
I think it'd be great just to keep going to your recommendations, and then we can take some questions at the end.
Sounds great. Sounds great. Okay, so staff recommendations. But before I get into the actual recommendations, I just thought it would be valuable for you to know where our contracts stand today. Okay, so North Pole Experience, their contract expires in January 2023. So this coming January, and there are no renewals for this contract. Okay, our entertainment's contract expires December 2023. So next December, not December, but the following December. But then they have an automatic opportunity to extend based on performance to 2025, and then they have an additional 5-year after that, which would take them, I guess, to 2030. Okay, and there is an opportunity to amend contract here. Flag X, their agreement ends in 2026. There is no amendment provision in this agreement. This is a group that is interested in the additional contract for the White House that this board heard a few months back. Heard about. Flagstaff Snow Park, their agreement ends in 2026. Their contract does allow for a modification of the use permit that they have. So, and then Recreation Resource Management, their contract would end in December 2026. And they're interested in amending the contract now, pending the installation of the sewer and some level of investment that they have expressed interest in putting into the campground for improvements. So based on what we learned, we have the following recommendations. And so to the best of our ability, and there's always going to be nuances, but to the best of our ability, we would suggest following something along the lines of a triple net, or even or ground leases, but more or less along the lines of triple net leases with periodic escalators, following that model, where the concessionaire pays for their taxes, the insurance. And when insurance, it's not the county's insurance. We did some modeling on the county's premiums based on total landmass here at Fort Tuthill and what that looks like. That is, we did look at that. But anyway, so where the concessionaire would pay taxes, insurance, and maintenance, plus costs for on-site storage if they're not here, landscaping, tree removal, snow removal, and for certain all utilities. Okay. We'd also like to see a camp, whether it's included in the base rent or not, whether these costs are included in the base rent or not, but at some level, we need to ensure that the common areas of maintenance are evaluated and discussed and incorporated somehow, some way into agreements. And these could be the cost of parking lot maintenance. You know, eventually we need to restripe, we need to chip seal, roadways. That could be one. Could be a tough one to assess, but that could be a CAM that we consider. Public restrooms. A lot of their patrons are using our restrooms, and we will have more restrooms that patrons will have access to. And some will have, you know, some partners will have a greater need for these restrooms than others. So that needs to be taken into consideration. And then that public safety response that I talked about, that what I like to call quote unquote insurance that we pay to Highlands Fire District for public service response, not just fires, but, you know, when someone, you know, hurts themselves, they respond to that as well. And we have a CPI escalator every year on that agreement. And then the other thing that we want to make sure that we build in somehow, some way into our negotiations is an access to a percentage of revenue with periodic escalators, whether that be on their revenue generation or, you know, some other form or fashion. Because what we saw, we have done this with some of our partners, and we saw it in some of the agreements that other agencies have with partners, is when a partner reaches a certain amount of revenue, then that percentage goes up. So anyway, something along those lines. And this could be, we could consider this part of the future capital repairs, replacement improvements, park improvements, things like that. I also think that consideration should be given through reduced rentals, and this could be reduced rental for the first 6 months, maybe the first year, for a ramp up period. You know, if I'm bringing in a new business, I'm not really sure how it's going to go. I think we might want to consider that, and also improvements to park infrastructure and public spaces. If we have a partner that wants to improve a portion of the road, I think that needs to be given into consideration. For some reason, they want to put in a playground, I don't know, and it's accessible to the public. Yeah, things like that. We never know what, this is not a black and white, this is a lot of gray area here. So consideration to those types of what we call it, conditions ought to be, we want to consider those. Additionally, as soon as possible, we would like to have conversations with partners. And for those that maybe the contract does not allow for an amendment, assess their willingness to say, at least, would you be willing to start paying X, Y, and Z? Okay, would you be open to an amendment, even though the contract doesn't necessarily call for one? I also recommend that we require, when we have new contracts or new contract renewals, that we require concessionaires to install their own meters, if that's the best way to do it. But it seems that would be the most straightforward way for them to pay their own utilities, electric and water, and now sewer, right? And I'd like to work, again, just kind of touching back on that earlier one, and work with those partners, see who might be willing to start that, to start down that road sooner than later. I also recommend that we move forward with the White House concept, that we move forward with an amendment to RRM / Vista Recreation and Flagstaff Snow Park, utilizing these models that we were learning about, these recommended models. That would be, those are ones that we could employ immediately. And then I recommend that we definitely adopt a standard concessionaire PPP contract that is consistent across the board. Now, I think I mentioned earlier, we really like the Maricopa County Parks and Recreation model. But in talking with legal, there seems that there needs to be more discussion with legal and the purchasing department in order to pursue that model. But there may be others out there that we can look at, even contracts that we use now. But the bottom line is about being consistent with the tools that we use and knowing when is the appropriate time to use a certain tool. And finally, we recommend that we use the following guiding principles when we're looking at new concessionaires, when we're looking at our contract renewals, to always keep in mind how the natural resources are protected and respected within wherever, if it's Frontier or if it's here at Fort Tuthill, that we're not encroaching on areas that have been identified as passive areas for the park, as we talked about last month and earlier this month, relative to like the land management plan, that it makes good financial sense for the county, that there's a good return, that it aligns with this department's mission, and that it adds a unique recreation opportunity like we have seen with the partners that have joined us. And then finally, that the county is not subsidizing any level of operation. And with that, my presentation is concluded, and I'm happy to take any questions and engage in a discussion with you.
All right. And Cynthia, thank you and Parks and Rec for this. I know this has been a long time coming, and I know it's something that we have as a board discussed, and it's good to see the extensive amount of work that in consideration you and your staff have taken really in taking a look at this. And I'm going to make a couple some minor overall comments, and I know that Supervisor Ryan has some as well. Obviously, we consider this a very valuable asset, and it's truly a gem for Coconino County. And I think it is important. We acknowledge that the concessionaires we've had there have, in many ways, have offered a service to our community. They've offered a snow play. They have offered, as you pointed out, year-round use for Tuthill. And so certainly they have provided, an economic benefit in bringing people up here to Coconino County. And we really acknowledge that. And we don't want to, by this discussion suggest that we have any problem with our concessionaires. And we are very, very pleased with the partnership that many of our concessionaires play here with Coconino County. So I think that's important to acknowledge. And yet it's also important for us to acknowledge that this is a great benefit for Coconino County. And if we are able to get a commercial return, or at least a commercial-like return, it provides revenue to Fort Tuthill to make it even a better place, and to provide even more amenities for our community. So, it's a balancing act, and I guess, I acknowledge that, and I know everybody acknowledges that. And I know that when the hospital moves out in that area, it's going to get more use. It's going to be even probably a greater financial benefit for the concessionaires. It's going to get also, because of more use, it's going to need a more upkeep and maintenance. And we need to have a responsibility that, we're able to get a good bang for our buck and for our public's buck in return for a commercial enterprise out there. So, those are kind of my general comments. My other comment is going to be this. I know all about commercial leases. I've seen a few, I've drafted a few, but this is so unique. And I think it's so hard to compare what folks may be getting on a business on Milton versus the concessionaire agreement for a concession or business there at Fort Tuthill. And so one of my questions is, are there people, and this goes beyond legal, you can get a lawyer to write any letter or any kind of partnership agreement or any kind of contract in the world, but are there people who are experts at these kinds of government concessionaire commercial contracts? I mean, whether it be, and the National Park Service certainly does this. A lot of the other counties, like you said, Maricopa and Mojave and other counties, in fact, have these agreements. Are there experts out there that can help to advise us on this? I really feel that I want to be able to do what's best for Tut Hill and what's best for our parks, and to do what's best for our community in terms of getting a good return for the use of our amenities. But I don't know what that is. I feel very lost in terms of being able to make that determination. And I guess my question is, are there people out there that can provide us and you greater guidance on this? So just my thoughts.
Well, what I can say about that is I don't know if there are experts out there that have dealt with or deal with, this public-private concessionaire type of an agreement. What I do know is that, for example, Maricopa and Gilbert, in the town of Gilbert, for example, they have their own contract specialists that work on these things. And so are they experts? I don't know that they're certainly more expert than I am, because they're dealing with it on a grander scale more regularly. And but that is certainly worth something to look into. Chair Horstman, is, are there third party people that understand this dynamic that we have? Because you're absolutely right. While we did those comparisons, and Mr. Call said it right away, he says, while these are some comps, commercial realty comps, it's still not it's not a direct relationship because of what we have here and the amount of space that some of these partners are occupying. So.
Yeah, it's hard. But I'm so glad we're starting this discussion.
Yeah.
I want to tell you that. I think that's what's important. So Supervisor Ryan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you. I think actually your first point of expressing it by no means is a discussion associated with performance associated with our current concessionaires that we have in the park. They bring their own uniqueness that has benefited them, has benefited the region, but by the same token, how do we continue to learn, enhance our opportunity for best practices? And my gosh, if you go back into the 90s when they were doing the original master plan, we had a bunch of nonprofits functioning out of the park, each for the sake of their own mission, but consuming the park in ways that could have negative impacts. And so, that brought back, hang on, it's a public park. What is best for our population and providing that opportunity? And with time, each have brought the current concessionaires unique opportunities. And so, I think you expressed that very well, very important. But so it steps into what do we have before us? And it's a step of us growing up. We need to approach best practices. And you were getting to a similar area that I was wondering about, Madam Chair. How do you do comps associated with it? To some degree, the good thing is it's like when we're analyzing our cost of living so different than it is in other parts of the state that, say we were doing an analysis associated with other counties, well, it would be skewed. They don't have that cost of living that we have. And so we would also bring in an additional evaluation of the local, as we looked at workforce as an example, local workforce and see what the comp is. And so in some ways, the Milton Avenue comp is an aspect of local. What was it? Pears to apples or something like that, that Cynthia was using. But I did want, I like the fact that we're doing this. I think it's something that should become regular. And as it's done, as you were noting, Cynthia, as you learn, you reach out to other areas and explore. Because, you know, a piece that ran through my head is, let's say, a comp associated with venues similar to the amphitheater, or you pick any one of these in there. There are other areas throughout the West that, you know, we could, you know, pause for a moment. It might not be the same, but it gives you trends associated and operation opportunities for ideas on it. So coming back to your takeaways, particularly the third-party CPA audited annual financial report, you know, it's good to have a CPA to make recommendations as you're doing the analysis of, you know, that's good. It's best practices for the sake of, you know, an evaluation of what would be good for the park as we take a look at it. Preventative maintenance, I mean, again, you know, you go back to those days when we were doing the original master plan, and we were barely paying for paint, let alone repair and maintenance associated with the park. And gradually we built upon it. But, you know, as noted, when we opened up our public restroom, you know, my statement was, here we are, we're advancing. We moved into last century. We're providing bathrooms at our public facilities. And yet, if you look at our uses, our park is starting to be used year round, and it's all the acreage out there. And, you know, we have a responsibility, but so too do we as we work with partners working towards mutual benefit. And it's a mutual benefit that's out there. So I like the recommendations. I understand we have current contracts. And if we don't, you know, if partners choose to not negotiate, I know we have current contracts, but we've been flexible to try and accommodate. Hopefully they will give consideration in that way. And it's a shared interest, not one side or the other associated with it. And with that, I do know that, you know, it's moving in that direction. Can it be worked out with each and every one? Maybe, maybe not. So I'm in agreement towards where we're trending and what the recommendations are. Some of it you're still going to be working through, you know, back and forth. It's a negotiation anyway on it. But mutual benefit is a big piece associated with it. And it goes back to, I think, what you were saying, Madam Chair, is the Todd Hill is a very special place. And the other thing is, as we're looking at it and we're doing improvements, you take a look at our visitation across the rim. We have metro levels of visitation. That's just, you know, as we now have, 7 million people down in the valley that are discovering our county, and another couple million over at the river. If anything, this market will continue to grow. And as we enhance things, it will become a broader and broader draw associated with it too. So there are my quick observations associated with this, Madam Chair. And Cynthia, you know, really good work. Appreciate you and the rest of the staff that has worked on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Ryan. Any other comments, questions, thoughts from other board members?
Madam Chair.
Yes, Supervisor Begay.
Yes, I just want to say that I totally agree with the both of you. As far as, you know, how we're going to be looking at best practices, and then also making sure that, you know, we just don't go just right into a very strict type of a contract, you know, take it slowly but surely, and making sure that, you know, it's a benefit to everyone involved. So maybe a SWOT analysis, and I know that's part of what Matt had mentioned, you know, what are the trends in this? Maybe also, you know, what was the threats in this whole thing, or strengths and stuff like that, opportunities. So I'm just thinking in those lines, and I just want to thank you and the staff, you know, for coming forth. And when you start something like this from a business perspective, you have to look at the whole, and I'm pretty sure that's what happened. And you look at the contracts, which you have now, and then you build upon it, and you have reviews after reviews after reviews, and have people involved, someone involved that is a user of that contract, and get their thoughts too, because a lot of times, you know, sometimes we would just go ahead and do policy, and then we just kind of impose it on people, and that's not good too. So so I just want to say thank you for you and your staff, and you're one of the many staff that, you know, come up with a lot of these things, and it's just something that I feel really confident that it can happen. And then also that, you know, we just have to support you, but we just want to make sure that we're doing the right thing at the right time, and not, you know, imposing something that's going to be kind of harsh. But otherwise, you know, thank you very much, you know, for your leadership. And it means a lot, you know, to me as a board member, that, you know, the staff are very, they're really knowledgeable in the certain areas of their or expertise in their areas of work. And also, you know, in administration too, Steve and Sue, you know, Lucinda, you know, the people I feel, you know, that are here, you know, they're there for you, and get them to, you know, involve as far as, you know, just reviewing and then making sure that, you know, all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed. So I do agree with my colleagues, you know, there's things that are happening, things that are starting up, and, you know, we just have to follow through with them. And so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Brigade. Vice Chair Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. First off, I just want to say thank you for the presentation, very clear and thorough. And as we're looking at this, you know, we're really talking about using county space for commercial partnerships, which is a great idea and a great way to bring in some revenue for the county. And so, you know, this process, because this is the second or third time that we've gone through and had these conversations, this process is all about making sure that it's fair, both for the county and the business that's trying to use county lands for their business. And so, you know, I appreciate the thoroughness and the process that we've gone through. And I look forward to seeing the benefits once some of these contracts are enacted and the county's gaining what is its fair share of the profits from these endeavors. So good job, team. Keep up the good work, and good luck moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Any other comments? Yeah, I'll make one additional one, Cynthia. I really agree with your guiding principles, by the way. And as we move forward, I'm assuming that those will continue to be, you know, front and center in any kind of rental agreement or any kind of rental options with Coconino County. So I really like those. I thought those were excellent.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, County Manager.
And again, appreciation of the staff for the good work. Cynthia, you may want to just outline some next steps so that we can kind of get a roadmap of what the process going from here is.
Absolutely. So in terms of next steps, we want to reach out to all of our partners, let them know, those, especially those that weren't on our meeting today, let them know that the board is supportive of our recommendations. We want to reach out to those that don't have an amendment clause in the agreement, see if they're willing to at least look at paying for utilities. I mean, that is the first thing that we want to accomplish. And those that allow for an amendment, see if we can't amend the contracts, make sure that some of these costs that we're bearing are that the county is recovering those. And then I also, next step is to begin conversations with Mr. Kent on the White House proposal. re-engage Mr. Warren Mayer on the campground amendment and Flagstaff Snow Park on amendment because that contract allows for it. So those are the most immediate steps. And then we'll continue to evaluate a standard contract or something that is more consistent across the board with our partners.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I think that concludes the presentation on this topic.
It does.
Board actions or board questions we can respond to.
All right. Well, Cynthia, you and staff, great job. And thanks for tackling this very difficult issue, but really important for us here in Coconino County. So, and I know we'll have further discussions as we move forward. So thanks again very much. So with that, we are at the end. I think we are come to adjournment. And it's been a long day. It seems a lot later than 5:30. So, thank you, staff, as always, for your great work on getting the information to the board so that we're kept informed and we can make good decisions. So, really appreciate that. Any other comments or conclusions by any other board members here? And if not, have a great time at CSA. And I'm sorry to miss you. I'll be at WIR, and I know I'm going to hear all about it when we get back together again. So thank you so much. Have a great night.
Thanks, everybody.
Good meeting. Thank you. Good meeting.
Good night, everyone.
See you.